You're late, nerd. How am I late? How are you here? This is me testing it out. We were just talking about that. Since one person's waiting, it was you.
Who was it?
Janko.
Oh, okay.
He said, code. Tell me, Janko, since you're here, how viewable is the stream? Because I know that my preview is going to look way different than what you guys see. Because we're like in the middle of Kentucky now, right?
It's still northern Kentucky.
We're in northern Kentucky, and I'm sure my signal's not that great. 1440p, man. I'm not even in front of the screen. This is just the highway. Like, is my hand visible? The important thing is sound. Well, that's all. There's not all there is to hear at this point. So we're just gonna ride down. We're on the way to MomoCon, and we're just gonna talk about any and everything until we get to Atlanta. So let's start simple. What was the last anime you watched? Also, I'm with my homie Tyler.
Seraph of the End. I didn't finish it. I'm about over halfway through.
Seraph of the End. What is that about? Give me the pitch.
So it's like humans and vampires that are at war, and it's basically post-apocalyptic. But the humans have found a way to like partner with demons, so they kind of form like this human-demon army to fight against the vampires. And as the show goes on, it shows like the humans have some evil side to them too, and they're kind of corrupt, and the vampires are corrupt. So basically, the two warring factions are both corrupt and fighting each other. It's not the best show, but it can be entertaining at times. The action is good.
Okay. Janko says, damn, the review ended. That must be the best or worst anime to curse the stream that fast. It says I'm still live. I'm still seeing your messages pop up. It's not buffering. I think he's buffering. I'll have to check that out. The last anime I watched was Train to the End of the World, or the End of the World. And it's about like 7G causing the apocalypse in Japan. And it makes like the space between each of the train stops, it could be miles or like hundreds and hundreds of miles away from each other. And they're trying to make it to Shibuya for reasons. Or not Shibuya. They're trying to make it to Asakusa? They're trying to make it someplace for reasons. And each episode is a train stop. And each train stop is another weird thing that has caused, that 7G has caused. So it could be anything from zombies to people turning into animals to trees. It's really, really surreal and very strange.
That sounds awesome. I'll have to check that one out too. I'm kind of watching like a bunch right now. So that one that I mentioned, Seraph in the End, it's an older one.
Yeah.
With Studio actually made it. I think it came out in like 2013. But I've been watching a lot of like newer stuff too. So I've been watching Kaiju number 8.
Oh yeah.
I'm a big fan of the manga.
I heard that's really good.
Viral Hit. Been watching Go Loser Ranger.
Go Loser Ranger.
And then I finished Solo Leveling Season 1 a little while ago. And I've been watching a little bit of Free Ren and Mashal it's like Might and Magic or something like that.
Oh.
Mashal's pretty good.
That car said, I thought that car just said feet on the bumper, but it says 6 feet. But the 6 is like grayed out, like it's washed out. So it looks like it just says feet on the back of their car. They just really like feet. That truck has some sick flames on. So Atlanta, damn, you're an hour away from the MomoCon, Katana. That's where we're going. We're on our way to MomoCon with our boy Travis Touchdown. Are you feeling Travis? Good, that's Travis Touchdown, and I'm gonna be a bootleg version Majin Buu, but the Wish version of Majin Buu. So that is a weird projection, nerd. What do you mean? The back of that car said feet. I ain't projecting because they put that on their bumper. We also saw like what's been like the weird. I got mine so far. This has been a funny little road trip. Like we found the.
Yeah, there's been a theme of like women just kind of I don't mind, like,
nothing wrong with
baby's gotta eat.
Right.
Baby's gotta eat. But it's just like happening like too much for it to be like coincidental. So I'm like wondering what happened like a little over 9 months ago.
What's going
like,
on?
All these people are having babies that immediately need to eat. Like we saw one on the side of the highway.
Side of the highway.
Doing a breastfeeding photo shoot.
They were literally on the side of the highway doing like he said, breastfeeding, and they're doing a photo shoot of them breastfeeding on the side of the highway. The highway looks like this, by the way. Isn't like a safe stretch of road to just stop and I say it looks like this, like y'all can see what this looks like. There's probably a bunch of pixels.
There's like either like a big like valley kind of under it. Like, I think there was a river that went under it because it was on a bridge. So maybe they're trying to get like that valley in the background.
They're gonna show that to the kid when they're older. Like, look, this is you when you were a baby.
Yeah, it's like no.
I don't understand the point of those pictures, but that's just me. I feel like that's the last of the photo. Like, you don't want to show your friends and family, like, look, this is me breastfeeding my baby. I don't know.
Some do, I guess.
Some do. Some.
So far, not impressed with the food in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Like, even like the chain stuff, it's different and like made different.
We tried Penn Station, it wasn't it.
Was that it?
We were looking for a KFC to try a Kentucky Fried Chicken for real. I know that's going to offend anybody from Kentucky, but we got to know, is KFC's Kentucky Fried Chicken the best in Kentucky?
We have to know, yeah.
A lot of Super 8s. They must be like a big chain out here.
Oh, yeah. All throughout, like going from like Michigan, traveling south to Waffle Houses, rates, and what do we see a lot of? Hooters.
Oh yeah.
And like strip clubs. That's like all you see. And then like a lot of like religious stuff too, just like signs and churches and stuff
out there.
That's pretty much traveling from the north to the south.
The funniest church sign that I saw on the way here so far was that "Join Us" one. Oh, yeah. It just says. What is it like the right? We believe.
Oh yeah, it's just we believe.
We believe, and in big bold letters and a giant sign, like a huge sign. It just says, "Join us." Like that. That ain't a cult. If I'd ever seen one, it might not be. What do y'all believe in? You're not being specific though. We just believe.
Right.
Do you believe? Join us. Join us if you believe. So I'm gauging this stream's connectivity by when I see the number drop. So like now there's 5 people just chilling here right now. How are y'all doing? Oh, I scared one person away. I said 5 and it dropped to 4. But if it drops to 1, I know the signal dropped. Why is it weird? But breastfeeding is something natural. We're not saying it's weird. It's just
we're saying the coincidences of it frequently occurring so much.
We keep passing people at the highway or in station.
Like it was like literally within 10 minutes of each other.
Yeah. It's funny. All right, I don't know if we're connected or not because I just dropped to 1, but it's up in chat. Bars. Where are my bars? Once we reach civilization, it probably won't be so bad. I hate like previewing live streams when you're live. Your preview, it all looks crystal clear.
Right.
And you're like, oh man, this is like super high quality. And then you look back at the replay and it's all this. It's like watching a portrait in Minecraft.
Yeah. Like when you were doing your eclipse.
Oh yeah. I did not. That one was weird. That one was a very bizarre.
Did you actually get to experience the eclipse and see it?
Yeah, yep.
Good.
That was so weird. Like everything became twilight for a minute there. It got really dark. There was a group of people eating at a restaurant. They all started cheering once the eclipse happened. Oh,
that's cool.
What was your eclipse experience like?
Oh, it was awesome. It was kind of like seeing like CGI in the sky.
Yeah.
Happen, which I know it sounds weird, but that's like the best way for me to describe it, I guess.
CGI in the sky. I
mean, because it looked surreal.
It felt like it's like it's not real, you know?
Yeah, it's just like, oh, there's this giant like black hole that I'm looking at. It's like I've never seen something like this before out in nature, so it looks like CGI.
It's super, super crazy. People are saying like the dead were gonna rise or something crazy was gonna happen.
Oh yeah, there was all that stuff going on.
But I think the funniest town we passed would be Critterdin. Come on down to Critterdin. Wait.
Critterdin what?
Double just comes in and says but LOL and then says what? You can't say but and laugh. You just join the conversation and go, but. What?
Yeah,
What? I don't know what context you've joined on, so I can't answer the question.
Yeah, pretty close to Lexington.
All right. I'm getting there. We're getting there.
There's a stalled vehicle ahead.
What if it said, there's a lady breastfeeding?
I'll be like, I'm not surprised anymore. Something happened in Kentucky 9 months ago. I don't know what it was.
9 months ago, y'all were getting wild in Kentucky, and now everybody's on the streets feeding babies. You nasties in the Lord state. They're a golf cart. They're hauling a golf cart. I saw a truck that had the truck bed like dang near scraping the ground with some tiny wheels. Like it was on a slope. It was so weird. What else can we talk about on the way to MomoCon? So what do you know about MomoCon?
All I know is Suda 51 is going to be there. I was like, going.
That's all that matters.
This is going to be the magnum opus of my cosplay of Travis Touchdown experience. So I was like, you know, I put a lot of money into that cosplay, so I'm not talented enough to like really make something myself, so I bought it all. It was pretty expensive. It took quite a while to put it all together, but you know, with how much I invested in it, I wanted to get like something out of it. To be able to meet Suda 51 in cosplay would just be, you know, the height of the mountain for me there.
I think it's all paying off, man. You put a lot of money into that cosplay, and it's actually really good. Like, we should do a stream once we get there so we can show everybody what your cosplay looks like. I think they're going to like seeing what went into that. Especially that beam katana is crazy. Yeah. I know that was a long wait for that, too.
Yeah, way too long. But almost like 9 months, I think. But.
Double says, Janko said something about breastfeeding, and I was so confused. Oh, Janko's just been talking about breastfeeding for some reason in the chat. I don't even know why he brought it up.
We have no idea why. What are you up to, Jacob?
Yeah, what's going on? Like, why are you talking about breastfeeding in the chat?
Why would you do that?
It's super weird. I have no idea why he's bringing that up. But you should ask him while he's in there, like, what is he talking about with breastfeeding? Because that's super weird. Also, yeah, I don't have a beard right now. I shaved my face. I look like a naked chicken. It looks weird, so, yeah. I have the clip. Don't try to bullshit your way out of it. Why would you clip it?
What? You actually clipped that?
Why? Oh, that's Janko. It's all Janko. It's what he's talking about boobies. I mean, breastfeeding in the chat. I'm making it worse. He ain't talking about that. He just mentioned. I'll tell you how the conversation went. We were talking about Kentucky Fried Chicken and how Kentucky probably has the best KFC in Kentucky. Janko joins the chat and he's like, you know what's better than Kentucky chicken in Kentucky? Breastfeeding in Kentucky. And just goes on this long rant about breastfeeding.
You know what's better than Kentucky chicken in Kentucky?
Breastfeeding.
So, with the assumption that there's a best place in the world for breastfeeding, what would be the worst place?
The worst place? You know, the worst place for breastfeeding, in my opinion, you know, you ever ride the Millennium Force at Cedar Point?
Yeah, that might be the ticket.
I feel like that's the worst place to try to breastfeed.
Well, maybe, because that one, you know, it's you don't go upside down, so it'd have to be something like the Magnum.
Yeah,
like the corkscrews and stuff like that.
The Raptor maybe.
Yeah.
Because you got like an over-the-shoulder harness.
Jeez,
also,
Raptor, you might drop the baby.
You could drop the baby,
Dude.
But otherwise, I would just say Parma. Parma's pretty bad.
I would just say Parma.
It's just like really. What would you call Parma a town? It's like a little village.
No, it says Village Parma on the sign.
It's got a population of like 800 people tops, if that.
Yeah, very small, very rural.
Yeah.
Very rural.
There's.
These lanes are so
Yeah, this
tight.
is a really
Like,
small
I feel like
lane.
at any moment I'm gonna get clipped by someone. That's why I'm like kind of veering off onto the shoulders sometimes. I just feel like I'm trying to run these lanes.
Double said, "Hear me out." Janko said, "Probably Antarctica. You would get ice cream before the milk."
Yeah.
Double said, "Who said it had to involve a baby?" What? What?
Oh my gosh. Let's get into that one TikTok territory.
Listen, we're not going to talk about the ethics of breastfeeding and how we're not going to talk about breastfeeding all the way to Atlanta. We're going to change topics now, okay? This is going a direction that I'm not happy with. I'm personally not. This is like that day y'all had me ranting about if it's ethical to feed a cow its own milk.
Its own milk?
Its own milk.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
You, as a cow, like, let's say you were a dairy cow.
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't think it's weird if your friend, who's also a dairy cow, was drinking their own milk.
It's not, so I'm not going to have a one-to-one apples-to-apples comparison, but it'd be like, if you needed a blood transfusion, wouldn't you rather have your own blood be transfused into you than some strangers?
Yeah. But, like, you know, why drink the milk at all?
Because you're thirsty.
That's fair. I just feel like drinking your own milk, I don't know. If I produced milk from anywhere in my body and I drank that milk, I feel like that'd be kind of weird.
Well, yeah, because you're a guy.
Man, have you seen the leaks from the engine update for Mobby? I'm super hyped to get back into the game. Yeah, Unreal update. When is it coming? When is it coming? We don't know.
Keep right to stay on I-75 South.
In half a mile, we will get the Unreal update. What's good, Crimson? Welcome in. This is a really scuffed stream. I can't speak for the quality, but we're just on the road, on our way to MomoCon, and we're talking about any and everything. So if you have a topic you want us to talk about, you can drop it in the chat. You know, Unreal. So if you don't know, Mabinogi is going through an Unreal update. They're moving the game into a whole new engine, and it looks...
Unreal 5?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
So far, they've showed previews of it in Developer Diary. It looks really good so far. Like, I think that people...
I might have to jump on it when it switches over.
It might be worth it. Like, I think we're going to talk about it. At least try it out. But it's super weird. Like, some people are torn because Mabinogi is a very nostalgic game. And some of the charm for a lot of people is the fact that it like is an older MMO, you know. So I in an ideal world, here's what I wish they would do. I wish they would kind of take the the Phantasy Star approach and have a dedicated server for like the old Mobby and the new one. That way people who are concerned about not being able to run it on their rigs, because Mabinogi can play on anyone's computer for the most part.
Yeah.
But when that Unreal update hits, it might be a bigger toll. I really hope it fixes the lag issues and old players come back. Retract those words. Word ass. Retract those word ass. What is that? You don't know what you're talking about. Would you rather leak milk or shoot yogurt from your body like Billy from Grim Adventures? I want to be able to shoot yogurt.
Yeah.
I could use it to defend myself in case of like a home invasion or something, you know, blast yogurt in their eyes. And if I want to like, do you have to be like adequately hydrated to produce yogurt from your body? Because like in emergencies, you can like supply yogurt for your friends. Nexon can't afford to run 2 versions of Mobby. Also, unfortunately, the game is down to like 1.5k players, maybe less. I do believe that.
Really that small now?
We're all on one server now. We've condensed it down to the Nail server. We used to have Alexina, Mari, Rory, Tarloch, and
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from a business perspective, right? You
Yeah.
want to upgrade, you want to make it fresh and exciting, you want to get new players interested in the game. Like, even me, I was like, oh, you guys are going to UE5? I might want to check it out. And, like, from that standpoint, it makes sense business-wise because you want to grow your following.
Yeah, it's true.
You have to do something to catalyze, like, a new growth engine. So...
I personally think that that's like the best. They need to also just do more updates, do more shorts, you know, just really go into the fact that this is happening. I want this to be successful. I really do. We saw it past the Buc-ee's, and I heard that was like a famous place.
Yeah.
All I remember of Buc-ee's though was seeing someone get kicked out for having a duck in Buc-ee's, which sounds really random. Oh, Janko's going off in the comments. He's big angry I said that.
About what?
About the 2-server idea. If that 1.5K is completely accurate, would you say it's more or less? Also, how is I'm updating it to ask this question? How is the quality of the stream? Is it viewable? Can you tell? Are we high? Peace and see you later. Now, what Nexon could do is have old content like when we launched, get the old school EVG wars. Oh my god, the old school. So there was EVG stands for Elf versus Giant, and it's essentially there are two factions you can choose to join the Mabinogi, Elves or Giants. If you choose an alliance and you enable EVG, at any point, someone from the opposite faction can attack you. It's like open PvP. And back in the day, this created problems because if you died, when you were defeated in combat, your HP bar is gone. But your HP bar doesn't fully heal upon dying when you revive. You will revive with like no HP.
Oh.
This was exploitable because let's say there's two dudes who are ganging up on one person. They shoot you down with bows or bolt magic for some ranged attack. Every time you get up, you're gonna get one shot because you have no HP.
Oh, that sucks.
It tanked for a bit. We were going through the middle of nowhere, so I just want to see like that's such a weird truck bed. I want to see like how well this stream holds up on the way to Kentucky, because that's a highway stream. This is a really bad idea from my perspective because my cellular provider is Dookie, so I know it's gonna probably be bad. But yeah. You could it's called camping is what they called it. And the only way to get out of it is to type in /log out and force the game to kick you out. Windmill everyone. Windmill everything. Have a pet that has bolt magic ready and make that pet spam magic to double team somebody in PvP. You see a person laying on the ground dead and like a random horse just sitting by their body. You know what's going on. That player's being bullied. It may look innocent in passing, but it's not. The old giant models, they took away all the unique aspects from different races. The big bulky giants. Where are we? What is that? Stadium? I like the idea of taking goofy cosplays to conventions that are like made up on the spot parodies of actual anime characters. Like, I saw somebody do a Gojo, but it was like otaku Gojo. So he had like all this weeb stuff in the backpack, and like that kind of fits the character though a little bit.
Yeah. But my favorite one is the who's the Toys R Us dinosaur? The giraffe?
Jeffrey the giraffe.
Yeah, Jeffrey the giraffe. Jeffrey the giraffe as like Toys R Us closed down and how he's been suffering.
That was genius. It's like, for those that don't know, at Colossal Con there's a cosplayer that has a Jeffrey the giraffe mascot suit that they've converted to look like he's just hungover and he's going through some stuff because Toys R Us is out of business. He's like walking around the walker. He like gets into fights with other people at the con. It's crazy. And he's always drunk, always wasted. I think we're tanking again. We're dropping quality. I can tell this stream's struggling because this phone feels so hot. And it only gets this hot if it's like trying. It's processing. It's like, I'm holding on. I might stop stream for a second and then bring it back up once we're like past some civilization. I don't know. Let's see if one is still hang on top. You can still hear me. Okay. All right. Welcome to the ASMR stream. This is titled. I should have titled the stream ASMR. You're stuck in the car with the You're in a road trip, and then we just argue the whole trip.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a road trip with your friends, and they keep arguing. You know what I think?
Well,
I don't think
that's a good podcast concept. What is a hill you're willing to die on that very few people agree with you on?
That
like as far as like geekdom, like video games, anime, that kind of stuff.
So that girl you told me about in a Tower of God. What was her name again?
Rachel.
I don't think Rachel's all that bad.
What? Why? I want to hear your arguments on this.
I'm reaching. I'm really just trying to be contrary.
Okay. You're being controversial for the sake of controversy.
No, if I had to make an argument for Rachel, though, I do see what they tried to do to justify her motives, right? Because it's sort of like a less extreme version of Griffith about like being overshadowed and having someone else who's like destined for something great, but like your thirst for wanting to be great, right? Your hunger for power, right? You want something greater, but you never got it, and you're at a disadvantage because you are unremarkable. Like, Rachel is an unremarkable person. And I think that they made that very clear from the start. So that jealousy is what fueled it.
It doesn't excuse it.
It doesn't
excuse it. It really
excuse
makes her an awful character.
She's still an awful character.
Yeah, horrible. And like, there's nothing that really is redeemable about her.
It's fine on this end for now. I'd be curious to see where they go with this, where they're going.
It'll be dropping in July, I think.
Ooh, I'm ready for it.
They said summer 2024, so I'm thinking July.
If there was a real like hill I'll die on argument, though, I gotta think of a good one. It's like
I got one.
All right.
Devil's Third, actually a pretty decent game.
All right.
Like, not a great game. You could even go as far as say it's not a good game, but it's a fun game, and I'm willing to die on that hill because I think like critics were way too hard on it because it was trying to do something way outside the norm. Like with its multiplayer, it's not like your typical Call of Duty. Like it had instances where you're like trying to like fly planes over into each other, trying to do all these like tactics against each other.
Yeah.
And once it gets to the action, you can either run and gun, or you could use like swords and stuff and have like fast-paced combat similar to like Ninja Gaiden.
Okay.
And that's not for everyone. Like some people want just your stereotypical Call of Duty, everyone's first-person shooter.
Yep.
You know, it's all kind of level playing field. Whereas like Devil's Third had way too much because it reminded me of something that Hideo Kojima would have. Because of like its themes, like how it integrates like a lot of like Japanese culture into like sci-fi, military, apocalyptic type narratives. I really like that. It reminds me of that you would typically see as a protagonist. Play as him was really cool, and the gameplay, like yes, it has a steep learning curve. It can be certain players. I also grew up on like NES games, so like those steep difficulty curves are almost kind of like they interest me because they're also very rewarding. So when you get a difficult boss in Devil's Third, you do beat that difficult level, you feel really good, similar to like Monster Hunter. So I think like a lot of critics really harped on Devil's Third because of what they wanted it to be rather than what it is, and appreciating it for what it is.
That's rough when a game gets like unfairly runs with that opinion without looking at it themselves.
Yeah.
What are some games that like people came back and played it again and said, yeah, this was actually really good, and it was just completely when it first came out?
So it's not exactly what you described, but Cyberpunk 2077, I feel like after the anime Edge Runners came out, a lot of people really gave it a second chance. Now, granted, they did do a lot of patches, they did do a lot of updates to make the game more playable.
That's true.
So it's not one-to-one necessarily, but that was like the first thing that kind of came to my mind was Cyberpunk 2077.
I feel like a lot of people came back to that game to kill a very specific NPC for a very specific reason, and I would be curious to see the counter of how many times people have killed that character now for revenge. You know what I'm talking about, right? Or have you not seen?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched Edge Runners.
Oh,
yet.
I'm not saying that.
I thought you were asking the stream. My bad.
You're good. I won't say who because I don't want to spoil nothing. But Edge Runners was good. Edge Runners was, again, it goes back to what I mean. We were talking earlier off stream about like how to do a video game to TV show or movie adaptation the right way. And I personally think the adaptations that stand out the most are the ones that use the universe but tell their own unique story within that universe. Like, I don't care about what's going on with V in a movie form. Give me a new character. We've already seen this person's story. Tell a new story in that universe to give us more to explore. It builds, that way it's building more lore. It's building more, it makes the universe feel more wide, more lived in. And there's less opportunity to piss off the mainstay fans if you get something wrong. Because all these directors like to brag
south
that
on US 25 South, US 421 South toward Kentucky 2878.
they like to brag that they do not what's the word I'm looking for here? I never touched the source material.
Continue
I'm not
for
watching it.
75 South for 146
Sold
miles.
house. Unless it's a sequel. Do y'all watch JJK? I do. I
Yes.
watch JJK.
I've read the physical manga. I haven't read like the digital one because I know like the digital manga is up to like chapter 260 or whatever, 261. I own all the physical copies though that I've watched season 1 and 2 as well as the movie. Actually, I have a completed Utah cosplay that I might debut.
Break that out.
Next week, maybe at Colossal Time. We'll see.
That's the perfect place to do it, true. The JJK cosplayers at Colossal are going to be popping off. Like how a movie should be good by itself, and you should never need to watch something extra to understand it, unless it's, yes. Now, that's why Edge Runners was so good. Original story. That's why Fallout was so good. Original story. I think would you say The Witcher was the original story, or like it's lightly following a story?
It's an original story, but it's still true to the character. It's still true to the source material, right?
Yeah.
Like an example of where it goes wrong is something like the Monster Hunter movie. Did you ever see that? Or even the Resident Evil movies?
I refused to watch the Monster Hunter movie because it was directed by the guy that made the Resident Evil movies, and he just has this weird obsession with just like Mary Sue-ifying his wife.
He did the same thing in Monster Hunter.
Damn. That's so, I don't know, it's just so cringe because it's like, all right, this is a scene where everyone else messes up and then she magically knows what to do and just drops it.
Yep.
That's why I got mad about the Resident Evil movies too. Like, you got characters like Jill and stuff being made to be incompetent so that the character of Alice looks better by comparison. That's really it.
Right.
It makes no sense. Like,
so that's like an example of where you take that concept and you do something original with it, but you're not true to the characters and you're not true to the source material. So it can go very wrong. I'm trying to think of an adaptation of a video game where it was faithful to what it had. Oh, there is one. I mean, they did spin the end, and a lot of people are ticked off about it. But up until that ending, Dragon Quest Your Story, it's up until a certain point, it is like a one-to-one adaptation of the game.
Really?
It's awesome. Like, I know a lot of Dragon Quest fans hate that movie because of the controversial twist ending that they did that's different from the game. But I actually really appreciate that movie. And the director,
Garfield movie. I'm still listening.
Oh, sorry. The director of that movie actually is the director of Godzilla -1 as well.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've kind of become a fan of his indirectly.
I need to see it.
Yeah, Dragon Quest Your Story. Like, if you're a fan of Dragon Quest V, which is probably, no, it is. It's like in my top 5 JRPGs of all time. That movie did a good service to my fandom of Dragon Quest V. And I know a lot of people would disagree with me on that. That's another one of those hills I would die on that very few people would agree with me.
GQ5's not a popular one?
Well, it is popular.
Huh.
It's just the movie, Dragon Quest Your Story, they hated it because of the twist ending that isn't true to the game.
I mean, everybody's
There's
watching.
a stalled vehicle ahead.
Everybody's watching the went to watch the Advent Children movie, and I heard that movie wasn't very well received when it first came out.
Yeah.
We went to see that movie.
Yeah, we did. And I feel like Advent Children is like a decent enough sequel to what happens in Final Fantasy VII. Because it's kind of like an original story, but yet it still brings all the themes of the game kind of back to the, you know, stay consistent with what the game did. And at the time, like those graphics, that
was probably like
was mind-blowing.
Game changing for sure.
Now, Spirits Within, we don't talk about.
Ah, maybe I'm mixing them up. Maybe I'm mixing that one up with Spirits Within.
Well, Spirits Within isn't based off of like anything Final Fantasy. It's like a mystery why it's considered
You know what?
Final Fantasy.
Oh, it's just like completely has nothing to do with
I
it.
started watching it. I got about like 20 minutes in, and I was like, I can't finish this.
Was it because it's like really boring or
Yeah, it
just
was
so
boring.
stupid?
It was kind of stupid.
The worst thing a movie can be, in my opinion, is boring.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if it doesn't make sense. If it's boring, that's what kills it for me the most. We were watching the Five Nights at Freddy's movie again, and I was falling asleep in my chair during a horror movie. That just feels wrong. Like, you shouldn't be put to sleep during a horror film.
Right.
And there's a bunch of other movies like that. And it's like, if you make it boring, you've really failed.
Yeah, like The Room. Like, it's a terrible movie, right?
Yep.
But it's got that charm because it's not boring. It's actually entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Like, that's Spirits Within can be kind of decent, but it was turned into trash because it has Final Fantasy on its title.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think, like, because I saw that it had Final Fantasy on it, I had different expectations for it. And also, you know, I watched that movie maybe like 1 or 2 years ago, whereas like the CGI for that movie is very dated.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes it a difficult watch.
There was a movie that used Gears of War in its name that was just a random horror movie about like some people in a farm or something like that. And people got pissed off because it had nothing to do with Gears of War. It's like, why is it called Gears of War? There's nothing, even if you take the video game out of it, what does that mean in regards to like what we're looking at here? The Gears of
like Gears of War movie would go hard on.
It would. That would, because that's like, that is all the that I heard that I never got to finish Gears, so I probably would watch it and be very.
Did you ever get to see the Mario movie?
Twice, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Like, as someone that grew up with Mario, I've been playing Mario since I was like 5 years old. It's still probably one of my favorite like series of all time. Well, my favorite video game of all time is Super Mario Galaxy. Like, still don't know how I feel about that movie. Like, I feel torn on it.
I liked it.
Yeah, like,
don't get me wrong.
Bad.
What the only thing I didn't like about that movie, and it's really just the stuff around it. I really wish Hollywood would move away from thinking that they have to front load all these movies with select voice actors rather than like we're in the industry, the gaming industry, in movies just sounding like the same old celebrities. Like, I'm sick of hearing, I know he's not in this movie, but like we're talking about Kevin Hart. I don't want to see another movie with Kevin Hart as a talking animal. I don't want to see comedians as talking animal characters anymore, just doing their regular voice, not actually voice acting, you know?
Yeah.
That's my problem. And
did you see what happened behind
No.
That car almost wiped out into that semi.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
Like, they're talking about the Mario movie? Well, shit. I guess, like, what I'm saying is, a lot of the controversy around that movie was around Chris Pratt being Mario. And he wasn't the worst part of that movie.
No.
It was Seth Rogen as dog.
Yeah. Really problem for me. I just... It's how they constructed that movie, I suppose. Like, narratively.
Okay, I do get what you're saying with that.
I felt like
the
there was so
pacing
much
is
more
weird.
that could have been done.
Yes.
I feel like you almost could have taken like a Mario game and made a movie off of that, and it doesn't have to be 1-to-1, but like the story for the Mario Brothers movie, it left me wanting like something more, because it didn't feel like
even though you're going through it, it didn't feel like the Mushroom Kingdom was an actual place that you're
Right.
living in.
Very filled out characters and supporting characters, and I feel like that would have been like probably a better opportunity to make a movie, or a movie based off the Mario and Luigi RPG series. That one as well. Like, there's great writing, so there's great examples off of that. Instead, it seemed like they were just trying to make like a smorgasbord of a bunch of different elements of Mario and just trying to make it all work in one setting. And it just, I don't know. There's parts of it just didn't work for me. It's like can I say some spoilers?
I don't mind.
Okay. Like the end credit scene where it hints that there's gonna be Yoshi.
Yeah.
Like, I would have liked to have seen something like maybe it hints at like Luigi's gonna get his own movie and it's gonna be Luigi's Mansion or something like that. And like there's that spin-off movie. And they could do like a bunch of different things with it. So like Mario could be your typical action adventure movie, whereas like Luigi will be kind of that like spooky kids adventure kind of movie.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, you could like take the characters in a bunch of different directions. Like I don't know, there's a lot that you can do with it, right?
I feel like they were being a little bit cheeky with the skeletons of the direction of the movie. Like the baseline plot and how they got from one place to the Mushroom Kingdom was pretty much almost identical to the original Mario movie. I don't know if you've seen that one or not, but
I have, yeah.
You know how like they just accidentally ended up there through the tunnel underground. It's like, I feel like they did that on purpose a little bit, but they didn't flesh it out. Like you said, there's more they could have done. They could have gone more directions with it. But I don't know. For me, I just got stuck on the voices. It pulled me out of it. I didn't even get to get immersed to the point where I could even think about that, because every time Seth Rogen did his stupid laugh as Donkey Kong, I'm like,
Yeah. No, that's fair. I didn't mind it. I mean, yeah, I would be like, oh yeah, that's definitely Seth Rogen. But I also, you know, kids movies are like that sometimes.
Mega Rock, are you making fun of me? I feel like, you know. He typed that. Did I say that?
Oh, we probably did. We probably both did.
What do you feel like, Mega Rock? What do you feel like, huh? Dude, pick the shittiest voice actor for Mario. Chris Pratt. What's funny about Chris Pratt's Mario is he talked all this shit, kind of clapping back like, I'm gonna do my own. I'm gonna do the voice. No one's heard the voice yet. Everyone thinks I'm just gonna talk like myself. I'm gonna do a voice. Doesn't do a voice.
Yeah, it's like his own voice. Which, I mean, it wasn't bad, because someone brought up a point on Twitter that I could kind of agree with. Like, say if it was Charles Martinet and it was just like the wahoo! Like, could you sit there for an hour and a half just listening to that voice trying to talk and hold a movie down?
The reason why I think that argument is kind of bullshit is because there are multiple examples of Charles Martinet talking in different accents and doing actual voice acting and consistently talking as Mario in a way that isn't really just grating to the ears or annoying.
Oh, yeah. I have no doubt that Charles Martinet would be able to pull it off. Actually, when they pitched the movie, I was like, yeah, just cast Charles Martinet.
Yeah. No, you got a good point, though. Like, if it was just that type, that argument would hold weight. But, like, they purely did it because of money. It's the same reason why in the game industry, a lot of these, like, AAA games were starting to do that with celebrities, too. They replaced
David Hayter
with Kiefer Sutherland.
Which I was pretty upset about that.
That was a weird choice.
I did not like that decision.
I still, to this day, I think about that. And I think back to when I was back at Shudokan. This goes all the way back to Shudokan. We're going full circle here. I was in the green room with some voice actors, and it was, I want to say it was Chris Sabat. I forget what he was playing his Nintendo Switch, and they were talking about it. I was like, I wasn't in the conversation. It wasn't talking to me, but they were talking about how frustrating it is that the industry is undercutting video game voice actors by putting in celebrities.
Yep, we're seeing more and more of that. Right?
Yeah.
Especially with Hideo Kojima.
And what was wild was, he's like, yeah, I gotta see it right now, because I look like it's not that bad. He's like, oh, well, let's give it a year. And then literally a year after that, when Metal Gear was announced, and dude was replaced with Ethan Sutherland, and then all the other games also had to have some celebrity likeness in it.
Yep.
Every other game that came out had to do it.
Like Cyberpunk 2077, kind of
Yep.
go back to that. Like, it's Keanu Reeves. It was also going to be Shadow, by the way.
Yeah.
So even on the flip side, like, so video games are one thing, and then in the movies, like, you know, Sonic's voice got replaced.
Oh yeah, yep.
Shadow's voice is going to get replaced. So you see that a lot too.
The only thing I will give the Sonic movies for their casting choices, who they got to voice Sonic, at least like he's voice acting, like the dude
That's
sounds
true.
like him.
Yeah.
Or it could just be that he just sounds like that, because I've heard him in other stuff. And that guy's, isn't he a comedian that voices him? I forgot.
Yeah, he was in, what was it, Parks and Rec or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either dude just sounds like that, or he's just a really good voice actor. I don't know.
I think he's legitimately voice acting, and I think the reason why he's putting in that effort, he's trying to sound like, who's the guy, like, something Craig Johnson or whatever,
Okay.
is the voice of, I can't remember, Terrell would know, who, the voice of Sonic.
Yeah.
He's trying to sound more like that, and I respect that.
That's respectable.
I'm interested to see what Keanu Reeves' Shadow sounds like.
Mega Rock said, well, if, like, here's the thing. You got this ball, right? This thing of it is, if you can pick up a dumbbell 9 times out of 10, you can't do a whole set. Where is this? You got this ball, right? I feel like that was a joke that we kept doing. What the hell? I'm in Atlanta. Yo, Kai, are you at MomoCon? Are you at MomoCon? We're on our way to MomoCon. We're gonna Momo it up.
Yeah, MomoCon.
I want to meet Momo at MomoCon.
Oh,
y'all know
speaking of Momo, Avatar, anime, yay or nay?
Anime.
Yeah,
I would say Avatar's an anime.
for sure.
People, you are at MomoCon. That's where we're going.
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow.
I'm gonna.
All things go good this
Yeah, if we can survive this road trip, we'll be there tomorrow. I'll be Gangsta Majin Buu, or Wish Majin Buu. And we got our boy, Trev. Mega Rock, why you lying? Mega Rock said, I'm at Momo. All right, tell me one thing about MomoCon. Tell me what convention center is MomoCon at? Yokai, don't tell him.
What if he just Googled it?
He's probably just gonna Google it. MomoCon's at wait, Yokai, what's something about MomoCon that you'd only know if you go to that convention? Because there's lots of cons that have like that if you know type thing. You had to go to like Colossal Con in the Villas, for example.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like you wouldn't know about how weird the villas are unless you went to Colossal Con.
I've never been to the Villas though. I just know about it.
But you still know, like the stories, all the weird stories that happen.
Have you been to the Villas?
I've been outside of the villas. I don't go inside of them because they kind of sketch me out a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like with that much alcohol going around,
It can only go wrong.
it can only go south.
Yeah.
And I have unfortunately been in such a, like, me and Zan joke about this, right? We've been to Japan twice.
Uh-huh.
And for some reason, that first year I went, right, we joked about, we had not joke about, it was a serious discussion about sexual harassment, and we were legitimately concerned about, it was something they were talking about, we were concerned about it. But then what ended up happening was, I ended up being a victim of it for like half the trip. I got my ass grabbed a bunch of times in Shibuya while dressed as an alien. Everyone kept grabbing the alien's butt. I'm like, why are y'all doing this? Why y'all obsessed with butts for? And on the train during rush hour, somebody, like, they grabbed my ass, but it was like they were holding on to my pocket. Like, I'm like, am I getting pickpocketed? There's nothing in there, so I'm sorry. But I think they were trying to hold on for balance.
Oh, that makes a little bit more sense. I was gonna ask if you were wearing that alien costume at that time too.
No, not on the train.
Okay.
No, I was just in casual clothes. I inflated after I got off because I figured it'd be too tall.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes a little bit more sense, but there's so much like other options that you can grab onto.
The real Shibuya incident. Well, you know
speaking of that.
Well, if you pause during a certain frame during the Shibuya incident, in the background, you see a dude in a costume and that's being carried by a green alien. And that was a year after I went to Japan. So, needless to say, I was a little bit freaked out about what I was looking at during that whole arc. That was a little bit more real. And another reality, I'm pretty sure I died in the Shibuya incident instead of getting my ass grabbed, which, not in hindsight, I would take the former over the latter. Wait, what should I say first? Shit.
Yeah. Who in the JJK universe would be the worst to have them grab your ass?
Toji.
Toji?
What are you gonna do? In fact, let's talk about that for a second. You know that meme? This guy slaps your girlfriend's ass, what do you do?
Oh, yeah.
If Toji slaps your girlfriend's ass, what do you do? Let him. Live.
Get Gojo, I guess.
Get Gojo. I'm at that place. Wasn't a story about a guy going to shit in the wrong hotel room? No, that was not Momo-con. What are you talking about? We're not talking about that. The babies, the gay, or if I say it, I'm gonna get demonetized. I want to K-word Toji and Nanami. The thing about it is, the most disrespectful deaths I've ever seen in Jujutsu Kaisen were delivered at the hands of that character. Never have I ever watched an anime where somebody got killed in a flashback. Not a flashback, but wasn't it like they were daydreaming? Like they went to punch the dude. They went to fight the guy. And then he had visions of his dog, and he's like back at his old house, and it's like all warm and fuzzy. And then the dude's like, oh, I'm dead. And then it just cuts to him being dead.
Oh, for Nanami?
No, not who's the fire guy? He also got that.
Oh, Jugo. Jugo.
The word is kiss. They are so hot. I want to kiss Toji and Nanami. Yeah, I want to. Well, I mean, we say K word. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how about you? Answer the question. Yes. Who is you think is the worst?
The worst?
Yep.
Oh, jeez, man. Probably. I think his name is Jugo.
Jugo? Yeah. Oh, the fire. That's the fire dude.
Yeah.
He would. Yeah. If he grabbed your ass, it would just melt.
Yeah, I think that would be the worst. And wouldn't you feel like creeped out by him more than
He's like a creepy old guy. You know. He's very, very weird. I don't know. People call him Jugoat, which I think is funny. Because
every fight I've seen him in, he pretty much lost.
He did.
So how's he the GOAT?
Well, because
I'm a Utah fanboy, but whatever.
I think the reason why he's sort of the GOAT is this isn't distracting us right here, is it?
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay. The reason why I think they call him the GOAT is because they showed his power scaling after the fact. Like, he's actually a really powerful curse. He's probably like way up there in terms of threat level, but he's just around characters that are so much stronger that he just looks weak by comparison.
Yeah, because he first fought Gojo.
Yep, very unlucky.
Sukuna.
Yep.
So you're fighting like the two best.
You were already off to a bad start.
Right.
You were already like, dude, you were the nat one. Like, you were the strongest dude, but you got matched up against titans that eclipsed you. So it's like, when you see what he actually, people were shocked. We're going into like slight spoilers here. I'm so sorry. I don't want to say who, but when you see him just like off a character like it's nothing, some people got mad about that, but like, no, that makes sense. He really probably could because they're not on that level, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, what does it say? Oh, God. Got it. God. Are his what? What does that mean? Got too silly. Yeah, we got a little too silly there. You saying some stuff that it's not. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're welcome to try again, but whatever you were trying to say, I don't process it. I'm not picking up what you're putting down. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm excited for MomoCon. All right. He said BBL Drizzy after you banned him. We're going through the mountains, so we might disconnect from time to time, but so far.
Might actually be closer to Livingston.
Oh, shoot. Yeah,
So,
Livingston.
hopefully more service will be coming in then.
All right. Yeah, Yokai wants to know, are you going to the Yaoi night tomorrow?
To be honest, I haven't really planned anything at the con other than going to Suda51's panel. So essentially, we're doing this whole trip to meet Suda51. Even then, it's not guaranteed because he's doing autographs today.
Yeah.
So we might just go to watch him, which will be kind of weird. But in my mind, it's worth it, right? Like, if I put all that money into the Travis Touchdown cosplay, I hope he at least sees it. So that would be a win.
I just want to take a moment to say I appreciate your genuine answer to the question. That was definitely a joke question.
No, I know.
That was like, no, it was just so genuine.
Well, I mean, you know, it's like there's people that, you know, I'm cool with that probably would go to that panel. And
right. Some of the Yaoi panel.
I don't judge people for like enjoying like whatever.
If you like it, you like it.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. So I don't know. I probably took it as a legitimate question because
it's for real. Oh no, Yoshi said I'm for real. The Viewfinder mangaka is going. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't read that yet, but I heard that's pretty good. But listen.
Oh, I don't know why, but did you hear about all the stuff that's going on with Toru Yawa, I think is the name?
No.
He's the voice actor in Japan for Amuro Ray and Mobile Suit Gundam, the voice of Yamcha in Dragon Ball Z, Tuxedo Mask in Sailor Moon, and like a bunch of other
I think
ones.
we're talking about two different things.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No.
This
No. I said to them about the mangaka, I'm like, no, yeah, I heard that was really good. I read that. There's one, it's super gay.
Anyways,
I might think of that YouTuber thing you told me about. But continue.
he was supposed to be at MomoCon,
Uh-huh.
but
Wait. Let me just take a guess. It's a controversy.
Yep.
Dude's a pedophile. A PDF file.
Well, technically no. So he impregnated. Now he's married. Someone that's 37 years younger than him. He's like in his 60s, so she would have been in her like young 30s, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Maybe late 20s. So not technically pedophilia, but it's a little weird with the 37-year age gap. And then he basically physically abused her, like was kicking her, beating her, and stuff, and then forced her to have like an abortion or whatever.
Whoa!
And he's had to have like a public apology, and so like everyone's banging him. And he used to be like super cool with the fans, super cool with like meeting up with cosplayers and taking pictures and stuff. So it's like really sad to see because also he was the voice of Amuro Ray, which is like a super important character to the Gundam fandom. So the Gundam fandom is kind of
they're kind of hurting right now.
They're kind of hurting right now. Well, that and it got announced that there's gonna be like a Mobile Suit Gundam crossover with Call of Duty, which makes no sense. So, what's going on? Like, they're not going to give us the Ways Flash sequel, but they're going to give us that. It's like, what is going on?
J. Michael Tatum is there. You could
yeah.
say he was really into his fans, Jenko said.
Huh.
That's a wild one.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that situation, but I can get what you're insinuating from that. So.
Gotcha. There's just been so many weird stories of shenanigans going on with voice actors and fandoms, and it's like,
Who's like a voice actor that you think is like really cool? Like,
gotta leave. Have fun and a safe trip, guys. Thank you. But also, you just got here. I mean, this is the first time I saw you chatting. You must have been lurking. But hey, thank you for coming through. Big appreciate. Thank you for leaving a thumbs up on the live stream. What was the question?
So like with all this stuff going on with like voice actors, who is a voice actor that you actually like and respect?
Right now, I might say his name wrong, Alex Lee.
That's who I was gonna say.
Dude's been killing it right now. Like he did really good in the English dub of Solo Leveling.
Yeah.
He did really good as a protagonist voiceover, and he's a YouTuber, and he just posts meme videos on YouTube all the time, and he's humble. So like he posted like a montage of him butchering certain words in a commercial, and then going with his bad takes instead of his good takes. So he's really mad about it. Like that dude's great.
Yeah, I was gonna pick him just because of the Solo Leveling thing. Like
he is Luke.
because what we thought, I thought is they used one voice actor, like when he's like weak and stuff.
Yeah.
And then when he like levels up, I thought they went with like a different voice actor.
Uh-huh.
No, it's still Alex Lee. He changed his voice, so it's more natural to the character's progression.
That bro's got range. Alex Lee
got range.
might have been a supervillain in his past life because, like, if you look at his YouTube video of his dramatic reading of the copy pasta, "No, You're Not a Gamer." It's one, it's hilarious, but two, it shows his actual range. He goes from like normal to becoming more and more crazy as it goes. Like, dude is good at like sounding like he's intense.
Yeah. I'm also really impressed with Zeno Robinson. Zeno Robinson's going to be at MomoCon. And Tokyo Revengers. My ears are popping.
Yeah, mine too.
Elevation.
We're going down the hills.
Yep. Zeno Robinson, a younger voice actor, but I think he's going to have like a good career going forward.
Mega Rock said Johnny Young Bosch is the best.
Johnny Young Bosch, that's a great.
Yokai said I'm a solo leveling hater. Now, what I would say is this. I would say just listen to the dub and listen to Alex's performance. If you like him, then you might like his performance in solo leveling, because if there was like an award ceremony for vocal performances in anime dubs, I think that should be in the running for it, because even I'm like listening, like I don't even listen to dubs that much, and this is very convincing. In this unconvincing scenario, he is playing it so convincingly that I'm actually like, I'm feeling his pain, I don't know how else to describe that, but for me, fantasy anime, like, it's hard to get into it. The voice acting doesn't reflect the scenario if it already is an unbelievable scenario, if that makes sense. So his like rage and frustration and all that, it feels convincing.
Yeah. There's another voice actor I really liked. What was his name? But he died a couple of years ago. Actually, the anniversary of his death was a few days ago. And he was the voice of Reaper in '86. He was really good.
That's sad.
Yeah, he was real young too.
Janko says, oh, also, that controversy guy, he is not a maybe happened. He recognized it and said sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
for Euphoria. Yeah, he admitted to everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not like he said, she said thing. No, he straight up admitted
Did he
to
come
it.
out like playing the ukulele and when he said it, just like...
Man, YouTuber apologies.
That's
So
that's the forgotten genre, right? Not forgotten, it's still going strong. So many YouTuber apologies. It's crazy. I'm so not used to like riding through like hills like this.
Yeah, this is because like Michigan is very flat.
Yeah.
Ohio is very flat.
This
Even
is like
Indiana and Illinois. So this is kind of wild.
going up and down hills, you guys. I can't believe you're still hanging with us. How long have we been live for? About an hour.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if I have batteries still. We'll see. So, I'm trying to well, I'm going to plug it in anyway, so it doesn't matter. So keep it plugged in. Keep it plugged in to Gary, Indiana. So listen.
That's where you're originally from, right?
I know, yeah, so I escaped Gary, Indiana. I ain't going back. What? We got out. If you look, Gary, Indiana is firmly one of those if you know type places, all right?
I mean, it's kind of got infamous now, thanks to YouTubers.
Really?
Oh,
Are a
yeah.
lot of YouTubers going to Gary, Indiana?
Yeah, like for a while there. So like, you know how you can like watch YouTube without signing into an account, and like that's like a fresh page of recommendations, or it used to at least.
Yeah.
There used to be one that had like, I want to say it was like 80 million views of a guy going through Gary, Indiana, just going through all the like dangerous areas of Gary, Indiana.
Pretty much all of Gary. Gary, Indiana, if you're not from Gary, it probably looks really intimidating because a lot of places are, well, it's just an old city. It's still city. It used to be where the mills were. It was a bustling thing. And over time, there's a lot of parts of Gary that are just abandoned. But it's like, it's not bad.
It's considered Chicagoland, right?
That's what some people say.
Yeah, it's like Chicagoland area.
I feel like there's like a lot of restaurants that I ate at in Gary that look really sketchy but were really cool. Like on Broadway Street, you might notice you go on Broadway and go to that barbecue place. What was it called? Where you get the... Well, I felt stupid because I thought they had special sauce they put on the fries, but it was really just ketchup. Because I'm a ketchup hater for context. And my brother was like, well, you eating it on these fries right now. I'm like, it's not that. They use something else. It's special sauce. And we literally asked them what they put on there. And then they said, oh, this is ketchup. Like, well, it's a different kind of ketchup. It's Heinz. Like, man! The most basic ketchup. Why are all the black people from Gary? That's where we came from. I just don't got that Gary, I don't got that Gary accent. You know, you had that slightly almost from Mississippi. You lived right on Broadway. It's literally great. Broadway Street is okay. You were in a cool part of Gary. That mall, what was that mall called? That's like abandoned now, but it used to be really bustling and it's really depressing to go through it. The Village. You remember the Village? That was down the street from your house. South Lake. I swear it was called the Village or something like that. I might be thinking maybe that is South Lake. The Village. I was a little kid and I remember that mall was bustling. And now I remember going back to there again. I don't know how that mall's still open. They still sell that. Our version of the Crossing Mall.
Oh, okay.
Or empty. And it's like I think there's like in the Village that are still open.
One of your
all these places, Broadway, the Village, just that I go there for dinner. They still sell hot dogs over. That's crazy. Small world. Yeah, I go to Gary literally once a year or so. We go back up there.
Yeah, I didn't live too far from there not too long ago.
So you probably get crazy Copelands. You see that, so you know you in Gary. You see crazy Copelands.
Yeah, I drive through it on my way to, or at least on the highway, I pass it on my way to Chicago. Jackson, from Gary?
Yep. In fact, the Jackson 5 family, so my great-grandma's house has a bunch of teddy around it now. Or maybe it does, I don't know. And we were outside my great-grandma's house, and all these people from like, this is so weird. Hell no, I done met like 50 people online who were from Gary. That's crazy. I did not, but my cousins did. I did not. My memories are a little bit foggy because I was real little when we were living in Gary. So, but I do go back every year. I'm trying to think, what's the most Gary thing that I used to do? I used to always want to stop and get was it Ray's shrimp? I could not leave without stopping at that shrimp place. The shrimp place, I think it's Ray's Shrimp. I'm too good for West Side. Oh, I'm too good for West Side. No. I look like a shadow right now as it gets darker. I look like a shadow on the screen. If I wasn't wearing a white shirt, you wouldn't know I was on here. JJ's Fish is gone now, though. I don't think. And this is considered about YouTubers going out there. Is you got to like food review people. And I remember watching this dude argue in the in the lobby of Ray's. This is like a hole in the wall. Like, ain't nobody got time for you complaining about minor things. And this dude was complaining about the presentation of the food. And was like, why do you put this in this dusty old box? Like, it looks like this in the picture. Why don't you give it to me like this? And like, dude, take the food and move along. You know where you are right now, man. This is like going to Waffle House and starting some stuff. Like you about to get jumped by the whole staff if you don't stop.
I mean, that's pretty common at Waffle House. To go to a Waffle House and just start stuff, that's pretty common.
We about to go to Waffle House and Gabe's arms. Whoa. YouTubers go there because there are serial killers there. Next to your own house, they found 6 bodies.
In Gary?
In Gary, Indiana.
Dang, dude. So
here's why I believe that is a problem. So one of my relatives someone who was dating one of my relatives, I don't know the relationship now, was in the police force. And they posted on Facebook and all their socials one time when they were getting mad about budget cuts, that they all walked out and said, hey, if you call 911, we ain't coming to help you. You can help yourself, and then tell your Congress people, this is why we ain't coming. Tell your city, tell your mayor, this is why we ain't doing it. And I like, that's crazy. The police said, do it, help yourself.
Right.
Publicly. They did that.
We're on our way to
John Wayne Gacy lived in a house also next to yours. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Home sweet home, Gary, Indiana. But yeah, Gary, Indiana is an interesting place.
Yeah, because, like, back in the day, like the 50s and the 60s, that was, like, the place to be,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that was the place.
I remember there's a song, like, about Gary, Indiana. There's lyrics like, Gary, Indiana is the place to be. Well, it was in the Music Man.
Yep.
Music Man. And I don't know, like, even during, like, the Jackson 5 era, it was, like, this really great place. And then, I don't know, like, late 80s, 90s, started going downhill.
Do you think the recession killed Gary? I know that. Is it still interesting to
I
stop?
believe it. Yeah, I could definitely see it. Like, even our hometown is still having, like, some side effects from the 2008 recession.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Definitely.
So much so that, like, our town is kind of being taken over.
Thank you for the hearts, team. Gentlemen, we on a road trip. I'm still listening, by the way.
Yeah, like, our town is kind of being taken over by people from, like, New York, Florida, Texas.
Everybody's coming into our town from literally everywhere but from our town.
Yeah, and, like, a lot of people that are, like, native to our town are kind of getting priced out of it.
Yes.
Like,
yep.
It never used to be as expensive as what it is now. Like, it was kind of known for being one of the cheaper counties to live in. And it's completely changed. Like, there's less parking. There used to always be parking. Now there's less parking. So there's, like, a little bit of, like, gentrification that's happening.
Oh, certainly.
And
there's 100 versus hearts. Either someone's really vibing with what you're saying and they spamming 100s in the chat, or they're just pressing the button just because.
Okay.
But it's true. Like, I was walking downtown and I ran into this dude who was talking about, like, I said, take your girl to the Grand River Brewery, man. And he's like, oh, I ain't from here. I mean, like, I'm not really from here. And then literally after that, I ran into another guy who was from where did he say he was from? I want to say he said he was from, like, he might, like, oh, you know, y'all, listen, here's so, and I might not be able to reconnect, as a heads up.
Yeah, I do think we're getting closer to, like, a populated, hopefully to sell.
Hold out. How y'all enjoying this road trip so far? You holding out? Anybody gotta stop for the bathroom? Anybody gotta take a restroom break? Speak now or forever hold your pee. It was the YouTube people in the steel mill fell off. Yeah, it was called Steel City.
Oh, Gary was?
Yep. Steel City.
Yeah, it's sad what happened, but
a lot of people in my family, and they came from Gary, from Mississippi. Momo Khan. Yeah, I keep having to hit reconnect and we disconnect. So we're probably, like, you're probably just seeing a bunch of pixels right now. But the good thing is, even when the stream's visual quality is dookie, the audio quality is always really quite good. So there's really not much to see anyways. So this is like more of like a podcast where you sit and listen to us talk about random stuff while we're on the road.
Question for my own interest: would you guys be interested in a podcast like this, where we just kind of sit and talk about, like, hot takes on video games and anime and other, like, nerd culture stuff? Cons.
Jacob says they're cutting it a lot. You understood me enough to get that sentence. But also, yeah, what do y'all think about that? Would y'all be interested in that? What is this Thunderbolt? I can activate the light on my camera with the YouTube buttons now. That's smart.
YouTube's taking over your devices.
Yep. Next, there's going to be an AI on there that's going to answer my phone calls and have conversations for me in my voice. If you could get a stable signal, yes. Yeah, I wouldn't live stream it like this. No, it would be like in a much more controlled environment where I'm not cutting out a lot and crashing. I think it's cutting because I am ending the stream. I'm at the restart. The stream keeps ending after restarted. I'm stuttering. Oh my god. I'm also losing my voice. I'm gonna have no voice by the time I get to MomoCon. I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm watching, boo. I'm watching, boo. What's good? What is an ideal convention for you? What's an ideal anime con for you? Or any kind of con. Doesn't have to be anime.
Ideal, I can only go based off of what I've experienced, but Midwest Gaming Classic.
Tell me about it. What makes it the ideal con for you?
Just the pure care, passion, and professionalism that leadership at Midwest Gaming Classic put together to make that happen. Like, I drive all the way out from where I live to Milwaukee, which is about, I don't know, 5.5 hours just to go to that convention. But to give you an idea, at the end of the convention, when they unplug the power, so like all the games go out, there's like a ceremony where people just stop and clap.
Wow.
Over how happy they are to be at Midwest Gaming Classic.
That sounds like really good vibes. That sounds nice.
Well, check this out.
Yeah, look at that.
Little theme park.
Are we gonna go? Are we gonna ride? I'm joking. We don't have time.
They actually had a really nice theme park at Niagara Falls. Did I send you that picture where it had like everything?
Yeah. Yo, I saw that. Pika Colada, you would join the live stream.
Yo, Pika!
As we pass the theme park.
Yep. But yeah, Midwest Gaming Classic so far has been my favorite convention I've ever been to. And I honestly think it's a really great deal. So I think for like the day pass is like $60, kind of like this one. But it's really worth it because if you think about it, you go to like Dave & Buster's, or you go to some kind of adult arcade spin-off like
We're
a Dave
going to
Buster's.
Atlanta, by the way. I'm still listening. I'm answering questions in the chat.
Yeah. You think about how much money you spend at those things, it would add up to like, you know, the $60 to go to that. And then while you're at Midwest Gaming Classic, you get like so much value for your time there. So there's so many different games and like I played a
Wait. Hold up. I'm sorry to stop you. How could you tell this is a Dodge Charger in this dark image where all I've shown was the dash? How did you know that?
Wait, was that Pika?
That was Pika.
Pika, man.
Is that a Dodge Charger?
Dude. You know your cars, brother.
I'm just new from the dash.
I'm impressed. I wish you were here, man. I miss hanging out with you.
Yeah, you should be here with us doing this. We're on our way to a convention called MomoCon, so that's where we're at.
Yeah,
I know my cars, boys. That's what he said. Atlanta,
yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah, you got it dead on. It's a Dodge Charger.
He said, Starface, Heart's Eyes. Is that a Dodge Charger?
Yes, sir. Wish I could say it's mine, but it's a rental.
We stole it. Don't lie, we stole it.
Yeah, we stole it.
Yeah. We saw it parked outside of a Cane's.
We wanted to play Grand Theft Auto in real life. GTA IRL.
He called you Bubble Mix. What's good, Poncho? The signal is not great. Just a heads up. Our signal is really, really bad. Because we are, as you can see, surrounded by trees.
And mountains.
And cars with cellular devices. And it's all packed up. So as things get dense, we start playing tug of war. It's not good. But we've been going for 3 hours. I mean, no, not 3 hours. 1 hour and a half now.
Hey, Pika, are you going to Colossal Con?
He said, without me, you clubberback bubble lumps, buttermilks, bubber milks.
I know. I wish you could be here, man.
Hey, they were mud bogging with the muddies. The mud boggies. I said that to there's some four-wheelers when I say muddies, so don't take that out of context. I'm not like, that sounds out of context, like a little bit derogatory in nature, so I just wanted to clarify that's not what I'm talking about. I am indeed going to Colossal Con.
See, stuff like this kind of freaks me out because I'm from Michigan.
Yeah.
Seeing like cars ahead of you, like way ahead at a higher elevation.
They're going up. We're going up and down hills, y'all. Like, I don't know if you can see this very well, but
kind of messes with me a little bit.
Pika said I'm going to Colossal.
Oh, awesome. I'm up in the air if I'm going or not, but if I go, I hope to see you.
Listen, I might no badge it.
No badge?
I might go,
That's
but
not
I might
bad
no
idea.
badge it. I don't want to pay $100 for no badge.
Well,
if they charge all this extra stuff too.
Right. And is there any really good panels at Colossal?
There's never been any good panels at Colossal Con, in my opinion. Not anymore. They used to have really cool ones, like that robot.
Yeah, like
battle.
BattleBots. That was kind of cool.
The karaoke room was always pretty hype. But, like, there's really nothing there that warrants $100. The arcade's not 24 hours, because the whole thing isn't 24 hours. There are bigger conventions that are cheaper. Case in point,
Midwest.
yeah.
I know I sound like the biggest Midwest fanboy. Like, I almost got this guy to go. It for whatever reason, it didn't happen. But next year...
Was I concussed at the time? Was I sick? Either was...
Yeah, you got sick. Oh, from the concussion. That's right.
Yeah, I was recovering.
It's one of the oldest pinball to play. It was built in like the 1930s.
Nice.
I got to play a Virtual Boy. I got to sit in a Tesla Cybertruck. They had like rock climbing there. They had live wrestling there. All this other stuff that you can enjoy, except for like the rock climbing, because I think it was like $5. All just with your badge. Like there's no additional fees to that. I got to meet the creator of the Rampage series. The year prior, they had other video game developers there. And what I thought was really cool, so they have like, for those of you that are familiar with like Youmacon, like, you know the dealer's hall? They had what would be the size of the Youmacon or the Motor City Con dealer hall size room just dedicated to video games that you can play for free as long as you want, no questions asked.
I don't think we're going toward Gary, are we?
No, Georgia. GA's Georgia.
Oh, Georgia.
I'd say we hit Georgia in about 3.5 hours.
We're about 3.5 hours away. It'll be all days. Wait, are you in? Are you in, Jay? Shadow the Hedgehog voice actor will be there at Colossal or Youmacon or Momo.
I think Momo.
Damn. Now I'm really sad that Pika couldn't be here.
Pika, drive down.
Yeah, Pika, just tell him chaos control your way over here.
Tell your job you're sick.
Pretend to be sick. Pika said Colossal.
Oh, the
What
voice
if we?
actors react.
I'm gonna dress as Sonic, and I'm just gonna tell him he's the fake hedgehog. Colossal Con. My favorite convention was for the longest time Midwest Media Expo, Shudokan.
Okay.
And then Youmacon is the third place.
Kind of those like mid-sized cons.
Yeah, I feel like mid-sized conventions were the most fun.
Absolutely. Like Youmacon used to be that way.
Yeah. Was it a boat?
That's farming equipment.
What is it, a boat? It's literally a tractor. Look at that, that's a weird looking boat. This guy's never seen a boat before. You really think Shadow is gonna be at Yoma with all the BS going on with them? Is there even gonna be another Youmacon?
Are you in a call with yourself?
Huh? Me? Am I calling myself? If you're calling me, I can't answer it because I'm live.
Should I just end call?
Yeah. How do I call myself?
I don't know.
Me? It said me. It literally said me.
Yeah.
Pika Colada says, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know if there'll be. I think Yoma's cooked. I think Yoma's done.
You think so?
A reputation alone, like there's people who still go who probably aren't invested in that much in the drama.
Right.
But the fact that they lost the fact that they lost the GM building.
Yeah, that's a huge blow.
That's a big blow. So that's already going to take a lot away from it.
And they're just not getting big names to show up anymore. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Yomacon's appeal is purely the convenience of where it's located.
And also, they're going to have a hard time getting staff to go in and work for them when they've already had this big issue of paying their staff.
Right.
I think Yoma is going to either be severely downsized and it's way less fun, because already YomaCon's now no longer a 24-hour con. With the GM building being gone and Kobo closes, GM stays open 24 hours. Right. Kobo closes. With Kobo Center being the only place they have, the convention center, formerly known as Kobo, now that con activities end pretty early for YomaCon 2 now.
YomaCon's best like in the later hours.
Yup. That was like peak Yoma.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they have way less panel rooms now too.
Right. So yeah, it's just not gonna be as fun anymore. Like, I remember when I first went to YomaCon back in 2014, that was like peak.
Yeah.
2014 to 2019 era.
It was peak Halloween con. It felt like Halloween for people who are not trick-or-treating no more, because it always land like on Halloween. The last few years, Halloween for me became Japan, so that became like my big thing, but that's expensive, so you can't just go to Japan every year, you know. Am I streaming from my phone? I am. I'm streaming straight from my phone. So if it rings, it would have ring. If I was getting called, I would have rang. They didn't even ring or nothing. That's the weird part. I honestly don't like the GM building anymore anyways. Too many boomer policies. The GM building had a lot of rules. That's true. But
I feel like a lot of it was the Yoma staff, though, that kind of made it not fun, though.
Yeah. Also, the reason GM got the way they were is a lot of people weren't really being too respectful. Over the years, people got kind of rowdy, and I'm going to throw myself under the bus here. Remember that year we started that long, incredibly crazy T-pose train that ended up going like about 200 people long from Yom? We were all over the place. Doing that in the GM building actually left a bad impression, because the following year they did a new rule on the sign about starting party trains. So it's stuff like that. I think that, because at the end of the day, the GM building is full of people who are like business, you know, people who are working up in those office buildings. And it's a weird crowd to mix with con goers. And you have all these expensive cars that are out on display that are like prototypes and rare models. And you got people who would like lean on those and mess with them. And I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, this is hearsay, that the real reason the GM closed out YomaCon is because they got tired of people damaging the vehicles. Somebody like damaged a model display car because they got drunk and they fell on it or something. And that made him say, nope, we're done. No more of these congoers in this building. Because at first they tried to compromise by like saying no helmets, no headgear. It was, the Cheapos line was a blast though. But I think that it's people's conduct as well that affected that building being very welcoming, or not so welcoming at this point, to cosplayers for the convention. But that's just my opinion. This is based on what I heard. I'm trying to think of other cons. Ishocon felt like what Shudocon used to feel like. It was like a baby Shudocon, minus any of the drama that came with Shudocon.
Yeah. You could do a whole documentary on that.
Yeah, that's one of those. If you know, I'm surprised no YouTuber has just like unpacked all of that. Like, we talk about, they do like the rise and fall of insert con here, but no one's ever talked about Shudocon, and that is an interesting story.
Yeah, that one. Oof.
Even the whole aftermath, like what happened with Shofukan.
Yeah, even that, and like, in a way, I still don't think like Shudo, previous owner, has the right to harp on Shofu. in my opinion.
How did that go? What happened with that?
Well, I heard it from you, but it was basically like.
Wait, are you talking about where like? Yeah, they
where
posted.
They said you can't advertise it as the next Shudo.
I
They're
remember.
not saying they are ShudoCon. They're saying like we're like a replacement of it because we're
the
a
spiritual successor.
Yeah,
I remember that.
And
So
that's how they were marketing it. And I think she had to come in and I don't know, make it about her. That's just my opinion, though.
what I remember about that whole ordeal, because that just shocked my memory. I forgot all about that. Shofukan had bought the rights to some deal. It was the thing about Shofu is I think the people who were running that were a little bit weird to me too. There was just some
Shofu?
weird, because they made a long apology post, and then in the apology post they got called out, and then they deleted the post because it's like, no, you would know about this. I forgot what it was, but the person said like you would know about all of this. That's literally your job to have this information. And I guess at some point they had purchased the rights to say that they are a spiritual successor or the next Shudokan. And then they got the documents and then they read it and realized it was like BS, that they got scammed, which is already a weird story. Like, what do you mean? How do you purchase the rights to say you're the spiritual successor to something?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. Like, you could just say it.
You could just say, yeah. So I didn't go to Show. Did you go to Shofukan?
I went, yeah, Pika and I went.
How was it?
It was a lot of fun. Very small, but it had like that small vibes where you're more likely to kind of engage with people, get to talk to people. Not a whole lot to offer there, but I feel like with like the dance party later in the night, like Pika really made that part fun. So that was
Lost signal. Oh no. I still see you guys. I guess we're living on a prayer here. But yeah, that's a good point. Like, was it like a one-room con?
They had 2 rooms. So they had the dealer's hall, and then they had like the room that you could dance in and stuff.
Ah, I see.
They were supposed to have more, but there was some miscommunication. So they had like some kind of book sale thing going on too, and so that took up a whole
Continue on
hall
US 25
room or
west
whatever.
for 11 miles.
So a lot of stuff was also just like physically put out into a hallway, like video games and everything. So it did feel kind of small in that sense.
Here's a question. Do you think there'll be another Shofukan?
They said that they would like to. They said that they're hoping to put on another one, so we'll see what happens. I'm a little worried because I believe that one was in August and we haven't heard anything about it. So if they were to do another Shofu, you would think that they would be promoting it by now.
Yeah.
So I'm not really getting my hopes.
Theory was that it was dead in the water.
And it's starting to look that way. Just haven't heard anything from it.
That's a shame though. If it had promise, then that's a shame. I didn't go, so I can't judge it.
Yeah, Pika Colada made a vlog of it if you ever want to check it out, like what Shofu was like. It does a good job of capturing the highlights of it.
Excuse me, I'm yawning. We got 8 likes on the live stream. What the hey? Are we back? Are we back? Or are we still
lost? Back.
Yeah, we are so back, you guys. We're back. Welcome back to Highway Livestream, where you're riding all the way to Atlanta with us. With a Mobby nerd who's now losing his voice. Sensu. Wait, we're back. We're back? Sensu. Are we back? We're losing focus. There's no light, and I don't want to turn the light on my phone and then flash people to like think I'm doing SOS. Right. So I'm trying to make the camera focus, but the headlights make it go out of focus.
It'll probably drain your battery too if you turn on the light.
Yeah.
I can tell streaming's like sucking it up real fast.
My phone is very warm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my 360 camera at the con though. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I brought my regular like point and shoot. I didn't bring my GH5 just because I don't want to take too much gear. So I'm going the light gear approach. Yeah. My handheld camera for like HD footage and my 360 camera for dynamic stuff is what I'm thinking. and I wanted to make a costume or bring a costume that I have access to both my hands and my pockets. That's why Gangsta Majin Buu is what I'm doing instead of Proto Man, even though I think Proto Man would be a much more popular cosplay to do. But who knows? You know, sometimes the funny stuff is a hit, you know? I think dumb costumes in quantity are always more fun. If it's just a silly hat, like if a bunch of people are just wearing like watermelon hats and we come running around the corner, that's gonna hit just as hard as like 6-foot Gundam cosplay. Maybe.
I do want to do a Gundam cosplay someday, though.
Dude, that'd be so cool.
Yeah.
If you guys go next year, I'm joining, says Pika Colada.
Absolutely.
Not unless you can tell us the password.
Hey, Pika, have you heard anything about ShofuCon happening this year?
We all await your response. While we wait for a response about anything happening for ShofuCon, you know what? I actually, despite the fact that I never want to go back to Ichiban-Con, for my own personal reasons, it was a really good convention. What I liked about it was they were very, there's cons that try to be like accessible to everybody, but some do it in a way where they inadvertently are just rude as hell to different groups in the process of being inclusive to other people. Ichiban-Con felt like the perfect convention for people who want to go to con but are scared of sensory overload. There's so many spaces and staff who are already like aware and ready to help accommodate you if you're going through stuff like that. I've never seen a con so attentive to people with special needs, but like all across the spectrum, not just like physically disabled, but like other things that are going on. Like they were, it was a really good con for that. But I was surprised because Ichiban-Con is under the Colossal Con umbrella of cons. A lot of their signage and stuff were just reused from Colossal Con.
Huh.
But Ichiban-Con, I would say, like, if someone never went to a con before, I would like, that's like the first con.
The one I've been wanting to try is KatsuCon.
I've been hearing good things about that. I want to try this MomoCon con out. I heard it's the worst convention in all of Atlanta. I'm joking, by the way. I don't think it's the worst.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that one's big. That's like 4 different hotels, and I hear that even like a week after the con's over, there's just going on because people don't leave.
That kind of sounds hype, actually. Like, I feel like I would need to be retired at that point to fully enjoy it, but
I feel that. Yeah, there's this website I saw this one made called How Many Fires Were at Dragon Con. How many fires, room fires? And I'm like, is this a thing? Is that happen? Are people like lighting rooms on fire at Dragon Con? And there's a counter? That must be. How many room fires happened at Dragon Con this year? 24. What? It wasn't 24, it was like 14, which is still a high number.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know if it's real or a meme though. There was like no verifiable like evidence that there were 14 room fires at Dragon Con. Because I feel like that's newsworthy.
Yeah.
I'm broke anyway. Let me know how it is. Well, Pika, we talking about going back to Japan at one point or another.
Yeah, Pika, you gotta get in on that, brother. If you see any other country besides the one that you're currently living in, it's gotta be Japan. It's gotta be.
Yeah, I would say Parma for me personally. You ain't lived till you went through Parma. You just go driving down the country road and the old farmer stares at you. Especially if you're black, you get a very different experience. And it can be kind of like Japan.
Just played it on hard mode.
Yeah. There is this book, they joke about it, but it's the Parma book, the Book of Parma's laws. Parma has its own weird laws, and they're all racist. All of them. I was not joking. My grandma told me this, that like way, way back in the day, maybe like a few years after schools were desegregated, Parma still, to this day, has a law from the era of segregation. It's a defunct law. It isn't enforceable by any means, but it's still a law in Parma that if you're a minority, you have to check into the city hall first before you go to any business in Parma. And it's in that book. Like, if you look it up, it's a real law. Their reasoning was so that they know, because it's a village, that everybody knows everybody, so you won't have problems if you go.
Alright, we just now crossed into Tennessee.
We're in Tennessee!
But you're the only 10 I see.
Welcome to Tennessee.
No, I'm kidding. Oh, hey, that's a welcome center?
Yeah.
Dang,
Whoa.
Phil.
They're just all trucking it up right now at the Welcome Center.
Dang, man, it is Memorial Day weekend.
Stuff sneaks up on you.
Yeah.
I'm calling it Camp Trip, and I want to make it a thing where it's like, it's video centric. I want to get a cabin in Japan and try to see what kind of content or video we can make. It doesn't have to be about Japan, but rather, I just want to be not in America. And I want us to be like in a confined space and then make interesting videos of our adventures, like try to make food. There's one where you can smoke your own bacon. So
Gas is so much cheaper here.
dang,
It was under $3. It was $2.99.
shoot,
Like,
shit.
in Jackson, it was like $3.70 something. Well, it might have came down to like $3.50, but
That's still up there.
yeah.
So where's everybody going for Memorial Weekend? I feel like this is like a mass migration that we're a part of.
Yeah, for sure.
Where are we these other humans migrating to? That's what I want to know. What's the vacation destination for Memorial Day weekend?
Vacation destination.
Yo, we going on a vacation. Yo, check your destination. Yeah, we going through Kentucky.
Have you spent a lot of time in Atlanta before?
I've never been to Atlanta.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever like stopped in Atlanta. I might have when I was like a kid, but I don't really remember it. I've driven through it plenty of times, but
Yeah, I'd be curious. Currently, your stream as we speak, but maybe Canada. Yo, let's go. Maybe Canada. Canada? You know what? And the few times I've been to Canada, it was a pleasant experience.
well, that was our plan B if we weren't coming to Momo.
Yeah.
Was Anime North in Toronto.
The thing is, Anime North is, they say it's in Toronto, but that is not Toronto. It's on the highway outside of Toronto, like way away from everything. I remember standing on the side of the highway because I'm like, I'm in Canada, guys. And what I got to show for it, I got a picture of a big old highway. You wouldn't know I was in Canada based on the picture.
I was driving Niagara just
Stretches. I went and team gentlemen went with him and their buddies, and I made the mistake of drinking multiple types of ginger ale. So we're driving down this long stretch of highway where there's nothing but traffic. My ears popping.
Yep. Mine too.
There's like a long stretch of highway, and I gotta pee so bad, and we're like stuck in. There's no way you can get off. There's no way we're stopping. He's like, well, he's got to tough it up, man. That was the worst. That was the trial of my life, because I was fighting for my life. I was like, man, y'all didn't hear that. I might piss my pants, man. Like, I'm gonna die of embarrassment. I would never live it down. I would cease to exist. If gentleman's in here, he'll tell you I looked like I was fighting. I'm like, it's about to be a wet spot on the seat, my dude.
What's going on here?
Traffic jam. I spoke it up.
Dang nab.
What I will say about Anime North that's nice though is, and I think that's the thing about Canada, it's such a culturally diverse convention that there are people from all over the place. Like you walk, and it's one of those cons where you can just walk up and talk to people, which I feel like is a weird thing to say. Like, not every convention gives that vibe that you can just walk up and talk to people, but Anime North did feel like that kind of con.
Yeah, maybe we'll go there next year. Like, the reason why we're driving 11 hours is just to really see Suda 51.
Yeah, Anime North next year, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a good. You know what? The people that run Anime North also seem like very genuine people. There is always this dude who I want to see who's either associated with the con chair or is the con chair, who'd always be at his booth at YomaCon, sitting there smiling to tell you about Anime North. And there's always this one guy, it's this old man, he's just sitting there, and he's like, "Hey, wanna come to Canada?" It's like the ambassador for Canada. we joke that at the GM building, in the GM building, there is a Tim Hortons. And if you guys don't know, people who aren't from Michigan, the GM building is right across the river from Canada. It literally, you're looking at Canada from the GM building. So we jokingly called that Tim Hortons, which is a Canadian company, the first Canadian embassy in the United States. We just call it Tim Hortons. It's the Canadian embassy.
I gotta ask a question, because you got to go to it. What is the ultimate anime convention, like Anime Expo? Because that's supposedly like the ultimate one to go to.
Overrated.
Overrated?
Let me tell you. Maybe, okay, the initial novelty, it's, okay. Anime Expo is an amazing con to go to once.
Once, okay.
Because it's so many people that it's oversold. Like, that convention is overpacked. It's hot. It's in the middle of one of the hot seasons of California. And you get in a situation where they're not letting more people into the building. You pay all this money for a badge. Mind you, the times I went, I got to go for free. Yo, shout out Nexon. Y'all the best. But imagine paying for that badge and having to cook out in the heat, waiting. It could be a few minutes. It could be an hour before they open the door and let more people in, because they can only open and let people in as people go out, because they've overpacked that convention. It felt like, now mind you, you were, I don't know if you, what was the most crowded place you got to go to when you were in Japan? Did you go through Tokyo Station?
Yeah.
Imagine Tokyo Station, but like even denser, with how many people are walking around. You are nuts to butts with everybody in that convention. Now there's like some cool stuff that pops up there. If you like to buy merch, if you like merch drops and you want to spend more money buying stuff, then Anime Expo is a really good convention. There's like the collaboration food, the food trucks are all really good. There's some cool stuff. But if you hate crowds, if you want to go do, like, they had a really fun panel, like I forget the name of it, but there's like crazy panels and stuff. It depends on what you like. If you like a con, like you're used to going like to like raves, having like your traditional con, like arcade, free play games, stuff like that, you won't like Anime Expo, because it's not unless there. Everything costs money. On top of your badge, playing arcade games, they'll have stuff from round one. You got to buy tokens for that. There's lots of dealer halls and merch. The artist alley is unmatched. It's like a giant parking garage full of people just selling all sorts of their own designer clothes. If you like to buy stuff, you will like it. If you don't plan on buying stuff and you're going for the social element, I don't think you would like that con that much.
That's fair.
Unless you're going with a bunch of friends. I just feel like it's too crowded. Like, I was in Shibuya on Halloween, and that was the most people I've ever seen in one spot. That was like super, super dense. And that was about what Anime Expo felt like. It's moving in packs. There's some hallways that was such a slog to get through that I dreaded going back through it. I'd much rather just stay on one side of the convention than go back through that.
I wish this jackwagon would get out of the left lane.
Bad drivers.
Well, it's just selfish drivers, because you're like neck and neck with the other semis, so you're clogging all this traffic to be bumper to bumper.
I'm planning on going back to Japan this year, but it's still like a skeleton plan, because there's some other things that have come up that I can't talk about yet. Well, one in particular
that could definitely steal funds.
Yeah.
Like,
and
any international trip is expensive.
Yeah.
And
let's just say I got a surprise international trip in the works, and that's all I'll say about that for now. But because of that, I want to budget accordingly. But I was in a weird spot financially for a while, for a lot of reasons that also kind of had it up in the air. So I was more so downsizing it at first to like a smaller one, but like for what you're gonna pay for the plane ticket, you might as well just go all in. For me, I feel like if you're gonna buy a ticket to Japan, it doesn't matter if you're flying for like a week 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that plane ticket gonna cost about the same. So, and if you're doing Airbnbs, if you stay for 3 weeks, or even 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, it actually comes out to be cheaper than a hotel sometimes, depending on the Airbnb. Especially if you're like not staying like near Tokyo. I was looking up and I found in Bookmark so many Airbnbs that are like full-size houses, but they're not in Tokyo, and they cost less than a hotel for a week in Tokyo. One that's cheaper than a hotel for 3 days in Tokyo. For the same price of 3 days in a Tokyo hotel in Shibuya, you get a whole house for 4 weeks.
Dang,
That's
how much
crazy.
They clogged that highway.
Yeah, that's wild. They're blocking it up that much.
Yeah, I hate it when people just get in the left lane just to go slow. Like, it clogs it so bad.
Cheap. I am cheap. What do you mean? I'm trying to save money. There's more money that I can spend on my Fatty Thick. Were you there for Fatty Thick?
Was that your Sonic? Or?
No, we were at that conveyor belt sushi place, and there was a mistranslation for the English version of the fatty tuna.
Oh,
so
is
it
that
said,
when you and Dan and all that?
yeah,
That's awesome.
it said Fatty Thick. Thick. The funniest things translations of the English. That was like,
What was it called? Like Japanglish or whatever?
this is worse than Japanglish. It was like, we saw one that was like, it meant glass. So it asked if you want like cup or glass, but it said grass.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. That's
grass.
the thing. Like, all the L's become R's.
Yeah. But it was like written out as grass.
Yeah. Well, there was a sign that said ping customers only.
Yeah, I did say that. It's really funny. You know the Final Destination ones. Yeah. Did you guys see the log trucks? No log trucks. No, we wouldn't drive behind those.
We saw like a miniature one a little while back, but I made sure to stay away from it.
We saw a car that said feet on the back of it. It was supposed to say 6 feet, but the 6 was kind of washed off of it, so it just said feet. Plus, how are you? Are you commercing? You on the mahogany's? Because you be quick about... The thing about Plus that's funny is you'll see him comment on a live stream and then go, and then you realize, like, dude is streaming himself. He's literally live. It's like, how are you here and doing this task in the game at the same time?
Dang, dude.
Dude's built
Tennessee
different.
is dark.
Yeah, this is like
The
void.
Woo. Like,
I'm
you
scared a
really
skinwalker's
gotta
gonna come out.
You really gotta pay attention to what you're doing at night, because this is not fun to drive through.
No.
There's just like zero light.
We're
other than the
in
cars.
the middle of the nowhere. Like, we are actually going through no visibility lane.
Yeah.
You have 2 eyes, 2 ears. That's true. That's true. You have 2 eyes. You have 2 ears. You guys have entered a high-level area. Be careful. we gotta be a little bit. We gotta be careful. We like to use the little button to see the enemies. The skinwalker coming out of the wood just says what is it, boss? Is that what it? Yeah, it just says boss over it. Like they're boss mob to us.
That's how you have to get to Momokai. You have to defeat the boss.
How do I have reception? Here's the thing. Like, how clearly can y'all see the road as it loses focus? And I can't make it refocus. This is why contrast-based autofocus is stupid, guys. Phase detect autofocus.
QQFML.
Exactly. Yeah, how does this look? Is this immersive road trip? If you watch this stream in its entirety, you have ridden with us into the night. Like, it was daytime when we started streaming, and it's nighttime now.
Yep. It is like deep night. Like it's only 9:50, but in Tennessee it is like dark.
This is darkness. Darkness falls. Vampires come out of the walls. It's cutting a bit, but it's pretty good. That's crazy. Damn it. I wish I was riding with you guys. This looks like a vibe. Well, for all you VOD watchers, basically you guys are getting like the road trip experience. You're basically going on a road trip with me at this point. This is the VOD watcher check. If you are watching this after it's been live and you comment, then we know you're the real one. You were actually just watching this in the background. I don't know why. Because truly, nothing of interest other than us just shooting the breeze has happened throughout the entirety of this trip. We are literally sitting in a car all the way to Atlanta. But, you know, we're here. You tried streaming a track day and it just cut in and out every lap. It's crazy to me that you actually be out there drifting cars, though. Like, I respect that so much.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, plus be out driving. He be going. He is the definition of initial D. I like the idea of us being at a high level. What would the boss be? The Scourge of Kentucky? We should see the boss bar appear. How would you feel if you enter a building, like you're just going to like shopping, you go into a mall that's a big empty room, and you physically see a boss health bar appear below you, and you hear like
Boss
Latin music.
Yeah. I'd be kind of freaked out. Like something from like Elden Ring or Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of good memes on that though. Like the one kid that's gonna play like the world champion of chess.
Sinzu says, "It's not looking good, guys. The only thing in the party inventory are 2 burgers, a flashlight, and a fish wallet." Yeah, my fish wallet!
You almost brought that.
I really almost brought that. I'm
See,
so
like,
glad
this
you brought that up.
jack wagon here in the U-Haul. Oh.
Why are they trying to get over? Oh, they stopped.
Oh, well, because he realized he's camping in the left lane. See, and that's the issue. That's what clogs traffic, is when you camp in the left.
Senzu, I want you to bring up fish wallets out of context in just normal conversation. Just like talk about something you're doing. It's like, so I took out my fish wallet. just casually mention it, you know. Yeah, I had to go digging, rummaging through my fish wallet for a couple 20s. I like the fish wallet a lot. It's just so funny. No one expects it. He's carrying, like, why is he carrying? It almost looks like a real fish. There were so many types of fish. I got that from Japan. And there were like a bunch of different fish. And I couldn't decide. But I got that one because it looked like Fatty Thick from the picture from the mackerel that I was eating. In another reality, I would name my YouTube channel Fatty Thick, but I feel like that would be disingenuous because I am neither of those things. I need to be. I'm like a twig. Look at this. Look at this skeleton in my arm right there. I've been lifting them. Don't let it fool you. I'm like a DBZ character. Once I flex, the muscles just kind of show up. So I ain't no pushover. Holy mackerel! Welcome to the stream, AJ. Welcome to the road trip. Buckle up, put on your seatbelt, stop kicking the seat. If you need to use the restroom, it's too late past the restroom break. We said we're not going.
But let us know.
Let us know if you do need to. The holy mackerel fishy wallet of Antonch. That's one way to type a name. Bless you. ×2.
Thank you.
×3.
Oh, these allergies.
No, it's because we're going up and down mountains.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of warnings that there's like a lot of ragweed, cottonwood, and, pollen in there.
That cotton screws me up.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm thinking of I forgot. I lost my train of thought. I got distracted by like bright blue light over there.
My adult world?
That was what it was?
This was?
Oh no! I just saw the light. Listen. I was just looking at the lights. That's a really effective strategy though. What do you think? Adult world. I want to go to adult world. I'm an adult. Like I would get really excited about adult world.
Side note. One thing that Dodge did do well is they lit up the couple
Yeah.
so you can see it more easily.
That is
That's
really
actually kind of a nice feature.
That is a really good feature. Light up cup holders. Do you have heated seats?
I don't know. I imagine they might.
When do we get our in-flight meal?
Yeah.
Thank you guys for the 8 likes on this road trip live stream. I really appreciate it. It's really nice. We could talk about Mabinogi stuff for a second. Since just a lot of my Mabinogi fam are chilling here. I have a video I'm gonna finish when I get home. That is gonna be some interviews with people who are married in Mabinogi, Nogi, and married in real life. And I also want to finally get out to an indoor skydiving place to finish that how to fly in Mabinogi video.
Oh, that'd be cool. I've always wanted to do indoors.
Dude, do you want to go to it? We just got a call in advance. That I asked before, and he's like, yeah, you guys come make a video. I just have never been able to get out there. Circumstances just would not line up. It is like just outside of Detroit.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Yo, we had 11 likes. Let's go. Damn it, I'm missing out on Dodge Charger experience. Well, you can charge.
I guess that was Pico.
Yep.
But I know if it was a car-related comment, that's Pico. These dang on semis, though, like, learn to stay on the right. Like,
stay in your lane.
Holy crap. I'm getting all this extra acceleration from going downhill.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, we're speeding up.
Feel your ears popping?
Yes. My ears have been popping this whole trip now. Yes, trampolines.
This guy's driving like a pro, in and out of these semis. So I was like, I'll follow you. Oh, dang.
Yeah, Novi. Fly high Novi. Yes. I called them in advance. I told them what I was doing, and they were all about it. And so, like, they're getting, like, a camera guy to go into the thing with me.
Oh, that'd be cool.
So they'll record it. They even said they'll hold my camera. But I'm like, you guys sell footage. Like, yeah, we know, but this is, no one's coming to ask it. Like, I'm like, you guys are awesome. They're all cool people.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's dark. Thank you, Mega Rock. That is a good observation. it's dark. Dude, that's not far from me. I want to join. Let's do it, Pika. Let's go. We're going to learn to fly in Mabinogi. But first, we got to try flying without the help of the giant fans. So we need to try using trampolines. We need to try to, like, go on, like, the big slingshot ride at Cedar Point and buy the video. I got so mad. I did that slingshot. I faced my fears, and they told me the video was working, and then it wasn't, so I couldn't buy the video to prove I did it.
Dang, I want to do the slingshot. That sounds like fun.
We gotta. Let's just do all these fly high things, and then just make it about Mabinogi for no reason. I like the idea of doing random stuff and then making it about Mabinogi for no reason. You always wanted to ride the slingshot. Where are you? We're in the darkness. The deep, deep darkness.
AKA Tennessee at night.
Yeah, we're basically in Tennessee now.
We're pretty well into Tennessee.
How do people from Tennessee speak? Don't they have like an accent themselves?
Yeah, I think they have kind of like a southern accent. Not all, like if you go to Nashville, you probably won't hear an accent, but
it's
like
a motel.
Rural areas, you'll probably hear an accent.
Welcome to Tennessee. My name's Mabinogi.
Tennessee.
We're on our way to Momocon, and we're passing through Tennessee. I'm in the car ahead of you. Flash your lights if you're in the car ahead of me.
Well, it's not even a car, it's a truck.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I almost misread Pika Colada's message again, as I've always wanted to get shot. Like, no, you don't. What are you talking about? I'm waving. So if I wave at that car right there, they'll wave back. I won't do it because they might mistake it for a cry for help. Is he in trouble?
Help!
Like, what? It's dark and everything too. I feel so bad for a family. Like, I'm glad they were glad that people were vigilant, but their kids wrote help on like crayon and put it in the window, and they got pulled over because somebody called the cops. It's like, damn. Like, okay, what would you do if your kids did that to you? Like, they being stupid and they write help.
I mean, I'd be mad at them, but I'm also glad that like people are aware enough that if someone ever did need help,
yeah,
they're aware enough to do that.
Yeah, like that's such a good thing that they did it.
Right.
But dang.
Like, I hate it when people call the cops for like the stupidest things. And that annoys me, but like when it's like for genuine things where they're like, okay, someone might actually need help.
Yeah.
I'm all for it.
Hey, is this the police? I'm in the drive-thru at Burger King. I asked for a large fry. Pita breadium, because that's what I named mine. I was 16 then. I am 27 now. Pita bread yum.
Like curvy.
Oh boy.
That's what.
We're gonna do the Yui. Here are the lights. Contrast. Is it wrong to name a pita bird? What is a pita bird? I'm trying to remember. Is that a pet in the game? I feel like our old pet names, we look back on them fondly because it was a different time, you know. Names are, it's a small songbird pet in Mobby. I'm sorry, we're in the middle of nowhere, so we might disconnect a couple of times. You should cherish them because they're kind of reflective of that childhood innocence that you once had. You know, you can look back at like when the game felt new to you, when you first got that pet, and you didn't want to waste all of its summon time, but you still would summon it because they did interesting things, like the songbird, like it can sing with you. I think that's a good. It's not wrong. Pita bread yum is a reflection of your sense of humor back then. Just like how I named one of my pets Dum Dum Doggy. He's Dum Dum Doggy. Doggy Dum Dum. No, I think it was Doggy Dum Dum. It wasn't Dum Dum Doggy. It was like Doggy Dum. Doggy Dum. Yo, I'm Dumb Doggy. My sock's kind of soggy. I'm about to log on to play Mob Nagi. Mob Nagi. What's the worst way to pronounce Mabinogi? Now playing Mob Nagi?
Maybe Nogi.
It may be Nogi. There's a KFC. Not in Kentucky though.
Be in Tennessee now.
Is that why you said you're the only Tennessee?
Yeah.
You gotta say that to someone in Tennessee. Are you from Tennessee? Yes, because
Tennessee.
It's funny because like they just say yes.
Yes.
Oh, and then you just don't finish. You just leave.
Yeah. Are you from Tennessee? Yes. Oh, walk away. Conversation over.
That would live rent free in their head for a while. It's like, why do they ask that? It's just, oh, you just don't clarify. Are you from Tennessee? Yeah. Oh, okay. Do that to someone in Mabinogi. Be like, are you in Dumbarton right now? Yeah. Oh. No. Ask them, are you AFK right now? No. If they say no, I'll be like, all right, just checking. Just leave. That's my favorite thing to do. Whenever I'm logged on to Mabinogi, I don't know why. I impulsively have this desire to say random things to people. And this is like the exact opposite of how I am in real life, which is even more funny. But like in Mabinogi, I feel this impulsive desire to say stuff to people who are commuting and passing, or to like just do weird, just to like be goofy towards people, because everyone's really closed off in Mabinogi. And I know it's because like it's a smaller, tight-knit community. It's little players who kind of been through the ringer. They know they dealt with trolls, so they have a much smaller tolerance for people's shenanigans or talking to people. Good luck in your journey. Thank you, AJ. Thank you. Come through. Just hop out the back door. If you tuck and roll, you should be all right. You'll be all right. But we'll see if you pop back in. But I know we talked about that with conventions too, how like people kind of become really cliquey at conventions.
Definitely.
That's the current Mabinogi issue that I have like with groups, is that like it's hard to like build a solid friend group unless you're new. If you're new, it's easy. It's very easy. If you are a long-time player though, I feel like you have a harder time making new friends in Mabinogi, maybe. Maybe not. That's something worth talking about. Is it harder? Do you think it's hard to make friends in Mabinogi? I try to break the ice by just creating goofy scenarios or awkward ambience. I will throw myself under the bus. I will do the really long goodbyes. I'll walk up and compliment people's avatars for no reason at all. Anything to get people talking just for a second. And then they're usually kind of get a feel for you. They're trying to feel you out, like, all right. Because some people get bamboozled. You talk to somebody, start out like the most normal conversation, and then all of a sudden, they just start becoming an a-hole out of nowhere. It's like, oh. And in Mabinogi, the reason why people are like so impatient too, you can't just block people. They say like, oh, block them. But your friends list and your block list share the same slots. So if you block somebody, you're basically becoming friends with them, but like friends. So for every person you block, you can't have.
Oh, that's not a good system.
Not good. Not good. Although that's changing apparently, finally.
It's not good.
It's not good. I find Tirchanel is a pretty nice place to meet people. That's a good choice. I mean, maybe it depends on where. We should have like friend mixer days where we take over Tyr or the castle, and every time we say switch, it's like speed dating, only you're not trying to date the person, you're looking for friends. You just switch and you can talk to people and then just keep going until you make new friends. We're gonna do that. We're gonna make that a stream. We're gonna advertise it though. Get people to sign up for it. We also need to do another server raid. It's been a minute since we've gotten a bunch of people to wear one costume and run around and be goofy on the server. And we're a little bit overdue. Wouldn't you agree? I think so.
QQFML.
That's like a throwback. Oh my god. You know that QQFML was actually a part of like a full song I made as a polka.
Oh, really?
The lyrics were like, oh my god, this is so wrong. Had to sing this stupid song. Guess this is a new update. Something didn't go my way. It's obvious I cannot sing. Read the words that's on the screen. I guess there's nothing left to say. QQFML.
Huh.
I remember that.
I like it.
It was like I spent hours trying to write something that sounds like a polka. You can still find that on my channel. It's not good. It's really bad. It's like, I don't want to sing this song. Oh, I don't want to sing this song. It's just really dumb. I don't know where I got the polka instrumental from. Just playing in the background. It's like, dun 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 dun. QQFML. I just really wanted like my own catchphrase, like something that would just happen, something to say when something bad happens. That's a forgotten art too, like having your own like, this is it, it's not good.
It's not good.
Catchphrase. I'm gonna end up inadvertently saying that. I'm just gonna end up unironically saying it's not good.
It's not good.
I keep saying it do what it do because of you.
Oh yeah.
It do what it do.
Do you remember what that came from?
Yeah, it's that dude.
Yep.
It do what it do. You know what though? There's like some legendary encounters where there are just catchphrases that we just stuck with us for no reason. Well, my favorite one is nope. I don't know if you want to tell that story of nope or if you want me to tell it.
You probably tell it better than I can.
So we were at Colossal Con one year, and we really just wanted to like go to the late night swim, but we don't have no swim trunks.
Look at that house.
Yeah, what the hell? That's not like
That is money.
baller house up there.
That is money.
We wanted to go buy some swim trunks from Walmart because we figured, it's near a water park resort. They gotta sell some swim trunks in summertime. I think, yeah, it's June. It's literally June. So yeah, you were there. You were there for this Walmart thing. We went into the Walmart. We're looking aisle to aisle. Oh, also it like stormed for some reason. Was there like a third party with this dude that was like drunk out of his mind or something that was with us? He was wasted, and he was with us for some reason. He was just out of his mind. That guy forgets I exist unless he's not sober. When he's drunk, he remembers me. When he's not drunk, and I run into him, he's like, do I know you? He's like, yeah, we hung out, we're friends on Facebook. We're what? And he's like, oh, we are. Like, you only remember me when you're drunk, because I only ever run into you when you're drunk. You never met me sober. So he doesn't know me, but he knows me. It's super funny, that guy. But we were roaming we're looking all over the place, and we can't find the swim trunks. We see this Walmart employee, and we ask him, wait, how do we do this? How do we ask that? Like, swim trunks here? And he said, yeah. And like, can you show us where they are? And then he said, nope. And then this disappeared. He said, nope. and went on his way, and then we didn't see him again. We didn't know where he went. He went down an aisle and just disappeared. Like he was a ghost.
It was so unexpected how he spotted that, it just cracked us off.
Yeah, just, nope. When something bad happens, I always want to say divorce. You gotta be careful with that, man. There's been a lot of those going around.
True.
It's been divorce season. I remember one night I walked out of my apartment and went into Tilted because I wanted to eat pretzels. I know this is the most random, stupidest, dumbest reason to walk all the way to Tilted. But I wanted to sit down in like a atmosphere like around pinball games and eat pretzels. And I'm sitting at the bar eating these pretzels. And this guy walks up and sits down at the bar. And he orders the Pac-Man, which is like this like mixed drink. He's sitting there and he sips it and he looks at me and says, "You like pinball?" It's like, "Yeah, pinball's pretty good." And he's like, "Yeah, I like pinball too." And there's this long silence between us. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting a divorce." I was like, "What?" What? I don't want to laugh, but it was in the way he said it. And the bartender, lady behind the counter, you hear her like go, you could tell she laughed. Because like, how do you follow up with that? How did you go from that? Man,
That's crazy.
it is just, damn, that's crazy. Anyways, I gotta go. Hey, can I get the tab? Can you cash me out?
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that? That would be I would be a funny response to I'm getting a divorce. Sir, this is a pinball machine. It's just like he's going through it. Maybe he wanted to talk. I tried to like say, "Man, that's rough, buddy." That's what I said, but I'm like, that sounds kind of condescending too. Like, that's rough, buddy. He's like, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna try this game. Man, it was nice talking to you. And he got up and went to play pinball. Like, this dude just dropped out of nowhere. This dude just trauma dumped out of nowhere. Hey, you like pinball? Yeah, me too, man. Pinball's pretty good. I'm getting a divorce. How do you respond to that? Like, let's recreate this conversation. I'm the divorce guy. You're sitting down, you're just like sipping a beverage, you're eating some pretzels. Hey, you like pinball?
I'll be like, yeah.
What's your favorite pinball machine?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Actually,
Me personally, I'm getting a divorce. What's so funny about that?
it's just.
Why? The fact
What
that I'm
does
getting
that have to do with pinball?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with pinball, but I'm getting a
What
divorce.
if he was getting divorced over pinball?
It's over pinball. I was like, well, you see, I beat my wife's high score in pinball and she's divorcing me.
Oh, there's a Five Guys sign. Hey,
Five.
What can 684 get me at Five Guys chat?
Yeah, what can 684
What can I
get you?
with 684?
Yeah, oh,
Five Guys.
Five Guys, burgers, and fries. Get you out the damn doors when he gonna get you. Get you out of here. Five Guys. Don't you remember the Five Guys at Youmacon? They had that doorman in front of the Five Guys.
Oh yeah.
That's security.
There was like a shooting like the day before.
Yeah, or something happened. Five Guys was like, we ain't playing. We sending our boys.
Yeah, and then he was trying to talk shit to me because I was in a Superman cosplay. He was like, Black Adam would kick your ass. I'm like, I don't know about that.
Sidney was like, oh yeah, I like Fruit Ninja too. Anyways, the wife took the kids. Why? Do you just laugh at my misfortune every time?
No, I guess you could. Fruit Ninja. There's a joke in there, but I'm not gonna make
it. Now I'm gonna be curious about what the joke is. It's probably not making so stupid.
Fruit Ninja and a divorce, but
I get it.
I'll let
I
you
don't
all
think I get
piece
it.
together.
I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna talk to a stranger and just say I'm getting a divorce even though I'm not married.
Oh, it must be around some sort of civilization here. I think it's Knoxville.
I'm gonna do that at MomoCon. I'll be like, what's your favorite anime? I like Gurren Lagann myself. What do you like about your favorite anime? I'm getting a divorce, by the way. My wife took my kids. I came out here just so I could, like, you know, have like one last like hoorah to feel joy, because I feel really empty inside after the divorce. Then they foreclosed on my house. My dog died.
Some people are going through it, man.
That's true. You just like drop all that. Like, how would you feel if you're talking to somebody and everything they say is like increasingly more and more negative?
So I'll be like, so back to Gurren Lagann.
The last time I watched Gurren Lagann, I was hanging out with my mom, but then she passed away like in my arms during the scene where Kitan died in season 1 of Gurren Lagann. I mean, season 2 of Gurren Lagann.
There's only one season though. Dun, dun, dun.
I feel like the time skip is unofficially the 2nd season.
I could understand that. They made that the 2nd movie. But I can see where you're coming from. And like a lot of anime now are only shooting for 13 a season rather than a full 24.
It's true. I just like anime where the characters get older. Like, you get to see them grow.
Yeah, I feel like Gurren Lagann really gave you the full arc of Simo.
That's true. That is very, very true.
Terrell and I were talking about getting like a Gurren Lagann cosplay going.
I would love
where
to.
you could wear overalls for the Lagann.
Oh, that would be really nice. I can see Turo pulling that bill in something like that. I'm surprised Turo hasn't made a Gurren Lagann mech. Like, even that little digger one.
Oh, you guys would make like if he did that for Simone, you would make a great what's the guy's name?
Kamina?
Yeah, Kamina.
Dude, I want to sell that.
Kamina.
Like,
and Simone.
Yeah, be like, believe in yourself. Let me see you clench those teeth. Ooh. Whoa.
Ooh. Damn.
They are really hitting the brakes out here.
I know. I hope the person behind me is aware enough to know, like, we slowing up in here.
Pika, if you do that, I will cosplay as Kamina just for you. I'm working on getting buff. I've been doing my reps every night, so I ain't trying to brag or nothing, but I'm starting to get a little bit of a pack. It ain't 6 of them. It's at least 2.
2 miles, take the
Row,
I-75
fight
south,
the power.
I-640
You know what's funny about
west
row,
National
fight the power?
Chattanooga.
What's that?
It's like commonly mistranslated as row, but they're saying raw.
Oh, okay.
And what's really funny was there was like a meme where like it was like rhyming for no reason. So it was like row, fight the power. Row, Eiffel Tower. Row, sweet and sour. Roll. And it just kept going, and it kept adding different images of it, like an image macro. Like, this is the dumbest meme ever. And it ain't even funny. It's just stupid. It's people just rhyming for no reason. I think my friend made one that's roll, scrub and scour. It was like, because we're cleaning a room all day. He photoshopped the sponge on the floor. Scrub and scour.
I really like Gurren Lagann, especially for what it did for the mecha genre.
Yeah.
Because when mecha was kind of falling off in the early 2000s, it kind of came in. And
I got
gave
the
it, like,
ancient
a
title.
shonen, like, kind of spin on it.
It really did. It was not, and also all those splash cards between the commercial cards. I want those all as like murals. All the splash artwork between each episode where it says roll, fight the power. The whole be right back thing.
Oh yeah. Those were great.
That's also, anime doesn't do that anymore for commercial slots where it shows like a title card, the commercial card.
Half a mile, take the I-75 south,
Like
I-640
Full
west
Metal
National
Alchemist.
Chattanooga.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh wait, you just want me to change course?
Yeah, get over.
I wish I would have got a little bit more warning. I wonder what's going on. I wonder if my phone is like actually sure about this though.
Exit I-78 or 75.
Take the I-75 south exit.
Oh yeah, it's right. Luckily, that person behind me did let me through.
If I got the ancient title, I would just be like thick.
Continue on I-75
I'll be
south,
top
4
heavy
miles.
thick. If you killed me, I would just drop like a single piece of roll. I'm dummy thick. That's what I'm cosplaying as. I'm a dummy that's thick. I'm dummy thick. Everywhere I
That'd
walk.
be my rapper name, Dummy Thick.
Dummy thick. Yo, I'm dummy thick. What rhymes with dummy thick? I'm dummy thick.
Nice
I'm here
and
for the
slick.
bit. Yo, I'm big slick, I'm dummy thick, nice and slick. See my fit? I'm ripped. Oh no, I'm not a freestyle rapper. I'm learning that right now. I'm really bad at freestyling. If I sit down and write something down, it's fun. Bringing the kid. I want to learn though. I'm gonna force myself to become a freestyle rap artist.
Work out, get ripped.
I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna get ripped. One good advice was like, even if you mess up, just like play it, force your way through it. Just acknowledge you messed up and say it, but keep going. That's how you get better at flowing.
And also just like force the words to work.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna work out, get ripped. Like, it's ripped, but you can like force it to rhyme.
I want to do a whole rap now where I just say words that are just made up so it forces the rhyme. Yeah, I'm a criminal, I'm doing some crime, I'm rhyming, I'm griming, and I'm also sliming. I'll be diming and I'll be stopping on top of the cropping, bopping, bopping, robbing, bopping like a bopping, don't top it. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, sorry. That was awkward. Don't clip that. Saying don't clip that is streamer for clip that, please. I want to look back at that later.
In 2 miles,
I want to
use the
do a
right
bit where
two
she's like,
lanes
don't
to
clip
take the
that.
I-75 south, I-40 west exit. toward
Out of
National
context, you're
Traffic
not even
Center.
streaming, like you trip over something, like, don't clip that. Row, smell the flowers. Get the flowers. Get the flowers. That's a Walking Dead reference.
I'm surprised there aren't more like, what's her name? Is it Shoko or Yoko?
Yoko.
It
You
seems
see
like
how
that would be popular at Colossal.
I think the reason why there aren't a lot of Yoko cosplayers is because there was this weird controversy around the character.
Oh yeah?
It's super bizarre because like it's a valid argument about the over-sexualization of characters, right, in anime.
Yeah.
That was around the time people were like, why can't female characters actually be fully dressed?
Yeah, that's fair.
But on the flip side, now people don't care that much anymore. There's like all sorts of characters dressed in all sorts of ways. People cosplay them, they don't care. They out there doing Neko Park cosplays with their butts out. It's whatever, you do you. That's the beauty of cosplay. You can do whatever you want.
Right.
But I think Yoko got murdered because of that. Because that character was like the poster of like, this is the problem. A lot of people hated her outfit. Even though I feel like her age was there is no official age for Yoko. It's not listed. So everyone's saying that Yoko's a kid, but they don't.
I thought she was like a grown woman.
Yeah, they never tell you her age. That was the other reason why it was like controversy around Yoko. So some people probably think they're dressed as a little girl who's like scantily clad because the running gag is that she's like supposed to be like 14 or 15. But I'm like, she is not 15.
Yeah.
That is, I'm pretty sure she was like Kamina's age by the time she was introduced. She was already Kamina's age before the time skip.
I-75 south.
So I have no idea how that rumor started, but I think that's actually kind of bullshit. But they never say Yoko's age, so it's just up to interpretation. They also don't say her last name either. Like everyone else has like a last name. Yoko doesn't have a last name.
Yeah.
Weird facts.
I-40 for 16 miles.
Like
one plot point they didn't really touch on is like the love triangle between Simone, Yoko, and Kamina. Like they hinted at it and then they didn't do anything with it.
I think that like Yoko's whole deal with Simone wasn't really like a love thing. I feel like it was like a big sisterly thing.
Gotcha.
That's the vibe I got. Like she knew he had a crush on her, and she like sort of like played into it a little bit, but she kind of had more like a big sister role.
That makes sense.
I have to watch it again though, because there might have been something there, but I didn't catch that fully. I know he liked her, for sure. And there might even been like, I thought it was gonna go through with him being jealous of Kamina because she liked him.
Right. That's where I thought they were gonna go with it, but
He got the better girl anyway. He got Nia.
yeah.
Then he let her die, but
lost her. Well, there wasn't really much he could do at that point.
Jacob was arguing with me about that. I gotta rewatch it, but he says that they basically acknowledged that he could have saved Nia, but it wouldn't be fair to the others if he did, so he had to let her die.
What? I thought it was completely out of his control.
You know, thinking
I just
back,
saw the 2 movies not too long ago.
the movies
And I watched
retcon that.
the show.
I think that because I always watch the movie endings.
Oh, okay.
And I think that the movie retconned it. Oh, Pika's taking off. He said, drive safe.
Have a good one, Pika.
Have a good one. Ride safe yourself. Even if you're not driving. I want you to drive yourself to sleep safely. Tuck yourself in, homie. But yeah, I think I gotta rewatch the anime ending because I think that the movie ending retcons that detail that because he gets the power of the spiral and like can create and do all this stuff, he could basically save Nia, but just chose not to out of respect for the other people that died. Like they're gonna be mad, like, how come she get to be revived but I can't be revived?
Yeah, I don't remember that. I mean, I watched the show relatively close to when I watched the movies. I still don't remember that either. So
I'll have to rewatch it.
I don't remember that explanation. But I mean, I could be wrong. It's been a minute too.
It sounds feasible. I don't remember. Like the only weird thing I remember was Vero being made immortal, just so he could like watch. He just gets Vero got bodied the entire anime. Dude could not get a W to save his life, which is extra funny because he's a lion and his whole thing is pride. And he was my favorite character. That's the wild part. Like, he's the biggest loser in that anime. But I had such a weird respect for Vero. He does. Dude just wants a family.
And he did get one. Like, we did get to see that. That was kind of cool.
That's cool. He got his family that he wanted. I just like the idea of this like villain just always loses, Team Rocket style, like actually turn around and become a hero.
Yeah. No, I forget the name of the guy, but he was the one with like the ponytail, long brown hair.
I think I know what you're talking about. Was he the first big bad guy? He's like Jin something.
Yeah, he was like the kid, but then he's like the vice president, and then he portrays Simone.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
The movies don't go over his background, but if you watch the anime and watch the episode of his background, it makes sense why he betrayed Simone the way he did.
Yeah.
Because like the movies, it'll seem like out of left field that he did it. Yeah.
It's a cracked out Chuck E. Cheese. I hate what they did to Chucky. I don't like his new design at all.
I haven't seen it.
He looks like a mouse that's just bugging out. He looks like he's a druggie. He's got like big, bulgy eyes. He just looks like he's on crack. It's Chuck is on some meth or something.
Man, when I was a little kid, Chuck E. Cheese was the best place to go to for a birthday party. The best.
I didn't like going there.
You didn't like it?
I was terrified of those animatronics. I hated going in there. My brother told me that purple one, or not the purple one, it was the chef. The one I was scared of was the humanoid looking one. And he told me, yeah, he eats the kids that get too close behind the stage. Like if you wander behind, he eats the kids. And what made me believe it was I asked one of the staff members, it's like, I looked at them, I didn't ask, I looked at the staff member because this person who worked there saw it happen. I look in his direction and they look at me and they made that like word, like you said a secret that you weren't supposed to say type face. And continued walking. I was like, oh, it's real. And then because it was my birthday, we all the kids lined up on stage in front of the animatronics singing happy birthday. They had to drag me onto that stage. My mom was trying to push me there. The staff members like trying to grab my hand. I'm pulling back with all my might, but I'm a little kid, so I'm not that strong. They are carrying me to the stage and I'm fighting them. Because I'm like, he's gonna eat me. I am not going by that thing. And they broke immersion. They literally, the guy carrying me, dragged me to like the little behind the scenes room to show me the control panel. He showed me how they work. And I still didn't believe it. Because I was a kid. I didn't process that. In my head, all I saw was like some spaceship buttons and a bunch of weird stuff and knobs and dials. What does that mean to me? That don't mean nothing.
Well, what if it was William Afton or whatever his name is that took you back there?
Basically, I would have been one of the kids that got stuffed inside the animatronic for sure. I wouldn't survive Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I'd be one of the kids that died. I'd probably end up being Bonnie or Chica or somebody.
I was just gonna ask, who do you think you would possess if you had to be one of the FNAF animatronics?
Probably out of pure irony. Oh, from the FNAF ones? If I was in that restaurant, it'd probably be the one that I'd be the most afraid of. I probably would end up being stuffed into either Bonnie or Chica. They're the ones that weird me out the most.
I just hate how sexualized Chica is.
Yeah, I would not want to be Chica. If I was possessed,
that'd be a personal hell, right?
it would be. Because, like, if I had access to the internet and I'm just bored and I could, like, log onto the internet, I'd be like, bro, y'all some degenerates. Y'all need help. Please seek help. I'd probably end up being Bonnie or Freddie. Or worse, like some other random nobody one. I love the part where Mobby Nerd says it's mobbing time and starts roasting William Afton with diss track "Oh to Oblivion." I would come out if I was Freddie. I would just start rapping on stage for no reason. And y'all want to know the cringiest fact? Since you guys have been here for this road trip so far, right? Especially you, Sensu. I'm gonna divulge some information for you. On this YouTube channel, there's not one, but two. Five Nights at Freddy's diss track are mixtapes that I have released on my YouTube channel. They are still on this channel, and I have contemplated going back in time and deleting them.
I don't think you should. They were pretty well done.
You remember that?
Oh yeah, your little rap battle with what was his name, HK or whatever?
No, CH?
CH.
No, I'm talking about my Freddy Fazbear, Freddy and the Chicas rap, because it was an album cover that Bobby took a picture of me in front of all the Chica cosplayers and said it looks like a hip-hop album. And he called it Freddy and the Chicas and made it like a rap album. So I made our joke rap to that. Then I made a second one where it's a video clip of me running over, I don't know if you know Nick, but I'm running over Nick in their Foxy cosplay as Freddy behind the wheel of a car.
Huh.
I think I might have made three.
There's
even.
Cotton-Eyed Booty.
Yeah, what is that? Cotton-Eyed Booty? Cotton-Eyed O? But
Oh, that was a boot and that was an E after.
That was super weird. Come on down to Cotton-Eyed Booty. Is it a strip club? When you get a Cotton-Eyed Booty?
You don't want to know what you get there. You don't want to know.
Top Golf! Top Golf! There's this joke whenever we pass a Top Golf place, we all start clapping. Top Golf! Top Golf! Just clap for no reason.
Please clap.
Please. I remember that Freddy rap by heart, man. I thought I was going hard. I thought I was spitting. I was channeling my inner Eminem. I'm like, are you ready for Freddy or Freddy for Reddy the Fazbear? Teddy spitting fire like a dragon already? Like, what the hell?
That is pretty fire, not gonna lie. Man, I hear Mom's Spaghetti, that restaurant.
Yeah.
Awful.
Really?
Yeah, I hear it's pretty bad.
That's a shame. I always wanted to go to it. I feel like...
Well, I mean, what can we really expect from fast food spaghetti?
It's literally fast food spaghetti, yeah. You gotta tweet Eminem and be like, yo, Mom's Spaghetti sucks. He comes by, he got the whole diss track on us like we're Drake. I hear you talking shit about my mom's spaghetti. You ain't ready. Coming to your house wielding a machete. Yeah, pull up in my Corvette. Better get ready. Arms ready. Getting real heavy. You're fat. He starts rapping. Like, all right, Eminem. All right, it's cool. I'm Slim Shady. You ain't ready. I'ma steal your lady. Those were the days. That was my Eminem impression, by the way. That was my Eminem impression. I apologize for whipping that out of nowhere. I'm thinking of using that as like a joke character for an improv bit. If I go on stage, we're supposed to work on like formulating characters. I would make my character just be Slim Shady, but don't say it's Slim Shady. And just talk like in that cadence. And just rhyme every now and then for no reason. See if they catch on it. I also want to do that with an Obama impression too. Just come out and just like talk in like Obama's cadence, but like in other scenarios to see if they call me Obama. If they catch on. It'd be kind of funny. We're encroaching on hour 3 of of this live stream.
Dang.
It's 2 hours and 43 minutes so far.
That's crazy. The time has kind of flown by, really.
It really has. I'm running out of things to talk about. So I'm just like, how's the weather?
We had all these plans about what we were going to talk about.
Yeah.
And just went off script. It's great.
What do you want to talk about?
Let's go back to whatever topics that we're going to go through if we're running out of ideas. Oh, newer anime that we're watching. So I kind of went through it. Kaiju number 8.
Yep.
Go Go Loser Ranger. Viral Hit. Martial Might and Muscles. Or Magic and Might, I mean. Or Muscles and Magic, I can't remember what that was. Run and Solo Leveling. I don't know. Have you caught up with any of these?
I have. I've watched all of Solo Leveling. I binged it after you showed me those episodes.
Oh, yeah? What'd you think of it?
I like it a lot. I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I don't get why people shit on it.
It's because it's just basic shonen. It's like one of those things where it's a really popular anime. It's the sword art effect. It's the SAO effect. That's what I think. That's what I call it. Now, I think there's valid reasons that I like Sword Art Online, and I think that from what I've seen of Solo Leveling so far, I don't think it's a fair comparison to say it's like SAO. That is like the fireworks. You can't tell because there's just so much contrast, but like that sign says fireworks is huge.
Supermarket. And it really is a supermarket.
It's literally the stereotypical big square box store supermarket full of fireworks. Since this first time watching a Mobby Nerd road trip, this is literally the first time I've ever live streamed a road trip. I didn't think this was possible to live stream, to be completely frank with you. To answer your question about anime though, yeah, I liked it. I don't understand the hate either. Especially because like it's given us a bunch of meme formats. The meme with all the chairs, I realized that was from Solo Leveling after you showed me that episode. I think its intro is pretty baller.
Yeah. No, I really like Solo Leveling. I read a lot of the manhwa that's come out and been translated to English. I think it's fantastic. Like, it'll probably take another season or two to get to the Jeju Island arc, and that one is fire. I'm really excited for them to bring that to animation.
Nice.
But yeah, I think like for those that get bought into Solo Leveling, you're really gonna like where the story goes. It's awesome.
All right. Give me your biggest anime hot take. Like what's
well, you already know it. And I'm alone on this, and I'll die on this hill, but I didn't think the second season of Promised Neverland was that bad. Thought it was okay.
That is the hot take. I would not post that on Twitter. Or do. That's good engagement.
I did, and no one saw it. Because Twitter,
it.
Unless you pay for it, they bury you in the algorithm. Like, unless you get that blue check mark and pay for their service, they're gonna bury all your posts.
I can't justify it. I mean, I feel like I should, but I'm not. I'm not gonna do it. Out of the principle of the matter, I literally can't. But that's a hot take. That's what Promised Neverland season 2 for me. I'm respectful of all opinions, but season 2 actually upset me. Like, I was so disappointed by them not like answering the questions, the weird direction with the characters. And then I read the manga, and then I got more. I think I already read part of the. I can't remember if I read the manga first. I did. I read most of it first. That's how it went. I read most of it first, then watched the anime because season 2 came out, then read the ending, and then came to the conclusion that I didn't like either of them.
Yeah. And to preface, I haven't read the manga at all. So
that's totally fair. I feel like if you hadn't read it, I still think there should have been like maybe a little confusion with the whole slideshow where they skipped all that stuff. But
yeah, that was a little rushed. I'll give you that.
I don't know what their deal was. If they didn't want to show like anything, the Goldie Lake arc is probably like the most goated arc in that manga.
And they just
completely skipped it. They retconned all the characters from it, and I wonder if it's because they don't want to see kids die. If it was like a broadcasting issue where like we can't show kids dying like this.
Well, I think your theory is probably correct. They just probably didn't want to animate a season 3.
Yeah.
Like, we got to get it all done in one more season.
Like, if we cut this by making these characters never appear, we can skip straight to this, and then we can end it in one season. And also, if we just skip over all this stuff and glaze over it in a slideshow that no one will definitely have questions about. Let's see, what would my anime hot take be? I feel like my biggest anime hot take would have to be, you know that anime Erased?
I've heard of it. I haven't watched watched it.
Everybody hates the ending of that one, and I actually didn't think it was that bad. I thought it made perfect sense. And without spoiling anything, I feel like the outrage is less about, like, there's other things about Erased that doesn't make any sense that they could be, you can be mad about and criticize. There's one huge problem, but I think a lot of people were upset about shipping. They wanted the main character to end up with one character and misunderstood the relationship that character had with the other character. So it was never like being set up that that's who they end up with. And so because they didn't, it wasn't that fairy tale ending of guy gets the girl. They got pissed off and said this is the worst ending ever. Yeah. Where they should have been criticizing the villain's motives in that ending, which is way dumber. What kind of stupid plan did you have? I want to go on a rant about that so bad, but I can't because they'll spoil everything if I do that.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, well, I guess another hot take is just enjoying Kaiju number 8, because apparently it's cool to hate on that one too, because a lot of people are like complaining, like, well, it's not Attack on Titan, it's not this or that, it's just another, like, uninspired shonen. And I feel like you're really doing a disservice by not giving it a chance as its own thing as well. Because one thing that I really like about it is it uses what is considered an older protagonist. He's 32 years old. So his struggle, his desires, his dreams are way more relatable to me now that I've gotten kind of older too. Now I'm like, I can relate more to this protagonist. I understand like his feelings. I understand his feelings of like falling behind those that are about like, you know,
half his
10
age
plus
probably.
years younger than him. And like, you know, they just are physically more fit than him. They're able to do more. They have more ambition and optimism in life. Yeah. Like, I totally understand like that feeling of like being left behind, but still just having that drive to go after, you know, your goals in life that you had from a long time ago. Even though you didn't accomplish them in your 20s, like you still want to go and try and accomplish them later on in life. Oh yeah. And I really like that. And plus, I think the action's really good. I think the characters are really interesting. It's been a blast to watch too. It's a good point to highlight the fact that it's an older protagonist, because that's kind of rare in anime and video games too. Well, from Japanese video games. Yeah, it's not a high school protagonist. It's like always like some high school, and I know why high school is like always the focus of the setting. It's because in Japanese culture, that's like the golden years for a lot of people. That's when you have the fondest memories, is your high school days before you had all these other responsibilities. So you have these fanciful situations that involve high school or saving the world or something crazy like that, or a super complex school with all these layers to it, you know. But and I find that the anime that are bold enough to focus on an older protagonist's struggles usually hit harder, because you can find what they're going through more relatable. As you grow out of that stuff. But I think to that note, the reason why a lot of I think shonen anime in general has kind of become like an easy punching bag for people who are like snobs, like, you like My Hero, these insert generic here. And it's probably because like they feel like maybe they like it's like I gotta read Sign In or whatever. Yeah. Or it's like the same thing for like when people were younger, they read manga, right? Like I feel like a lot of people at one point or another picked a manga that ended up being a harem manga, some weird self-fulfillment thing where like some random loser protagonist is for some reason surrounded by all these cute girls that are interested in him just because. Tenchi Muyo. Literally the Tenchi Muyo effect. And I feel like most people should outgrow the harem anime phase of liking harem anime. I cannot watch. I used to read Nejima, if that tells you anything. Oh, that was so good though. Yeah, man, it was like anime Harry Potter. Yeah. DBZ fights. I couldn't watch the anime. I read that religiously, but I could not watch the anime because all I could find the dub. The main character is voiced by Greg Ayers, and Greg Ayers sounds like a frog. He talks like that. I hate that. Can't stand it. I get he's supposed to be young, but he doesn't have to sound like that.
he does this shitty fake British accent that's even on top of that makes it even worse. It's like, I ain't even from England and you've offended me. Good sir. Sometimes you just need an anime that isn't overly saturated and has a more down-to-earth protagonist you can relate. Yes, absolutely. Like, I am a character design. All of his other idiot one of his books, you've seen all of his characters, because he just recycles the character designs and gives them a different name. And there was a villain from I Love You that he literally just took the entire design, all of it, didn't change anything about his design, and put him in the Negima as the wolf boy dude. He's that dog boy dude. And he changed his hair color. He had white hair and he was an evil like AI. And I Love You is the dumbest story ever. I was like feeling it, and then I read it more and I'm like, oh, it became a harem. That was when I was like getting burnt out on harems. But I wanted to see, like, I was looking at like nostalgic manga, like manga that had a unique art style of like a time, like, I can't name a time period, but like that Sailor Moon, early Sailor Moon art style. Sharp,
like
tip face.
Yeah.
He draws characters like that, giving them like the weird hair antenna, the robot girl era. Because let's be honest, in anime, the robot girl archetype is kind of ancient and extinct now. There aren't any robot girls with weird antennas coming out of their heads anymore. The cat girls and the bunny girls and other anime girls have kind of like overtaken them. So pour it out for your robot girls. But he reused all the designs for it, and even acknowledged that he did in the special like little author notes at the end. He showed them side by side and bragged like it was a special secret fun fact. I'm like, no, that's just lazy. And the funniest thing about Ken Nakamatsu now is he's gone from like drawing and writing all this like super self-fulfillment harem anime stories to he's a politician in Japan now who is anti-censorship and preaches about and goes on these huge tirades about how a lot of the industries in Japan are kneeling to American standards in their media.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I can understand where he's coming from.
It's just such a bizarre twist, the turn of events, from going from like writing that to like saying, this is bad, no more censorship.
Well, is he talking about like censorship, like when a Japanese title comes to the United States and it's censored?
No, he's talking more like how there's been a lot more restrictions on what you can publish in manga.
Oh, okay.
There's been a lot more restrictions about what you can show on TV and animate it. Like, there's rules about like blood, you have to have it be like a different color.
Oh, yeah.
And he's saying that all these things about what can be published, what can be censored, and what's changing is all of Americans' broadcast standards and social standards affecting our media. And like, why should we care about what they think for what our media is the gist of it. And like one thing that really started the biggest argument, it kind of ties into like the Sony Japan branch closing and how they started making developers vet their games. But then there was like stuff that had to be taken out of certain shows if it was to get released in America too, like certain like jokes about characters and their ages. Ken Akamatsu's idea of humor has never changed. His idea of humor is that fan service, oops, I accidentally saw you naked, time for me to get punched in the face by the girl, that type of humor.
Yeah. It's
all like accidental sexual situation humor. And it's not funny anymore. I don't know if it ever was. It may have been funny to like a Japanese audience, but a lot of that humor didn't translate well everywhere else. But then there's like new laws and rules about like what can be published in Japan for manga that has some mangaka pissed off because a lot of that tropey stuff that is a little bit on the creepier side to people who aren't from Japan is just straight up not allowed anymore. So a lot more manga is kind of popping off in the indie scene, manhwas, people doing their own like homebrew stories that have fewer rules. They still have rules, like they can't outright be porn, for example, but it is a little less restricted.
Like the webtoon market?
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen like webtoons like
And they're kind of wild, man. If you go on the webtoon rabbit hole, you will find some crazy stuff. That what I was telling you about the dude who's reincarnated and his sister's chasing him down, that could never be published as a manga.
Right, that webtoon. Well, Solo Leveling started as a webtoon. Tower of God started as a webtoon. What was another big one?
What is the TikTok Riz party? Slapdash, explain. Well, what happens at the TikTok Riz party? Because that sounds...
It sounds like something that Jimmy Zanuck created.
I'm scared. I don't think I want to go to that. I think I'm too old to go to that. I don't think I should be going to that.
What do you think our Riz level would be combined between the two of us? Like 2?
Probably 2. At least 3. If we combine, it depends. It depends. We might have that that nerdy guy Riz, right? Like that awkward Riz.
No Riz.
That's still Riz. Why does it smell like 18 frogs?
That's a very specific smell. Not 17 frogs. 18
It smells like 18 frogs out here.
I think it was that truck.
It stinks, man. It smells like expired greens.
Yeah.
Can you smell that, Slapdash?
Oh yeah, I'm congested from the allergies and all that, but it's crazy.
It's near like a lake, and it's stinky. We're near Stinky Lake. I hate that I made that song El Riz. I don't listen to it.
I like your Simp song. That was pretty funny.
No, that was good.
I feel like it's very contemporary.
If you spent your whole paycheck on e-girls on the internet, I hate to break it to you, you're a simp. You're a simp.
And then your follow-up video to that was legendary.
Oh, when I got called. It's because making that song, if you search simp in my name, my channel popped up first. So there's a joke that I'm a simp for some reason. I'm trying to do that joke. If you're subscribing to her OnlyFans and you're mad you're not her only fan, I hate to break it to you, you're a simp.
Do we still have a lot of watchers? Or?
It keeps bouncing from 5 to 3. We got 13 likes though, you guys. 13
That's
likes.
Crazy.
I think we're on hour 3 of the stream. I don't know if we want to keep going or if we want to stop. I have the battery bank, but
yeah, I'm feeling good for the most part. We actually shaved off quite a bit of time.
that's good.
We're still gonna get there past 1 a.m., but it's looking closer to 1:20 now.
Oh right.
Whereas when we left Penn Station, it looked like it'd be closer to almost 2 a.m.
Man, that Penn Station felt like
That was bad. I'm not gonna lie, that was bad.
there was so much going on there. There were flies everywhere. That was also killing my appetite.
Yeah.
There was the whole the Trump encampment outside the front of it. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't you're welcome to your own political views. I'm not gonna judge you on it, but it was just weird, man. It was so weird.
Yeah, it was a very weird experience. Definitely.
Then it's they had a really cool it felt old. There's an old balcony in the back of the place, the TV, and there's it's just someone. It's weird. Let's leave it at that. It was a weird experience.
Yeah, and then they didn't even build it as a typical Penn Station sandwich. They just left it flat.
Yeah.
So it was falling apart. It was all messy. It was weird. And then it didn't feel like it was finished.
And don't even get me started about the bathroom, man. That probably was really
That
cool.
probably took you out the most.
Yeah, man. I can still smell it. I walk back there I hate public restrooms.
Yeah.
They make me so disappointed in humanity whenever I set foot in a public restroom that's just disgusting. I'm the type of guy, if I'm on a long road trip, I will hold that shit till I reach my destination. Out of the pure principle, if it's number 2, I ain't doing it in a public restroom. This ain't gonna happen unless it's an emergency and I absolutely gotta take a big dumpy. If I gotta take a big dumpy wumpy, then I'll have to do it. But if it could be avoided, I'm not setting foot in there because this is gross, man.
That's fair. I didn't see what you saw, but whatever it was.
Not want to. It will make you so disappointed. I was a combination of disgust and extreme disappointment because there's no reason it should be that way. The way that toilet was clogged up, and to the extent that it was, the fact that somebody decided, I'm gonna use it anyways. It's so bizarre to me. The lapse in judgment. They're in trouble. I'm sorry.
What I hate is like everyone like slows down to like look.
Yeah.
And it clogs up the traffic flow.
What do they call that? Rubbernecking?
Yeah.
Hey, you rubberneckers, get moving! That sounds wrong, too. There are certain phrases that just sound like they're derogatory in nature. Like, it sounds like it should be a slur to call somebody a rubbernecker.
Yeah.
Remember when we had a coffee company in our city that literally was the name of a slur, and it got rid of it for years?
That was the whole franchise.
Dang! That was
the whole franchise, yeah.
I wonder when they sat down and said, hey, so I just found out today that the whole name of our entire franchise is a racial slur for an entire demographic of people. Should we change it? Like, yeah, we should change that. And they just do it? Like, how did that conversation, I really want to know what.
So did the slur happen after their naming?
No, that slur existed for as long as immigration was a thing in the U.S.
Huh.
It was a common slur for that demographic of people. I don't know.
Named it that. We're like, well, we didn't know.
I want to claim this ignorance, and they didn't know.
I mean, it has to be. Right?
Ain't no way. I can't say what it is. I don't want to get my stream, like, we already said some things earlier in this video that I feel like have gotten this stream already on the blacklisted side of things. Once it's published, maybe not. But if I say that one, I'm in trouble. But just know, imagine the equivalent of
dragons.
Imagine some dragons. And if you will, imagine as a child, you would wait and watch from far away. You always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. I hate the fact that they overuse that song in Sweet Home. Yeah. Sweet Home sucked. The more I think about Sweet Home, like, I want to like that show. I know it got a new season, but it was not good. But imagine if a restaurant was named the N-word with a hard R. That's basically what this place was called, but for other people. And they got away with it for the longest time, which is the funniest thing to me. I don't think anybody really was up in arms about it. Like, now, I don't think that word has that bad of a derogatory meaning anymore.
Because I didn't even know it was a slur until the name change.
It would be like people saying eeny, meeny, miny, mo is a racist today. Which, yeah, sure. You could say that the original nursery rhyme that they're saying was a racial rhyme. But at this point, yeah, it was.
Oh,
it wasn't Catch a Tiger by the Toe. The name Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and Mo are all names that black people would have back in the day, or nicknames.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't Catching the Tiger by the Toe. That's all I'll say about that.
Oh, dang. That's a nursery rhyme.
I don't think it got turned into a nursery rhyme.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it was. It was a phrase that people would say when they were like picking somebody. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It was funny because it was controversy because of The Walking Dead, because Negan said that while pointing his bat at people. And it's like, it's since so far disconnected from that meaning at this point that being upset about that makes no sense.
Yeah. It's like me, I had no idea the history of it.
Same with the Do Your Ears Hang Low song. Oh. That do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That ice cream truck song is also incredibly racist.
Huh.
But it goes back to like the times of minstrel shows. It's like, at this point though, would the kid run into that truck to get his SpongeBob or Sonic ice cream stick? No. So it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's stuff that like people are looking for to get angry about at that point because it's so disconnected. It's also like jaywalking.
Yeah, you kind of have to be in the know, I feel like, to really know the history of that stuff, because it just simply isn't taught, really.
Yeah, did you know that jaywalking's a slur?
Nope.
Yeah, J is for gypsy.
Oh, wow.
It's really weird. Like, what was racist? Have your cake and eat it too? Or, no. A cakewalk?
Uh-huh.
That was also a really messed up thing.
What's the context of that?
I don't fully remember. I'll have to look that one up again, but it was like, it basically meant something else. It was something that they made people do. And it would be like the easier options. Oh, this is a cakewalk. You know, it's a cakes. I just know that cakewalk, if you look at its origins of cakewalk, that's really messed up. Whoa, 14 likes on a road trip. If enough of us were here, I'd do a poll. Are we going to make it? You better say yes.
We're only 60 miles from Chattanooga, this said.
Chattanooga. Well, let me see if I can start a poll.
Chattanooga's like the last big town in Tennessee before you hit Georgia. So about an hour or so, we should be in Georgia. A little over an hour.
Need a PP break. My poll is need a PP break. Yes or no? I started the poll. Poll. Need a PP break? Yes or no? Someone who joined this who has no context is probably like, well, what? Yeah. Yeah, I need a PP break.
What is the attraction? I can't see it.
I was watching a huge paragraph debate about the phenomenon of couples where if you go to pee, they want to aim for you and hold it while you pee. It's like, no, you can't do that. And that it's a thing that everyone wants to do just cause out of morbid curiosity. And I didn't know that was a thing. I assume
this is women wanting to do it.
Yes,
with guys.
yes.
Huh. I don't understand.
Yeah, and it's a thing. I did not know this, but it's a common thing. Who's driving? The car is driving itself. We're just here, right?
Yeah.
You can't even see him. I turned over, there's nothing over there. You can't see anything. Hit me with that tour guide style. I don't know any landmarks around here. All right. Where are we?
We're about 60 miles from Chattanooga.
All right.
We're near Athens, Tennessee.
All right. Check this out. All right, everybody. So I hope you're enjoying this Mobby Nerd road trip. We were about 3 hours into the trip. We're about 6 hours away from Chattanooga.
6 hours from Chattanooga.
Where'd you say we're at?
60 miles.
We're about 60 miles away from Chattanooga. To your right, you see a grassy field and a white vehicle. I don't know my cars, but that driver's probably really tired. In front of us, there's a long open road. So, fun fact, 3 years ago, a car rode down this very highway. Yes, that is true. Believe it or not, cars rode down this highway.
Calling yourself again.
How am I calling myself?
I don't know.
Maybe it says me because it doesn't know how to. Oh, you know what? I bet you I'm getting calls, but I didn't give that access to my contacts.
Oh, yeah. That's probably what it is. Huh.
I can't answer because I'm on the road.
I'm on the road again.
I'm surprised it doesn't make my phone actually ring right here though. That's super bizarre.
It's bizarre. So one was going on for a long time, 4 minutes.
Wow,
I don't
what
know
the
if
hell?
it's that either, but
maybe I am calling myself. What if? Okay, how would you feel?
What if it's your future self calling you?
Dude, that's some
Steins
Gate style.
Yeah.
They tell me don't do this at MomoCon. That means that some world-altering event for me. Whatever choice I make at MomoCon is change the course of my life forever. They want me to make a different decision. All right. How would you feel if your phone just rang and you answered it and it was me saying oh man, shit, dude, I'm sorry I slept in. If you're already gone, it's all good, no hard feelings. I just had a really long night. I was editing a video last night and I overslept. I just wanted to apologize. I haven't left yet. By now you're probably long gone. I just wanted to say that, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I'll be like, it's all good, dude. Have a good one.
You wouldn't even acknowledge that I'm already there.
Can you believe that Antoine, man?
Hey, man.
That guy, man. I tell you what.
I'm a body snatcher, right? It's you're I'm a clone. Yes, 75% voted yes, they need a pee-pee break. I'm ending the poll. Yeah. So at MomoCon, Mr. Henry Momo himself founded MomoCon in 2021. And Mr. Momo, he just said Momo, 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 and just like, he's crazy. How much worse could you possibly do at a con? You've already had the pooping bandit incident. Why does that come up more than once in this specific chat?
It's just a legendary tale.
To be fair, you're right. I don't think it can get any worse than that.
That's
I
like
hope
a nightmare
not.
scenario. Like that's something that you dream about in a dream, and it's like
I
like
wanted
one
it
of
to
those
be a
uncontrollable
dream.
nightmares.
I wanted that to be a dream. Like the time I sat on that toilet may have only been like a few minutes, if that, but it felt like a century. It felt like I was stuck in that bathroom for an eternity because I did not know what to do. And
That's
I'm just
crazy.
like, oh.
It's so crazy. Did you even get a glimpse of the people when you ran out?
I could feel their presence. I could feel that door behind me opening.
Dude.
I know they
can't.
saw me. I know they saw me. And that's what makes it worse. Like, I could feel their presence.
How fast did you dart?
I was a blue blur. I literally tripped over their fold-out bat mattress on the way out.
So they see you trip?
This bro didn't even wipe. What would you do in that situation? Hold on. I need y'all to have mercy. I took care of my business when I got back to my room. Unfortunately, actually, no, I did wipe. Thinking back, I just didn't flush it because I didn't want to make noise.
You didn't flush it?
No, I didn't.
I forgot about
Why
that part. No.
would you flush it? Wait.
You flush and then dart.
I need to ask you a question. Have y'all coming into this chat the most weird time I'm seeing names come up?
Oh man.
Do you still have game days at your place? Maybe I'll bring those back. Recently, no. Kyle just have like what are y'all talking about? Listen, if you find yourself as a minority in a hotel room that's not yours by accident in North Carolina, and you are sitting on that toilet and you suspect someone else might be in that room,
In a room full of women.
yes. Do you flush that toilet and make that noise? Or do you get the hell out as stealthily and quietly as possible?
I flushed that dart.
You will flush and run. You will take
Flush
the
and
risk.
run. I'm doing it all in one motion.
If they catch you, there is nothing you can do to explain your way out of that situation.
No, there isn't. There really isn't. I mean, I would be like, sorry, I got the wrong room. My question is, how did you even get in that room?
You know the little door stopper that's like out?
Yeah.
Usually when someone puts on the door, what does that mean? That usually means like someone's coming back. I
Right.
thought that Bobby or Randy or one of those guys had just went out to the car to grab like some sodas or something and bring them back into the room. They didn't want to lock the door, so they wanted you to open it faster. I got off on the wrong floor and was walking toward the door that had that stopper in it, and I didn't think nothing of it because I really had to go. Something did not hit my stomach right. So I ran into the bathroom and I just sat down. And then I'm sitting there and I see like, after I'm relieved, you know, I like look around, I like take it in my surroundings, like, wait a minute, like that's a wig and all this makeup. And then I think back to like what I saw entering the room and I was like, oh no. You know that icy cold tinge that you get in your body, through your heart, you know you're sunk. And I was hungry, con-induced, edible, and I'm tripping or something. Or having a dream.
Yeah, that.
I didn't even look at the
Sounds
number.
like an awful dream, like a nightmare that you just had.
It was like in roughly the same area that ours would have been, and the exact same layout, the exact same, everything's the same, just different floor. I was one floor early, one floor too soon I got off. Which technically means the people directly above us probably heard us through the floor freaking out about it afterwards. Maybe. But it was not a fun, that was not a fun feeling. That was so bizarre to me. Like, I have nightmares where I wake back up and I'm back in that bathroom, sitting on that toilet, trying to figure out how to MacGyver my way out of that. And when I took a step out the bathroom and heard, Tyler, I bolted. I was like Sonic doing the spin dash, like I did not look back. I basically Dark Souls rolled. When I tripped over that foldout, I had so much momentum going. I did the perfect stun roll out the door. I like rolled with the fall on my back and was back on my feet, full sprint out the door, around the corner, took the emergency exit up the stairs. I was mad. And then I live streamed talking about what happened. And while streaming, I got off on the wrong floor again and almost went in that room a second time. No. That stream VOD's still up. Like, there's proof that I did that. And I almost did it again.
That's awful, man. Was there any, like, talk of it at the con?
People were talking about it all over the place.
Like on Facebook?
They were saying, like, there was a Facebook group where they're saying, like, they called it, like, the serial shitter. Like, somebody, because what happened was, it got telephone affected, and you got people who are just lying and saying, it happened to me too. It happened to me too. Room 207, it happened to me too.
It's wild how stuff like that spreads.
Like, and I was saying,
killer at a con.
Serial shitter. Well, the thing is, I want to be like, you're lying. And it's like, how do you know it's a lie? And they didn't know it was me. So I can't say it's a lie.
That's so funny.
I can't say there was only one shitting incident at Ichiban Con. I only shat in one bathroom and ran. If someone else did that, it wasn't me.
I feel like you made it so much worse than you did it flush, honestly. Because you know how you felt in that bathroom just now? That's how you made them feel.
That's how I made them feel. Well, like, if they didn't see me, I feel like they did. If they come back and there's a ghost... How would you feel? You're the only one in your hotel room, and you open the bathroom door because you heard the door, and you see some. You just see some.
I wish I could have like seen all the posts that people were making about it.
Shout outs to Tyler. Tyler's gonna come back like, what happened? It probably helped with constipation. Shout outs to Tyler. Yeah. I bet you, like, they probably thought, like, that there was a friend pranking them.
Oh, yeah.
In that moment, but in the story, the telephone effect, it just went.
I didn't know it went that far.
Let me tell it to you like this. We did the Room Cafe. This has been, like, maybe 2 years since that incident happened. I was doing a Room Cafe with Zan at Colossal Con.
Okay.
He met a group that came into the Room Cafe to order some food. And he just small talk and mentioning Ichiban Con. And before they could finish, it was like, yeah, that's the con where like some dude broke into someone's hotel room, stole their stuff and shat in their toilet. It's like, why does it keep adding more stuff to it?
They're saying that you stole
Like, they're saying I stole like the room, like they got robbed, and also the robber shat in their toilet before they left.
It's so funny how things like that spin out of control.
It just grows. The telephone effect is real.
With like the actual story of it is like so innocent and like quite humorous. Like I'm sure if they actually knew the full context, now they would probably laugh.
Yeah. But now, like, if I came forward, I feel like I would be confessing to like a bunch of stuff that I just didn't do.
You never did. Yeah, that's the problem with it. You just get all these liars that, yeah.
Like, return the stuff that you stole. Why did you spite poop in that person's toilet? Is it true that you knew the people in the hotel room and that they broke up with you, that it was a bad breakup and you broke into her hotel room after stalking her and shat in her toilet as a message?
Well, didn't you like match with one of them on Tinder or something?
Oh yeah! Yeah, so, okay. Now I gotta explain the context behind that. So, full disclaimer, I am a Tinder hater. I do not like dating apps for the most part. I don't, from people who use them, I get it, do what you gotta do. But for me, I think the gamification of it just predisposes you to like, just be very, very overly judgmental of a person before you get to know them. It doesn't really help organic growth as like getting to know someone. I think you're way better off going someplace and meeting people of mutual interests and growing a relationship that way, and then maybe getting a partner going further with it. But I think Tinder is just like booty call hookup app, and it's so just flooded with that genuine connections could happen, but they're rare. But I digress. My group was doing jokes with Tinder because you can do it by like distance and magically going to con and then saying dumb stuff to them at the convention. I felt left out and I joined into them. This is a day after the poop incident, I think, like the last day of the con, but I'm ready to go home anyways. We're just memeing it up on our phones, and I do it too. I go through and I match with somebody and they shared a really weird story, and I'm like, oh, you got a wild story, well check out this story. And I shared that the poop story, and then there was like, that was you? And I freaked out. When it said that was you, I was like,
oh,
what?
So it might not have been the people in the room.
It might not have been them, and they might have, in hindsight,
might have just heard about it.
Yeah, it could have been that it was, they heard the rumor, because it started spreading, and I didn't know the extent that the rumors were spreading until day 2.
Yeah.
But that made me delete that app so damn fast.
That's so funny. That's the funniest thing.
So like, I was paranoid. I changed my name on socials and made my profile friends all like, they're gonna know I'm the serial pooper because they showed my name on that thing. They're gonna find me, like, they will be like, this is the guy. The cosplay matches. He's the guy that was the serial shit.
Oh, were you in cosplay when you did it?
I was in my Mega Man cosplay.
Oh no!
I was a blue blur. That's why I didn't wear it the rest of the con. I was out of cosplay. I would wear stuff to cover my face. I was ready to go. Apply for a panel at the next Ichiban for a Q&A. How do you title that panel? Yes, I was the guy that shat. I'm the serial shitter. Ask me anything.
That's funny.
The description. There have been some frivolous and downright baseless accusations tossed around the whole situation of the shitting incident of, what was that, 2 years ago? What year was 2 years ago?
2022.
2022. The shitting incident of 2022. I would like to come here to defend myself. Serial shitter confession stand.
I mean, your whole stream afterwards pretty much was the confession.
It was I confessed on the stream. That is the evidence. If someone ever did like a deep dive, like a chill self, convention secrets. At Ichiban Con in 2022, there was a guy in a blue Mega Man outfit that allegedly shat in a hotel room and then stole a Nintendo Switch. We found this YouTube video that shows evidence of the shitter. Mobby Nerd on YouTube, 5,000 subscribers, but only gets these days maybe 100 views per video, is the guy that shat on the toilet. If you look at this article that talks about the guy who stole the Switch, he was described as wearing a blue Mega Man outfit with boots that don't quite match. Well, as you can see in this video, he's been seen wearing this cosplay at other conventions.
And then, so that's that whole YouTube automation scam that's floating around to use like the AI voice to
that was like my discount chills. But yes, I hate those AI quick flip video content farm scam.
Yeah.
Like, I hate those so much. Hello, YouTubers, and welcome to this top 5 dash cam accidents that will make you go, wow. I am a human and not really a bot. Yeah, I'm the serial shitter. I shat in that toilet. I got off on the wrong floor. I thought it was my room. Any questions? Why didn't you flush? Listen, North Carolina doesn't have the best reputation when it comes to racial relations for black people. And I'm in a hotel room full of women, presumably, that I'm not supposed to be in. How do you think I, as a 6-foot black guy, am gonna explain my way out of this? They're gonna crucify me, man. I'm done. She's gonna whip out a gun right there and blast my ass. I'm gonna get shot. I'm surprised I get shot in my butt cheek running out the damn door.
You are kind of lucky, not gonna lie.
Right? Man, I hate the Reddit readings, but it's a bot voice. It's just not fun. Yeah, if it's a bot voice, it's just lazy.
Right.
Like, already, you're doing the bare minimum doing Reddit reading content. I can say that having done a couple joke Reddit videos. It's the bare minimum. It's not hard. Some of those videos are so lazy, they reuse some of the same posts in their Reddit roundups. They'll say the same things in the video like 4 times.
Yeah, it's just like text to speech from the Reddit.
Yeah.
Comments and writing.
Like, if you're gonna voice act and make it more interesting, then that's fun, that's fine. But like, just don't act like you're doing like amazing content.
Right.
Consider wigs in there, but the name is Tyler. What if it was a room of cross players or a couple? What if like the boyfriend came back in? What if that situation could have been so much worse,
that
right?
Would have been worse.
Like,
that honestly would have been.
Imagine for a second that in an alternate timeline, I flushed the toilet.
Okay.
And when the toilet flushes, as the toilet flushes, Tyler's returning to the room. Because I'm assuming Tyler wasn't there. Because the lady that said Tyler, it was a girl's voice that said Tyler. She walks out, or Tyler walks in as I'm walking out of the bathroom, and maybe I don't even realize I'm in the wrong room. And then he takes it the wrong way and thinks his girlfriend is cheating on him.
Oh, no.
The sad thing is that it works, and I'm angry about it. Yeah, it works. They get views.
Yeah, they get views. I don't know if you can monetize that kind of content, though, can you?
You can monetize it. YouTube's cracking down on AI content, though, a little bit, but it's for like impersonating or like making somebody seem real that isn't, if it's inflammatory. So like if somebody made an AI video of my voice and made a bunch of videos, if they have to disclose in a little checkbox that it's not trying to pass it off as actually me, otherwise it's a breach of YouTube's new TOS. And also using AI in your videos and not fully disclosing it is also technically a breach of TOS. A lot of people getting pulled over.
Yeah.
There's a lot of berries and no cherries out here. The cop lights are just all blue. They're very pretty.
A cop pulled over a person.
Yeah, the cop got pulled over first, and then that cop was like, I was pulling over this person. Well, let me just do a check to make sure you're sober first. Sobriety. Yeah, it's weird, like what works and what doesn't. The type of video content that pisses me off that also gets this crazy views and it works is drama videos where they're talking about a situation, but all the video is just like someone playing like Call of Duty or Halo or something in the background. This gameplay footage, random gameplay footage, and somebody narrating. I hate that format. I'm so mad because like it's a quick turnaround. It's such a quick turnaround. You just want something on the screen while you talk, and you don't want to do a lot of other editing. So you can put anything on there. I was gonna do like joke videos where I do commentary, but I like go to like really weird places and just record the most mundane, weird looping thing and just talk over it about real drama.
I'm kind of on the opposite side of that because Review Tech USA used to do stuff like that, and now he just shows his like regular self talking to a camera. I actually prefer watching the gameplay over watching him talk.
That's funny.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, you gotta look at like, okay, I almost sounds like a horrible diss to Review USA, but like you gotta watch someone's face like up close on camera. They're not like doing anything with the camera footage. It is a little. You mix it up. You jump cut. You have like a narrative bit and show relevant imagery to what you're talking about, or jump cut away to it. Or something.
I mean, he'll do that. It's just I just preferred the gameplay. The other thing too is I actually got introduced to like a lot of games I didn't know about due to his gameplay sharing. So that's how I got introduced to like Midhog. That's how I got introduced to like what was that Far Cry game? It was like DLC. It was like
Blood Dragon?
Blood
Dragon was great. They need to remaster, just release that someplace else because Blood Dragon was awesome.
Yep, I got introduced to it through that. There was like a few others that I got introduced by watching his gameplay as he was
Falls. What is that?
But I can understand where you're coming from, where it's like not as like high quality production to produce.
It's super quick turnaround footage. There was a dude that got really mad because his video got taken down, and I understand why he's mad because it was YouTube drama. And another YouTuber flagged his video down because he was talking about him. But he was like, I put all this work into this video, and I worked really hard on this video, and now I can't monetize it because this asshole did this. I'm like, all right, dude. I get you can be mad that he like just censored your video by taking it down because you shouldn't have done that. However, to say that was a lot of hard work is a little bit of a stretch, man. It's a little bit of a stretch because in that whole 10-minute video, to say that you edited any of that footage it's an exaggeration. You just went into OBS, grabbed your gameplay footage, and just dropped that shit like in the timeline and hit render off the audio over it. That is not editing.
Right.
Fan G, welcome back. What's good? What's good? Hopping back into the ride. There will be no pee-pee breaks. I hate to break it to you. There will be no pee-pee breaks. Unfortunately.
Well, we might be able to stop for one, because I might need to get gas.
Okay, maybe pee-pee break. But I won't stream the pee-pee break because I value my stream. I don't want to get banned from YouTube.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should do it before Chattanooga or after Chattanooga.
Chattanooga just sounds like an interesting place. Just because of the name.
Yeah.
What is Chattanooga famous for? This reminds me of when I drove...
Choo-choo train, I think.
Oh. I want to see what Chattanooga... Did you make that up?
No, it's something my grandparents told me about.
That sounds made up. It sounds like... It doesn't sound real.
Fair enough.
The Chattanooga choo-choo train. This reminds me of when I drove 30 hours round trip to Cali. Round trip?
Wait, what?
Define round trip, like you drove there and back in one day?
Well, no, they probably just round trip as in went there and drove back.
Oh, I don't know.
That counts as a round trip.
Moro is pretty crazy in the funny way. They had the energy. I think they could pull it off. Not one day. No, but it was no breaks. Wow.
Where
I'm
were
surprised.
they driving from to go to Cali?
Yeah, where were you riding from? Boy, I don't want you to dock. If you're going back there, I don't want you to dock yourself. You don't
have to dox yourself. If you want to give like a region or whatever.
You spent 15 hours one way, WA, from WA.
Oh, okay. Is it really that long of a drive to go from Washington to Cali?
No, WA.
Yeah, that's Washington.
That's what that means?
Yes. Just like, Gah is Georgia.
I didn't know that. I thought we were from me. Damn.
No, we are from me, actually.
Oh, okay. That explains so much more.
So you had that one right.
That's good. That's good. Like, dang. Why? As it go back, we saying, yeah, it's like that's a lot of distance. From South Cali. Oh, to South.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
South Cali. I was gonna say to get to Northern California, I was like 15 hours. Dang.
California is big.
Like I know Oregon's like big, but
that is
I didn't think it
true.
was that big.
I didn't think the stream would be 3 hours of solid. Okay, let's see. Solid connection is a bit of an exaggeration, but
It's been decent though, like all things considered, like with the mountains and everything.
the fact that we've been able to maintain a connection and people can coherently follow around disconnects and all is baffling to me.
Like we were in like total darkness there for a second.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually like pretty well lit, but Tennessee there for a minute.
No, that was just the
pretty
void.
hairy.
Imagine being lost in the woods in that kind of darkness. Like you're in advanced darkness.
Dang man, I can't even.
The mountains were hella snowy. You going down the Oregon Trail? Oregon was like 5-ish hours to cross.
Okay.
Morrow out here playing Oregon Trail in real life. Don't ford the river.
You could probably cross all of the lower peninsula in about 5 hours. Like tip to bottom.
That would be a funny road trip.
Like if you went, like what would be the bottom of Michigan? Like Hillsdale, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say Hillsdale for sure.
Like the bottom of Hillsdale County?
It was important. Please tell me it was to receive like a thing.
It was to meet a girl.
All right, valid.
Have you ever seen that video of that guy that like flew to California or whatever to meet that girl.
Oh, is it the where it's like really awkward?
It is super awkward. You can tell she's just not into him anymore.
That video, I couldn't finish it. It hurt to watch. As soon as I saw her face when she saw him in person, I was like, oh no, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, what the?
I feel like that video is staged in a lot of ways. But
I hope it was. I really hope it was, because that was brutal.
It's a difficult watch for sure.
Like, they were young. The reason why it's believable to me is because they were both pretty young, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, I feel like a high school girl would be like that, straightforward about
were
like
they high schoolers?
I thought they were. Like, she had the high schooler mannerisms. I don't remember. She seemed like she was way young though. Like,
yeah, they were young.
It was a funeral, so it was time sensitive. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is why you don't joke about stuff before you know the context. There's like crazy stories of people traveling long distances and it's like goes completely south. I remember it was a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but the dude went, and I guess he was lying about his race, which is a weird thing to lie about. So when he met the girl, she was like, "Oh, you're black." And that just like shifted everything, which, I mean, in that context, like if you literally catfished with a different profile picture. I can see why they were off-put. And they still did the date, but then like the dude left her because she was racist.
Oh man.
Like throughout the date, she was like, would share these beliefs, express a bunch of stuff. He's like, oh no, I can't vibe with you. You were back in like some weird stuff. It was just really funny. But the craziest love story, not love story, but like, again, I don't know if it's true because this was told over a radio show. And sometimes those radio broadcasts will embellish things for entertainment value for their listeners, you know?
Yeah.
But it was talking about this blind dating contest thing where they match people and they want to put you on like an all expense paid vacation. They pick 2 winners and they match these people who use this dating site. And it was the blind date, so they wouldn't tell you who your partner was. You'd know by looking for the rose. And the dude found out that he was matched with his mom.
Oh no.
It's like, well, that's so awkward.
Oh,
because
we're in Chattanooga now.
We're in Chattanooga. We're chatting in Chattanooga. Chat with me.
Won't get gas in Chattanooga, unfortunately.
Is it bad to get gas in Chattanooga?
Chattanooga can be a little rough.
Oh.
I remember. It like, what's a good comparison?
Detroit?
No, like as you're driving from where we're at to
Parma?
Chicago. No, you're past Parma. It's like, what's that?
Oh, I'm talking like the condition of the place.
Yeah, what's probably like Three Rivers, Michigan. It's not Three Rivers, but it's just Benton Harbor.
Benton Harbor, okay.
It's like Benton Harbor.
I don't know why I was expecting you to say four rivers. It's next to 3 rivers.
That makes sense.
That's like a joke that there's a cold water Michigan. I was like, there has to be a hot water Michigan, right?
Yeah. You would think. Well, there's a hell Michigan, so do you think there's a heaven Michigan?
There has to be now. The rule of opposites.
Was
that your turn?
No, I wanted to get gas. But...
Fuck. I'm sorry. I should be more alert in paying attention.
Dang, it's cheap there too. $2.95. Oh,
Yeah.
it just changed to $3.
It went up. They said nope.
They said nope.
No, it ain't. Keep shopping.
It's that one dude from Walmart.
It's literally him. It's like,
nope.
Nope. He just exists to just like ruin our
Korean
day.
barbecue. I've never done Korean barbecue.
Dude, you'll like it. You would like it a lot. Korean barbecue. So there's that Chinese place, Yin King, that you took me to one time.
Uh-huh.
Did you know that restaurant, the way they operate is pretty similar to how Korean barbecues operate?
Oh, okay.
Whatever you order is not meant to be eaten by one person. You're ordering a plate that's like for the table. And the value is that the more you order, the more you share. That's why you bring individual plates with the main plate. You get 2 plates. because you put your food from that plate onto your plate, and you're like dinner style. You're just serving. You're just eating together. So the more people eat, the more food you get. You order different items. If each person orders one thing, you got a whole meal, a whole dinner. So it's all meant to be shared. I've noticed that it's never advertised, and a lot of people go in there and eat, and they'll get the plate, and they'll just eat off that one plate and won't share at the table. And the staff will look and be like, y'all greedy. He's like, no, I don't think they get it. This is the only restaurant in our city that operates like that.
Yeah, it's like that would be even remotely close to that.
They just do not know. It's different. Gotta educate the consumers. But Korean barbecue's like that. Everything you get is like to share, and you're like grilling it at the table, true hibachi style. Not like the hibachi where you got a chef like juggling and honking a clown nose at you, but or like doing a Fortnite dance over your sushi. I mean, over your food before he serves it to you. Instead, it's like you do it.
Okay, apparently there's supposed to be gas on exit 9.
All right, here we
I don't
go.
know if I want to take it or not, though. 'Cause this, I don't like taking exits where I can't like immediately see where I need to go.
Yeah, it's like dark. We want us to avoid.
In a quarter mile, take the Tennessee 317 ramp to Collegedale, Avison Pike.
I really sincerely hope there's like one just cracked out VOD watcher that just watches this whole thing for no reason.
Take the Tennessee
Like, I just want to go on a
317
road
ramp.
trip. Hey, you riding with us. This is road trip ASMR now. This is PLV. You're in the car with us.
Honestly, there's been times where I think I've watched some of your
In a quarter mile, merge
your
onto
live streams
I-75
just
South,
to, or
Tennessee
even your
317.
VODs, just to like pass the time.
It's probably a good pastime. They all go for like about an hour. It's
Yeah,
just,
I'll watch some of our older videos just to like reminisce.
my favorite is our up north videos.
Yeah, that one was awesome. I watched that one a lot too. You did a really good job on that one.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I can tell that one you like put a lot of.
I
effort
really
into.
went hard into narrating, thinking of the shots, trying to have all the music be thematic, because I felt like that was where I was learning that music choices can really elevate what the visuals are.
Yeah.
So I think the soundtrack for that really moved what made it, at least to me. And of course, obviously, hanging out with everybody.
Yeah.
The adventure just kind of went on. We really felt like we were doing stuff. Every day felt like we were going and doing something.
Yeah, I felt like it really like highlighted the personality as well of our friend group.
Yes.
Like everyone really is
Continue
their
for 3/4
authentic
of a
self
mile.
in that video.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm a little nervous. I might have screwed us a little bit.
Oh, we lost. We
I
lost
thought
in
I saw-
Chattanooga
I thought I saw.
gas station.
Yeah, but
There might be one. There might be one. There's like some lights over that way.
yeah, we'll just have to do a UE.
Again, that's a bike lane. That is not a bike lane. America,
Fuck
let's
yeah.
just make, yeah, exactly. Can we just delete our roads and make everything like a regular, like one little road and then more walkable infrastructure? It'd be nice.
I do feel like we do need to think about like what we want our transportation to be like in the
In
future.
a quarter
Yeah.
mile, make a U-turn.
'Cause I feel like just roads constantly breaking down and all that shit, and cars and really unaffordable. Like we really needed to like, oh, here we go.
There it
Hanging out in
is.
the middle of nowhere, which
Okay,
makes
your
me
turn.
nervous, but
Don't worry, we're live streaming, so if something happens, at least we have evidence. We're in
true.
Chattanooga.
we're probably like one of the worst people like to do anything.
Yeah.
At the
Because we're
lights, turn
actively
right onto Old
documenting.
Highway.
Like,
Everything.
I'm live streaming. I want you to know. I'm live. I'm streaming. It's all on stream. That's all I got your face. Right now, there's like running. Like, oh, no.
Okay.
Continue on Tennessee 317 West for 3/4
I
of a
will
mile.
phone, I will, but right now I need to film my
I was going to ask why they have like a picture of just a lady's torso on the building, but she has a face.
Hopefully this one will actually have a restroom.
Yeah.
Because the other one, they're like, no public restrooms. It's like, come on, man. What you doing?
I think it's pee time. I know I got to, but I can't stream it.
I have to pee.
We'll just have to trade the streams.
Something. I forget. You had a whole song in the Up North video, though.
Oh, yeah. I have to pee. I have to pee. I remember. It was like Under the Sea. It said, Under the Sea. I have to pee.
Yeah.
I cannot hold it. Stop at the bathroom. I have to pee.
Are you still streaming?
It's still live.
Nice.
Oh, man. Chattanooga. You want to hold the stream while I check and see if there's a bathroom in there?
Sure. I mean, all they're gonna do is watch me fill.
It's like full immersion, though.
Full immersion.
This is like how you...
Filling up a charger.
You gotta do like a YouTube tutorial. Like, here's how you pump gas.
Well, I'm confused. Oh, no. The price changed.
All right, we're over here.
Over there. That's just 3.7.
Harry's.
Two different like HPay and whatever. Yeah, it is more expensive here just because like Chattanooga is like more of a city.
Oh look, I need a haircut.
This is not the only time that we have filmed ourselves filming gas.
That's true.
Remember that time that we were freezing and I was taking you to the one gig?
And the gas was like really slow. That was crazy. I remember that. I always pass that gas station. That's the first memory that comes to mind when we pass that station. Like that station has slow pumps. Slow pumps. They ain't pumping nothing. This gas station is like kind of jumping.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
All right, let's just see if they got on.
Yeah, hopefully this will be done soon.
All right, I'll pass the chat off to you. There's one person because it's losing signal again.
Okay.
If you don't want to be front facing, you can hit the little button right here. This little spinny arrow thing right here to switch sides.
Okay. I didn't realize my hair got all messed up.
I'll let you know if there's a bathroom.
Dang, I can't believe we got 14 likes on this. That's crazy. I gotta admit, this is the first time I've like live streamed while I'm just pumping gas. This is incredibly awkward. See, I had about 130 miles left, and I'm filling up, and it's gonna take a lot to fill it up, unfortunately. Like, driving the charger is cool. I just don't like the gas component. Yeah, let's see what this one ends up being. Like, we're getting pretty close. Yeah, it wasn't even on empty. Yeah. Gas is just one of those bills that I'm just so sick of paying week to week. I did not shake that off well enough before. Okay. Now we have to awkwardly go find Mobby Nerd. Make sure this is locked. It is. Okay. He hasn't come back out yet, so I assume there's a bathroom. I'm not seeing him or a bathroom.
Get paid though. Yep. Gotta get that bread.
Oh yeah. I have a little handoff. Trade you.
You like the bathroom, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
I lie. He's not gonna like that bathroom at all. He's not gonna like that bathroom. That was like, I felt like I was on the run in like an episode of Breaking Bad. If that makes sense. Like, you ever watch Better Call Saul? You know, like everything becomes like black and white. That was like a different universe, cause like, it's the station itself's not bad, but like you go into that bathroom and it's like, dang, that's there's like really funny writing on the bathroom door wall. There's like, looks like somebody wrote like a like a gang symbol. It's like, why here? Doesn't make any sense. This is Harry's. Why would you write that on a bathroom door at Harry's? You know? It's kind of funny. I'm just gonna stretch my legs a little bit. You're the writing on the wall. I see. I'm losing my voice because I've been talking for like half the trip. I don't know why there was someone. I had to shave my beard off, and I had to do it swiftly, so it's not a clean, not as clean as I would have liked it to be, but gotta do what you gotta do. I'm very committed. No one can say I'm not committed to the bit or being a character, because the character I'm gonna play has no beard. So stretching my feet, got some new shoes, got some paint on my pants. Alright, I think I'm gonna sit down to the car. I'm locked out. I can't do that. So I gotta wait till he's done swooping in there. Alright, when he comes out, we're gonna ask him how he liked the bathroom. You have to shave tomorrow too? Commit. Alright, how was it? How's the review?
I don't know why I said that.
Does it not feel like you're like on the run in like a Breaking Bad episode?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It feels like you're like going in there because you're on the run from something. Yeah.
Now, I unfortunately bought a Monster just to make sure I have enough.
I should have bought like a
Wireness.
little bottle of water, but I think I'll be fine till I get there.
There's probably water at the hotel too.
Yeah.
You can buy it.
That's totally fine. I'm not that dry yet. I'm getting there, but I'm not quite that dry yet. Also, I don't like drinking a lot of liquid when I'm on the road, because then I have to stop and pee.
Yeah.
And I don't want to pee. I don't want to.
I wonder if I even need this car charger right now. I'd probably have enough juice to get us to the hotel without having to worry about all that.
The thing that gets me is there was like a gang writing on the door in the bathroom. It's like, why are you writing on the bathroom of Harry's?
Yeah, and then there's like something about cheese.
Yeah, cheese is his name is Cheese.
It was confusing.
It's very weird.
Very Chattanooga.
And then like there's the lady that was by the door messing with those slot machine things, is just swearing at her. She's like, fuck, shit. Like, oh, this is weird.
Do you mind if I put the power bank in here? As long as we don't forget it.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. I just want to, it's like awkward when I'm driving to reach down there.
Oh, I didn't even want to keep it right there. I was just putting it in there for a second. I was going to put it like back over here.
Oh, then yeah, you can move it wherever you want.
I don't know where my battery's at.
Back on the road again.
Here we go.
I'm on the road again.
Are we going to reach 4 hours and this phone not dying for a stream? This will be the longest I've ever streamed from my cell phone without it dying on me. Normally, by the time I get 3 hours, it's toast.
I will say this about that gas station.
Yeah.
Like, when you think about, like, stereotypes about where people are from.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's people when they're like, I'm from Tennessee. I'm like, I believe you.
I believe you. Well, I mean, it's like right next to an old like church behind the building, and that dude in the weird like monster shirt. I don't know. It looks like it's directing you this way.
Yeah, I just don't remember coming down this road.
That's for sure, because I would have been passing that church.
Yeah. I don't know how.
This place is just weird, man. We can turn around on this little. Yeah, this place right here. This motel. This is someone's residence.
This is kind of creepy, not gonna lie.
It's a barbecue place, apparently.
Let's get the rear going. I think that's rear. Oh.
Hurry up before the hills have eyes us.
I feel like if you want to escape out of a horror area, you want kind of a sporty car to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You want to get up and go. Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Thank you.
Bless up.
Bless up. Sneeze. But like, look, if you look at the gas station, we're gonna pass it. There's like a church directly behind Harry's, and there's that dude with like the weird like flame shirt was like walking and staring at the church and then walking back. I was like, dude, he's church.
Turn right on the
Oh yeah, church
And
gas
a
station.
station. He was looking at me weird when he handed the phone off to me. I was like, I don't care, bro. I don't care.
They're definitely not used to that. I can tell.
He's like, what the hell is this guy doing?
What Sam hell's going on here?
What tarnation? Why are you live streaming at the gas station?
It's like, dude, we've been live streaming, man. Almost 4 hours now.
Yeah, bold of you to assume we started at this gas station. This
It would
stream
be the
started.
first time we started filming at a gas station, but
Exactly.
nevertheless, bold of you to assume.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane.
This stream started in the middle of the highway.
Okay, I gotta figure out what's up there more. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll turn you up a little bit more.
Will I have a voice for tomorrow's con? That is to be decided. I'm not a very talkative
Your voice
person.
was so hoarse when I met you for the first time at Colossal Con.
Oh yeah. Yup. There was so much just.
Met
That's
you at Colossal Con for the first time. That wasn't the first time I met you. I should clarify.
That was the first epic betrayal, though. Can you open the door?
Oh, I was like, what did I do? Yeah, I remember that.
Open the door.
Wait, that was Chaylin. I
Oh.
should have just left it as like, yeah, that was Chaylin. I thought you knew that was me joking though.
That was funny because I thought it was Chaylin. And he's like, it was the day later. I'm like, and Chaylin being an asshole and not opening the damn door for me. He's like, what? What are you talking
So
about?
funny.
For context stream.
Jump.
I was locked out of a hotel room. And I called. Did I call Chaylin's phone? That's what I thought was Chaylin. I called Chaylin's cell phone to unlock the door and let me into the hotel room.
Chaylin
And
was out.
I guess, like, yeah, he was unconscious. He was out cold. So Tyler picked up Chaylin's phone and answered it for him. And then I'm like, Chaylin, can you unlock the door? I'm locked out. I have a room key. Can you lay next to the room? And then all he says is, nope. I'm like, what do you mean, nope?
Well, I was memeing the guy from Walmart that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it was all coming full circle, but like that did not click with me. I'm like, what do you mean? No, open the door.
I was just like, nope.
It's like there was like a weird dude in the hallway who was like drunk and like being an a-hole. I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with this. Open the door.
Continue for
Open the
7
door.
miles.
Open the door now. I'm Princess Freddy, and there's some weird dude who's talking about yiffing down the hallway. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to find out. Open
Oh,
the
you
door.
don't know what that means?
I didn't at the time.
Oh, dang.
I was like, I don't know what that means, and I don't want to find out. Open the door now. It's just, nope. It's like, what the hell, man? I was so mad because I was trying to get to the room fast. A day later, I'm like, I'm sorry, man. You're an asshole for that. He's like, what do you mean?
I thought you knew it was me because of the nope meme.
Yeah, I should have known in hindsight, but I just like didn't. I was like hushed. I'm like, open the door.
Well, to be fair to you, Chaylin was like gone that night.
Yeah.
Like, gone.
I wouldn't have been getting in that doorway anyways if I was calling Chaylin. A nope would have probably been accurate. He probably wouldn't have even remembered that his phone rang at all.
I don't even know what Chaylin did that night. Chandler went off on his own little adventure that night.
Going on your own adventure at Colossal Con probably means I'm drinking everything. Because
he probably
everybody's
went
just
through
passing
several
out
room
drinks.
parties that he probably doesn't even remember.
Yup. Who knows?
Who knows what he went through? Not even Chandler would know at this point. So
The reason why you can no badge Colossal Con is because the party is literally everywhere. It's at a resort, and everybody in there has this weird disposition where they just want to throw a party and just throw drinks in your hands. So it's a con where you will see a lot of drunk cosplayers, and when a lot of drunk people in the anime community congregate, weird stuff happens. That's the best thing I can say about that con. Is it's a weird experience, and why I often say I don't think it's a good con if you got kids. I really don't.
no, it's not. Like, it's gone so far from that. Like, don't take your kids.
Yeah, I would say leave your kids at home if you're going to Colossus.
Don't go if you're a minor.
Yeah, also that.
Do not go.
Really, please don't.
I understand the appeal of like wanting to go and hang out and have fun, but there's a lot of bad people that go to Colossal Con. Do not go.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a horrible truth.
And there's so many other cons that you can go to and you'll be perfectly safe.
That's true.
Like, don't go to that one.
I should make a video talking about that. I made a video about con lore, about all the weird stories out of Colossal Con, and that doesn't even scratch the surface. That con lore video I made doesn't really scratch the surface of how many weird things have happened at Colossal Con. And it's just simply because you're mixing alcohol with people who, for the most part, and no offense, I'm putting myself under this umbrella too, are just usually really socially awkward. And when people like that cut loose and they can let that barrier down, sometimes you get people who just maybe overstep a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Because they just don't have experience with it.
Yeah. Or go way too overboard.
Yeah.
And drink way too much. And then it's like passed out. So it's like, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Colossal Con is a whole different animal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still have not been to a con like it. Even after going to Anime Expo, AX ain't like Colossal Con. It's just a different vibe and atmosphere. It's like the beach episode of an anime. That's the best way I can describe it. And what I mean by that isn't just like people being in bikinis or swim trunks. But what I mean is the beach episode in the sense that it like feels like it's breaking the rules. Like you have like an anime that has like a plot or a direction, and then the beach episode usually has nothing to do with that. It's like a complete left turn where something weird happens for the sake of it happening, and then it's never referenced again. It's like an extra episode, an OVA. That's what Colossal Con is. It's that weird OVA beach episode that just has a bunch of random stuff in it just for no reason. That's not canon to anything else. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
And you get stories, there's cliques, there's factions. Colossal Con has factions.
I would
And
say
it's
Colossal Con's probably the clickiest con you can go to.
easily. You got the 18 plus, the 21, excuse me, now formerly 18 plus, now currently 21 plus Facebook group people. That is basically a gang. They are basically a gang at this point. The way they operate, they're very cliquey. They have a point system. They joke about it and say it's not how it works, but it actually kind of sort of is. It's a point system. If you're on the Facebook page, the way you interact and post stuff, if the more people like your posts, the more points you get on the ranking board. And having high leaderboards allegedly gives you access to the villa parties. So the villa people are like, have this whole like circle click thing about who can get into the villa and who can't.
And of course they control it every year.
Yep, because they keep, the way the system works, they just keep getting to rebuy it. They're always first on the list, so the same people keep buying the villas, and for some reason, simply because they can afford to buy villas, they're popular, like really, really popular with a lot of other congoers. So people want to get in good with them, so there's this weird hierarchy around villa people and non-villa people. Super weird.
I would love just for 1 year to buy it from out under that.
Just steal. They would probably be so mad. They'd be so pissed.
Yeah, you get the villas in like no parties.
Zan tried to do it. He legitimately tried to get a villa,
I would
but he
team up
couldn't.
with them on that for just to spite them, honestly.
It highlighted the way the weird system works, because it's like a third party that rents them out, and the way they have it, he basically made a confession as a seniority system, so they just choose who gets them. So they want to prefer the same people are always preferred customers, so they get them every year. So, and they're always booked. They're probably already booked back up again for next year.
I wonder if there's a way that we could book it ahead of them, even if it's like several years out.
Yeah, you have to like do it like next year.
Yeah.
I mean, the year after next year. And it's like,
maybe Zan and I could team up on that.
That could be funny.
That would be like the ultimate like prank to Colossal Con.
But the newest faction, before I forget, but that's also true. That would be the best way to prank Colossal Con, is just upset the villa hierarchy by taking one of the major villas. They give you like the one in the far corner. I don't know. Some of the villas are reserved for like con guests. They get some of those villas, but like the rest of them are just booked by con-goers who just keep getting it every year. The other faction is the bunny girl faction and the cow girl faction. That became a thing, and they hate each other. And when I say this, I mean this isn't like fake petty beef. This is actual like drama. And it all started when the cow Lasso Con group, all the cow people, overtook their bunny girl meetup. They like overshadowed it. So they tried to get more bunny girls to come, and it didn't work. The cow people keep overtaking the bunny girl people. So there's like a weird war. Georgia!
Welcome to Georgia.
Welcome, Georgia. A1 Kitchen.
That's kind of neat. We're in Georgia.
We have just now arrived in Georgia. We were leaving through Chattanooga, and now we're in Georgia. We're going on 4 hours of streaming.
Sweet Peaches, Georgia.
Sweet Peach, is that what it's called? The Peaches from Georgia?
Yeah, they're known for their peaches.
Ah, now I gotta try one. They ain't in season probably.
So you know, it's a funny story about that.
Yep.
I thought I got hacked because you know that Chrome autofill thing? Like,
yeah.
If anyone has ever borrowed your laptop or whatever, and they don't go incognito, like Chrome will save their like username and passwords for an autofill, right?
Yeah.
So I went on my laptop or whatever, and I let my mom use it or borrow it a couple times or whatever. And I go to like log into, I think it was like Facebook or something, and then it shows up like Sweet Peaches 69 at gmail.com.
What?
I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Who is this?
Yeah, so I'm like, Mom, what the fuck is this? And I was like, I think someone hacked me, and it's like some weird sexual name, Sweet Peaches 69.
Yeah.
And I was like, no. And she's like, that's my cousin, because she's like,
I'm only gonna be here for a day.
Sandy. Because Sandy lived in Georgia, so the Sweet Peaches, and she was born in 1969.
Oh.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what is that?
Why would you choose that name, though?
Yeah, like
So
that's
bad.
such a weird name. It sounds weirdly pornographic. Pancho, we're gonna be here just for about a day, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Technically two.
we could stay Sunday. I haven't booked a hotel for Sunday, but if we really wanted to, like, if MomoCon blows my expectations out of the water and we really like it, we could probably stay another night if we really wanted to.
I feel like Sundays for cons. I mean, I can't speak for MomoCon, but usually Sundays for cons are kind of like, they should just be free. I feel like Sundays shouldn't cost anything, because like everyone's leaving, people are dressing down. It's like the leaving day. It's like closing time, closing ceremonies. Nothing else is really happening.
Closing time. One last call.
To answer your question earlier, saying that we're only here for like technically like until Sunday. We're leaving Sunday, so we're only staying like one day. So we're crashing tonight, waking up, going to the convention. That's usually a 3-day convention, and the convention started today. By now, everything's probably shut down, but...
Oh, I heard they got stuff going all night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's like night stuff going on. Now, whether it's official or not, I don't know.
Fair.
But I did look in like the Facebook group and everything. Now, will I have the energy to do any of that? No. So we're a good half-hour walk from the convention center. I think we might just Uber tomorrow, though.
I'm cool with that. The O'Reilly.
Because I don't know how safe it is to walk a half hour in cosplay through Atlanta.
I would not pick a fight with a dude dressed as Majin Buu or Travis Touchdown. Like, if you look weird enough, I think people will leave you alone simply out of principle.
Yeah, I mean, we could try it, but...
It's up to you.
We'll test
Safety
the vibe.
first. Yeah, that's the vibe.
We'll test the vibe. Because, I mean, yeah, it's probably expensive to Uber through Atlanta.
Toby Keith in the neighborhood. You win YouTube name of the year. There's a lot of good food, but a quick fix. I really want to try some good food.
I'm trying to think if I know anyone that lives in Atlanta currently.
A quick fix is Mr. Fry Guy, Pancho said. There's a lot of good food, but if you want a quick fix on a Mr. Fry Guy.
Is that at the food court there? I hear they have a really good food court at the CNN Convention Center.
I'm not sure. I don't think he's ever been to MomoCon.
Oh, okay. Do you know anyone that lives currently in Atlanta?
I do not know.
I'm honestly surprised.
Brendan did for a little bit.
Oh, Brendan?
He did when he was studying, like, doing, like, camera work stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because this is, like, the place to go if you were trying to become, like, a PA, production assistant.
Yeah, there was a minute there where Josh and I had to move down here.
I don't blame you. This is, like, if you want a job in the film industry, it's a good place to start.
Oh, yeah. There's so many movies made in Atlanta nowadays. It's crazy. What is Brendan up to these days?
He's still filming. He's got a new Blackmagic camera he was showing off. He showed me some footage of on Discord.
That's cool.
I'm jealous. I wish I could afford that kind of camera.
I really need to get back into filmmaking. I just need the right idea. Like, I have all these, like, random, like, ideas that I could do, but unless I can see something, like, from start to finish all the way through, I probably won't go through with it.
Amber lamps.
Yep.
I'm still listening. I'm still listening.
Like, with Controller, I couldn't see it all the way through, but I had this idea of a concept, and then when I was talking with Josh about an idea that he had about the contest that he wanted to enter, it all kind of came together, and then the story got to evolve over time. But what really, like, pushed it through was when we could see it all the way through from beginning to end.
That makes sense.
Like, I have tons of random ideas of stuff I would like to shoot, but it doesn't make sense in a larger narrative, even as far as, like, a short film goes. Like, I just have ideas for, like, cool scenes or concepts that I'd like to shoot.
Well, whenever you're down to film some stuff, man, I got the whole shebang. I'm ready to do it. I even learned how to do some rudimentary color grading.
I've been really wanting you to star in a film, and Dan too, because I feel like you two, out of the whole AGA crew, are probably the most underused, like, high-profile talent.
In terms of, like, acting chops?
Yeah, in terms of, like, acting chops and just overall, like, intrigued to, like, watch on the screen. And I wanted to do this. Are you familiar with the movie The Lighthouse?
I haven't seen it, no.
But it's like black and white. It's by the guy that made The Witch. I had this idea of doing something like that, but instead of it being like at a lighthouse, we do it at that cemetery that we went to, and Dan's kind of like the groundskeeper or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like the new hire.
That would be pretty good. Because
you guys kind of have to play off each other.
I could see that working.
I thought that would be kind of a cool concept. But it's just like a concept. It's like, what would I do with that story? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I just like the concept of it.
To answer your question, Pancho, what's the difference between, like, I'm assuming you meant MomoCon or Comic-Con. MomoCon's probably more like an anime-themed convention, so it's more like Japanese pop culture style stuff, so see a lot more like cosplay from animes. And Comic-Con's usually like more of a general comic book convention, so like more like comic book themed stuff like Batman, Superman, whereas MomoCon would be more like Naruto and Goku. That's the best way I can describe the difference between those two. but there's general crossover between both, so they might as well be the same thing. But they're slightly different in how they're advertised and what they offer. Like normally a Comic-Con is like a big room where like you have different booths, stuff for sale, people cosplaying, but you only pay to get into that big dealer area. Whereas an anime convention, usually it's free to enter the convention center. And then there's areas they privatize that you can only enter with the badge. And they have panel rooms that you can go into with your badge. They see different panel things along with the dealer hall. And maybe, usually for the smaller size ones, smaller to mid-sized ones, decent ones will have like a free arcade. This is open 24 hours, hopefully. Or through so many hours of the day where you can just play games that are usually imported from Japan or just from general arcade games like DDR, driving games. So it's like, I personally think that anime conventions usually offer a little bit more for your money.
Oh yeah.
Than Comic-Cons usually are better for like finding rare stuff.
Yeah, Comic-Cons like get more like the high profile celebrity guys.
Yeah, that's true too.
Whereas like anime cons are more like voice actors.
Yep.
At like a Comic-Con you're gonna get like actual celebrities.
Yeah, you'll get like the Walking Dead cast that'll come to visit the meet. You'll meet actual people who've been in movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Anime conventions, yeah, you'll get like voice actors from like video games and anime, or sometimes YouTube personalities may make appearances at them and stuff like that.
But that's about as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Typically.
But yeah, if I had to choose, like, that's why I did not like Indie PopCon, because Indie PopCon advertises itself as something more like an anime convention, but really it's more like a Comic-Con, but with like DLC. Everything, it's literally everything is a different badge for Indie PopCon.
Oh, I hate that.
Not fun.
That's what I love about like stuff like Midwest. I know I'm hyping it up again. It's like that badge gets you everything. Pretty much everything you need except for like rock climbing.
The fact that there's rock climbing there at all is pretty crazy.
And like the rock climbing isn't like expensive. It's only like $5.
Well, that's not bad. It's not bad. This is my homeboy Tyler, or Tyler. You go by Tyler Scott Illusionist on YouTube still, yeah?
Yeah, I used to. I haven't really done anything with that channel in a long time, but.
Which one do you use more now?
I would probably say my business account, which is Tyler the Engineer.
Nice.
I have a couple stuff on there.
I want to create a thumbnail for you for Tip Buddy.
Oh yeah?
I want to just try it out. I want to make a thumbnail because I think the video is good. I just think that you just need a different thumbnail.
Yeah, no, that'd be awesome. That's one thing that I definitely need to learn more about is how to make a good thumbnail.
I'm still learning too, so I ain't even gonna pretend that I'm like the best at thumbnails. But I've been trying to like perfect that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm definitely willing to learn. So anything you do.
Poncho said, "What's up, Tyler?"
What's up? Nice to meet you. Yeah, and I've been wanting to kind of bring back the Tyler Scott Illusionist channel again. I don't know what I'd do with it because it kind of sucked even when I was active on it.
You know what you should do? We should team up and hit up while I still have my downtown apartment. We just go downtown and just do street magic. And I'll just be the camera guy.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. And the thing is, I feel like there's a window of opportunity in your life to do like street magic and that kind of video content.
Yep.
And it passes you. And once you get of a certain age, it feels too awkward to do. And I almost feel like too old to do that stuff. And I don't know. Like maybe busking would be cool.
Yeah.
Like where I just set up a stand and people can choose to come up and watch me. But I feel like that style of walking up and approaching like, hey, can I show you some magic? I feel like because I'm so much older now, I can't socially get away with that anymore.
I feel like if who was that guy that was doing it in Vegas? He was old and he was doing that. I think it's more like, I get what you're saying, but I feel like it's really more like the where you're doing it. Like if you were doing that in like Vegas, or if there's like an event going on where there's lots of people around, I think it's maybe a little bit less weird if it's just like just some couple people hanging around. There's nothing really going on downtown, and you get cold approach. But it's all in the approach too.
True. Yeah, I mean, like, back when I was, like, a student, and I was in my early 20s, man, it was, like, so easy just to go to, like, the Diag, go up to, like, other students and be like, hey, can I do a magic trick for you? And we put it on my YouTube channel. Most of them were like, yeah, cool, it's cool, or whatever. Now, like, I would feel, like, so creepy doing that. Like, even just, like, going up and approaching someone that's, like, in their early 20s. Now that I, like, hit that 30 mark,
Yeah.
I feel like there's, like, a barrier there, like an invisible barrier.
Maybe so.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, there's so much that we can still do with that channel. Like, I even had an idea, and this would fit more like TikTok. Like, there's this guy that's like this like guru shaman or whatever, and it's all this like bullshit. And I feel like Philion made a really good joke about it because he did a reaction to this guy's content, and it was like, guys will do the weirdest shit to get some alt girl pussy.
Oh.
Like,
wow, man! Don't get my stream demonetized.
sorry. I need to watch my language. My language is so bad, but I was quoting. That was a quote from Philion, but I mean, they're doing some really out there stuff. It's bad.
Doing some crazy stuff. No,
So
you're
I
right.
had this idea of like, what if I could like put myself out there as like a false shaman,
Yeah.
and do like some tricks that maybe people wouldn't realize are like magic tricks, and then present it as like I'm this shaman or whatever, and it's kind of like this experiment to see like, could I get people to actually buy into it?
That would be interesting. That would be an interesting topic.
And eventually I would like put out like a reveal video like, no, I'm not actually a shaman, I'm an illusionist, and these are all like magic
All
tricks
just
or whatever.
magic tricks.
And this is just a social experiment. Like, I would put out like an eventual video that would, you know.
Pancho says, well said, because I would want to see, but it has to be good. I feel like it would be a hit. Like, magic videos is still like a category of YouTube that's, because not everybody can do it, right? I think that it's still really competitive. However, I don't think it's as competitive. Like, I think that's like, if there was a place to carve a niche out fast and see some big growth, I think that's still the perfect place to do it, because there's not a lot of big names still running that I know of. I say that not being that deeply involved, so maybe there's people I don't know about that are huge YouTubers that keep doing that, but I don't think there's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's one guy that I'm friends with. He seems to still be consistent on YouTube, but a lot of like the big players that were like YouTube magicians have definitely stepped out of the game, and the ones that were like really big and are still doing it, they have actually pivoted their channel. So like, what's his name, Chris something or another. Like, he used to do magic, now he does like puzzles, and his whole thing is like puzzle videos, and those are immensely more popular than his magic videos. And then Peter McKinnon, he used to be like all up in the magic scene. Now all of his stuff is about photography and video making.
I forgot he was a magic YouTuber. Yeah.
Yep, he used to work at Illusionist a long time ago. Who's another big one?
Magic of Rohat. He disappeared for a long time.
Yeah, so they
Penguin Magic.
Yeah, they either disappear or they pivot the channel. And there was like another one, like he was a magician, but he did like a pivot. Oh, I remember. It's that finance guy, Andre Geek.
Oh, I don't think I know him, but it's
He
funny that
actually
he's
gave me
a
a
finance
shout
guy.
out before, for my no pressure.
Oh,
video.
yeah.
He did it for the company he used to work for, Theory 11. He quit Theory 11, started doing YouTube, and then he pivoted to just doing finance videos. And his finance video, like, you wouldn't even know he did magic videos at any point, because
That's
all of his stuff is on
bizarre.
finance. And it just kind of illustrates the point that, like, they're pivoting because there really isn't like an audience for magic anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, there probably is, but it's so small that you need to pivot, that way you can grow.
I feel like the audience is probably there, but you have to like do something different with it. Like, find a way to incorporate it in a different way. Because there's so many people like, going back to Magic of Rohat, he basically dominated the scene with his drive-through magic tricks. But that was the perfect combo because nobody else could compete with that until everyone started doing it.
Yeah.
So he's got to be the next person to find like another like way to revolutionize like illusionist stuff with something else where you wouldn't normally find it, and I bet you it would probably pop off again.
Yeah. I think one thing I have noticed is reveal videos are always insanely popular, and there's a lot of controversy about doing that. And then there's this one guy, because I mean, they've been doing reveal videos ever since like the Masked Magician got super popular with his documentary he made or whatever. And everyone's been trying to copy him since then. But
for context, a reveal video is like showing how a trick works, right?
yeah.
Gotcha.
You reveal the inner workings of how it's done, the method, so to speak.
You break in the illusion.
Yeah, and there's this guy, and I see it all the time in Facebook Reels, and he doesn't add anything of value. Like, all he does is just, like, expose a bunch of tricks with, like, a pissed off look on his face.
Ah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
But he doesn't add any character to it. The only reason why he's popular is the Facebook Reels algorithm or Instagram Reels algorithm loves to promote him. But if you look at the comments, like, even lay people being people that aren't in magic,
Yeah.
like, they're like, dude, these videos are awful. Like, you're exposing magic for nothing. Like, all you're doing is just getting views out of this. Like, no one even really likes your content. And he uses the same shitty song in every single video.
That's really annoying. Yeah, that's like super low effort.
Low effort, just, you're basically making money off of other people's ideas. And it's just super annoying.
It doesn't surprise me that's a reel / TikToker, because that's basically what TikTokers do. Not all, but a lot of them.
And I've seen so many people like him come and go, and he's going to have this flash in the pan success for right now. And then when people realize that it's actually very boring, like, he doesn't add anything of value.
Yeah.
He's not really doing anything at all except for making a stupid face as he reveals stuff. He has no showmanship at all. They'll get bored.
I already forgot he existed.
Yeah.
He probably already faded into obscurity, honestly.
Yeah, so there's that guy. I mean, he got quite the big following or whatever. Because I do think, like, a lot of people do have that curiosity. When you see something that, like, absolutely blows your mind, you're like, how is this even possible?
Yeah.
You do get a little curious how it's done. Some people prefer not to know, and then others would like to know.
Bless you times two.
Thank God, allergies.
The
But
stream's weirding me out, man. The bottom of the corner of the stream, it's like eyes floating toward my phone, but it's the light reflecting off of the cars and stuff in front of us, and the mirror artifacting it in the lens and the camera. So it looks like eyes are floating toward my screen, but those are not eyes. I hope.
yeah, I hope not.
Otherwise, there's some curse something going. We're under like some kind of weird curse. Coins.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to think, like, because there's also, like, a part of me that thinks, like, magic is dying. And I know that sounds, like, kind of pessimistic, but I just don't really see, like, enthusiasm for it anymore. You're like, oh, no, it's more popular than it's ever been. Like, you got shows like Fool Us with Penn and Teller, America's Got Talent, but a lot of that stuff is going away. Like, I don't think those shows are nearly as popular as what they once were either. So it's like they kind of have, like, flash in the pan success, and then they're kind of going away. And I feel like with YouTube, like, a lot of that traditional TV is kind of going away too, because those are, like, traditional TV shows.
Yeah.
It's like you really got to find a way to, like, get in with, like, Gen Z and Gen Alpha and see the stuff that they're interested in, which is, like, YouTube, which is, like, TikTok and Instagram Reels and stuff like that. And you have to, like, learn how to cater to that audience, and I really don't think anyone's cracked that code well yet. Like, there used to be people back in the day that would get good YouTube views. Like, I met one of them. Like, he was kind of a game changer back in the day. His name was Disturbed Reality. I got to meet him because he's from Michigan. I think he's living in Texas now. He used to live in California, all this other stuff. But he moved back to Michigan temporarily, and I've been messaging with him, and we actually met up to meet to shoot a podcast. And that podcast got removed, unfortunately. But
that's sad.
I did shoot a podcast with him, and he got, I think, over 1 million subscribers or whatever, and he used to do like reveal videos, but it wasn't that one guy's doing where he's just revealing stuff like real quick.
Yeah.
Like this
No
guy was
context.
actually like teaching you how to be a magician, and that's the value of the content. So it's like, yeah, he's showing the method, but he's really showing you and trying to get more people interested in magic. And I know a lot of magicians back in the day hated him for it, but he actually brought more people in than I feel like he turned away. And there was a boom in the magic industry back kind of when I was really involved with it, where you would have sites like 311, Penguin Magic, Illusionist, and they were like just churning out profit right and left from all the product they put out, because there was such a large audience willing to buy it from people like him bringing in newer people to magic. There's not really anyone like that anymore, so I feel like 311, they don't really put out any new tricks. Penguin Magic will put out like a few here or there, but it's mainly like, I don't know, it's not like what they used to. And then Illusionist, all their stuff like is so hit or miss, a lot of it's crap. I don't even know if they're really making the sales they whine that they're not anymore. So I don't know. That was a long rant from someone that's kind of jaded by it all, I guess.
I don't know a whole lot about that community, so I'd be curious to I'd look into it and watch videos to see. But
that might make a good downfall of magic or something. I can make a video on that.
That's a good one. Have a good script.
Yeah, I'll have to rewatch this to listen to my rant again.
Well, it's about 4 hours in.
Okay.
About at the 4 hour mark. So how far are we from our destination at this point?
About an hour.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, for an 11-hour car trip with several stops. It doesn't feel as long as I thought it would feel.
I need to wake up. I thought there was a body bag on the back of that.
I can see why you thought that. Even looking at it now, I'm still suspicious.
That's a little suspicious there.
Not gonna lie.
I wouldn't put it past somebody in America to deliver a body by
a mom van.
Yeah, mom van, the mom van murderer. She airs the corpse out in the back of the van, driving full speed down the highway through Chattanooga.
Mom van murderer, meet the serial shitter.
Yeah, I'm a serial shitter. I'll poop in your toilet, and I won't flush it. And if I do flush it, I might ruin the whole dynamic of your current relationship. Imagine, Tyler comes back into the room. You're cheating on me? With a black guy?
Oh, no. That was starting to sound like one of those Starman knockoff videos.
Yeah, oh,
there was
God.
one of those guys that... Starman, I guess he's like a piece of shit, too, but... There's this guy, he made probably the most racist video that was supposed to be heartfelt.
Oh no.
So cringe.
It's worse when they're trying to make it a message, but it just ends up being really racist.
Okay, so I'll try to describe it in a way that won't get this demonetized.
Alright.
He makes this video about this guy, and he's in this relationship, and the girl doesn't really care about him. So she has this boyfriend on the side that's secret, and now he's a white guy, she's a white girl. She has a secret boyfriend that's black. His name is Tyrone.
Already, right off the start. Why do they have all the names?
And so she cheats on him with Tyrone.
Oh my God.
And then he catches them in bed, and it's just the way that Tyrone and her act. I'm like, this is racist, right? This is stereotypes. This is bad. At worst, it seems like a porno just because of the poor production quality and the terrible writing and stuff. But low key, the message you're kind of selling is
it's really
this
racist.
is kind of racist. But anyways, I guess the moral of the story is he learns to move on, and he teaches himself coding, then becomes rich, and then she wants to come crawling back to him or whatever. It's a really pathetic video. But when he's showing himself, teaching himself how to code, he's like, yes, I have success. I found the secret formula. What he used for the clip, editor that he uses to run his program is
Yeah.
printing errors. So he's like celebrating his success that he's like cracked the code. Like his code isn't even compiling.
Yeah. It's like, if you know anything about coding, this is not right. It's already. Oh my god.
So I found that really
Fucking
funny.
candy heaven. That's messed. Why would you choose? Like, okay, you can tell that it was not written by a black guy, or because like the first thing they chose was Tyrone. So, oh, what's a common? He probably Googled African American names.
Right. Well, you know, I watched that and I try to think of like, who is this guy that agreed to play Tyrone? Like, how much are they paying you?
Yeah.
Because like, when you read this script, like, come on.
Ain't
Why
no
would you
way,
agree
man.
to do this?
Ain't
Like,
no
ain't
way.
no way. Like, they must be paying you like a shit ton in order to agree to this, because it is bad.
I wouldn't do it. I'd be like, nah, I'm good on that one, but thank you.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find that.
He probably didn't get to choose. He probably was like, if they're out California, he probably is with an agency, and they booked him for it, and he showed up for it, and was like, oh, well, well, I'm here.
Well,
I need the money.
maybe, but the production value didn't even look like they would have went through an agency to hire anyone.
Wow.
It looks like it would have been something that would have been posted on Craigslist.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day.
That's
Anyone
funny.
still use Craigslist?
Yeah.
I know they really shot themselves in the foot.
It's because they like facilitate so much creepy stuff. Like, you see the lost connection section of Craigslist?
Well, there's that. That kind of somewhat made the site popular, but what they did to kill themselves was they started, like, anytime you post, they're going to charge you like $5 or something.
That's dumb. Yeah. That's
And like, no one's like, I don't want to do that.
Bye. I'm not wasting money.
Like, if I want to give away a couch for free, why do I have to pay $5 to give away a couch for free?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So they really like,
Literally.
yeah. Like, Craigslist had a good thing going. They just,
Soiled it.
yeah.
No, I think that the Lost Connections was popular because it was like a meme. It was literally just people writing about a girl or a dude they saw in passing and just being really creepy about describing them and trying to get their number. It's like, is this you? Here's my phone number.
It's interesting because like Facebook con groups kind of have like lost connection threads now.
Yeah.
And they kind of get stupid too. Not really creepy, but I've seen some stupid ones out there.
It's kind of funny sometimes reading. It's like, I know this person's out of touch and this is why it's written this way, but
Yeah.
oh man, there was one that I was reading where it like, I know that the person who wrote it probably didn't mean it to sound that way, but it sounded like they were just like down horrendously bad for a girl that was just nice to him for a little bit. Like the way he's describing her and everything, he's going into detail.
For some
And
guys,
it's
that's
like-
all it takes. It's just that one little bit of niceness, and they're in love.
It does.
Can I rant about something that probably no one else hates, but I do?
Go for it.
I hate when they do like a con crush thread, and there's someone that's already in a relationship with the person. They're like, "This is my con crush," but it's like, no, it's not. It's your relationship. It's not your crush anymore. Shut up.
You two are literally married. Shut the hell
You are
up.
literally married. It is not your crush.
You can't have a crush on your husband
Like,
or your wife. That's your wife. You're married to him. That's like
leave this thread for the people that want to like actually maybe spark a connection from this, and like just tell each other that you like each other. We don't need you in this thread. Get out.
That's the same energy as that person is like, I was on a date with my wife. It's like, how do you date your wife? You're married. That's an outing. That's dinner. Why are you dating your wife? Yeah, like that's super fun. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, there's other people who be like, no, they could share something, and that's fine. I understand why you think that, but to me, it's an annoyance, and it annoys me. It does.
I like
you're
con
already in
crush
a
threads in
relationship.
general, personally. I don't like con crush threads in general, personally.
The Colossal Con that I went to, you know that one girl that she mistook me for you, I think.
You were in my Mega Man costume. I was like, you know,
it's the alien one.
Oh, that's even funnier because like we were like.
She's like, I wanted to get a picture with you the other day. I was like, oh, you probably meant him. I was like, it's okay, we look alike.
We look the same, you know. There's no way we would tell.
But yeah, she posted both you and Terrell in the Con Crush thread.
That's funny.
Yeah. No, I was like, that right there. Those are my homies. So I was happy about it.
Those are my boys.
And that's how you use that thread. Because it's like, if you see that, you can be like, oh, you got a crush on me? Hey, let's connect. And then you never know what might happen. Like that's actually something really cool. But when you get people that are already in a relationship just clogging the thread, like, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Ah, yeah. This becomes the con couples thread. It's like, this is my con crush.
It's like, we already know you like them. We already know. Shut up.
I would hope you guys like each other. At this point, I would hope so.
It's like, you just want to get attention too. That's what it is. Like, you feel like you need attention and you need likes, and for everyone to see that you're in a relationship, and you want to make it about you for a little bit.
Fan mount room. Yeah, that's true. That's really funny. That should be like a rant. They get like a really common. You gotta take your anger for it.
People will get mad.
Let them know, but like, I'll make that rant for you, man. I'll put like some goofy like the Weasel music theme that everyone uses in YouTube that overplays, and just go on a long rant. But you need to exaggerate it more. Like, take your frustration and do that theater thing where you play it up like by a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I hate? Con Crush threads, but not Con Crush threads specifically. Con Crush threads where someone posts their Con Crush and says, "This is my Con Crush, Kazuya, from this Japanese anime. He's my boyfriend." It's like, okay, so you're already in a relationship.
You're all like, yes, you like each other. We get it. And I do think it takes away from the attention of like people that are like legitimately trying to reach out to, you know, maybe make a connection that they weren't able to make necessarily in person.
I think if it's done like in a respectful way, a Con Crush thread is okay, but I've seen a few where it's just like, someone posts a picture, someone posts like a candid photo of a cosplayer. It's like, hey, she's the bunny girl from the bunny meetup, and I thought she was really cute, the one in the blue in the left corner. If you know who she is, could you let me know so I can reach out? Thanks.
Yeah, there's ways that Con Crush threads can also get kind of pathetic too. I get that.
But I will say that's not the majority. There's like, for every like wholesome post, there's like maybe one post like that or two.
Yeah, like the one that you and Terrell got mentioned in, I thought it was very wholesome. It was very sweet. Like, she did it the right way. She really did. I thought that was really cool. But, yeah, I don't know. Because you guys probably didn't even get to see that. You guys didn't get to see that call out.
I didn't know.
And that's because it gets buried by all the self-absorbed people that are already in a relationship trying to make it about themselves even more.
These Buc-ee's post advertisements are funny, man.
They're everywhere.
Candy Heaven, ICYIM, like all these.
Yeah, in case you missed it.
In case you missed it. You know what phrase I hate? In case you Michigan. What does that even mean? I hate the phrase BOGO.
BOGO?
Buy one, get one.
Oh, okay.
I don't like BOGO. It's like, yeah, BOGO! BOGO on wings. And they got BOGO on wings at Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah, BOGO. I hate that word. There are certain words that I hate. There was one that, now mind you, this is going to make the stream sound a little inappropriate.
Oh, I
However,
did that.
it's past that threshold.
My bad.
This was at Colosseum, there's this drunk guy talking about stuff. He's like, you know what I like more than anything? Pawns. It's like, what is that? Is that like those coins you flip? Like, no, pretty white girls. Like, you're stupid. Why is that you take the most disgusting word to describe that? That's gross, man. I hate that word. That word makes me feel disgusting. Yeah. I don't know why. But that's an acronym that just does not need to exist.
No, I agree.
I've never in my life until that day heard it like said out loud. And then I'm like, this can't really be a thing. So then I Googled it. Don't Google it because it is a thing. but it's a thing in the context of pornography.
Oh,
That means that dude watched like a bunch of porn, so much so that he's using it in his regular, everyday vernacular.
I feel like porn has been so normalized in our society now. Like, there's so much like porn brain rot. Like, it's used in like regular vocabulary so easily.
That's gross, man. You can't use pog in your vernacular. You can't just, it sounds gross.
Right,
it's not a
yeah.
flattering. If I was a pretty ass white girl, right, and a dude called me pog, I'm ghosting that motherfucker.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gone.
Probably
Please.
has like porn brain rot.
It's like, bro, what? Hey, man.
But now, if you're an OnlyFans creator, then you're gonna monetize it.
I mean, might as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Dream Weaver. It's a weed sign. Is that legal out here? It's gotta be.
Yeah, stuff like OnlyFans though is like a weed. Like, it gets everywhere, it uproots anywhere, and it's just gonna keep growing and growing. Like, it takes over the con community. It's crazy. But it kind of affects like the social aspect of the con community. And I'm not like trying to gatekeep or nothing, but like when you like charge for social interaction, like you have a different expectation than like how cons normally are. Like, you just have a different air about you, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a different vibe when you feel like
Because then every social interaction to you is like a business opportunity. And like at that point, you're not a real person. You're a business. You're an opportunist.
making money. Well, right now at cons, the common thing is people that charge money to step on other people. I've been seeing that as like, at first it started as a joke, but this is like actual business thing. It's like the new version of the Yowie paddle. But also on the flip side, there's some creepy ass dudes that will literally like ask to be stepped on. It's like out of left field. It's like, why, if you see someone dressed as 2B, do you assume that they want to step on you?
And that's one thing that I guess has always been there, even before like OnlyFans took off, is there was always creepy guys.
Yeah. I mean, girls can be creepy too. I mean, as creepy people. I want to say people at cons.
Like, we don't want to,
I've had some interactions while dressed as Freddy Fazbear. I say this a lot. The reason why I retired my 5 Nights at Freddy's cosplay before the game was out of its prime was entirely because I was completely just flabbergasted. There's an old word, flabbergasted. I was just completely just taken out by how weird the fandom got. The amount of people that was like, I joked about my aliens ass getting grabbed a lot in Japan, but you know what? It happened more at Colossal Con when I had Freddy Fazbear there. Really? People asking like, can I take a picture grabbing Freddy's butt? Hey, you know what if it is, bro? Yo, your cosplay's really sexy, man. No, seriously, it's really sexy, man. Like, wow. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? I learned so much by being dressed as Freddy from 4 days at Colossal Con. Then I did like a year of like being in the fandom. It made me leave. I like said, I'm watching from a safe and comfortable distance. Yeah. The amount of times, and it was girls, it was dudes, I was sexually harassed by everybody. I'm like, bro, I'm a whole ass bear. What is wrong with you right now, man? Chill out. And I know that it happened at Colossal Con, and alcohol is a huge factor in this degenerate behavior. But, geez, oh man, never have I ever had a crash course in all the slang for all the dirty deeds that people are doing. It's like, it ain't even just furries. I think it was just some weird people. Yeah. I felt dirty wearing my costume. That's why I retired Freddy. Like, I'm good on being Freddy Faz for a minute after this.
That was a really good cosplay.
Maybe one day I'll bring it back out. Bless you.
Now she's just like, oh, berserk. It's nighttime. I thought like everything would be chill. I might have to pick up a Zyzol tomorrow.
It might be the cold air blowing. Sometimes cold air too. Sometimes we can get you sneezing a little bit more.
True.
Maybe I heat it up just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe I'll just turn it off for now. Yeah, we got like less than an hour. We'll be there. I just hope we don't have any trouble checking in or getting parking.
I think it'll be pretty smooth.
But to be honest, like less than an hour, I feel pretty wired right now from that monster, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Drinks. And I felt like a reanimated corpse that couldn't sleep. Like I wanted to sleep because I was really exhausted, but I couldn't sleep.
Oh, okay.
And my friend Ben, you know him.
Yep.
He asked me, he's like, "You look miserable right now." Because I was going on a trip with him, we were hanging out with him, and we were in the middle of a Qdoba, and I went to the bathroom, I looked at myself like, oh my goodness, you know those SpongeBob close-up picture?
Yeah.
It was like looking at that. That's how my face looked. I looked like I was not alive, but like being puppeted around by some unseen force. And I didn't know that those were energy drinks. Bang's containers. The way they bottle their drinks, it looks so colorful and just abstract and crazy.
Right.
That I thought they were like something akin to like Arizona.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. And then I drank the other one. That was a mistake. I probably would have died if I drank in one more.
Yeah, I drank one more, yeah.
Because each one of those is worth 2 energy drinks. So that would have been 4.
Yeah, you really gotta be careful what you consume. You gotta know what you're doing.
Yeah. I try to avoid energy drinks for me personally because it makes my heart do weird things that I'm not comfortable with.
Yeah, that's what I said. I only drink Monsters on like special occasions, like this driving for 11 hours.
Yeah. That's an understandable reason to drink an energy drink, in my opinion. There was like one rehearsal I was at where everyone was passing around the drinks. Like, hey, try this out, try this. And I took a sip of one, and I realized after the fact that it had energy drink mixed in it, and it had me acting up for the whole rehearsal. I'm like, oh man, I wish I didn't. I learned a lesson there. Just say no. Just say no. But going back to Colossal Con, yeah, like, I forget who it was. It was someone I was hanging out with, and they said, man, you were indoor and loving this fandom, and now you were just out. I can tell already. Like, yep, I'm good on this. The other one that I almost got into, and then I immediately made a U-turn out of, was Italia.
Oh yeah, Dan was in that for a while.
I'm sorry.
But that's just because he is really
It's a big
into,
history.
Like, history. But then you find out what Italia becomes.
Shipping. Oh, I'm shipping countries together. And if you don't like my shipping, then I'll fight you.
Like, the Italia fandom became
brutal.
because they just could not accept dissenting opinions.
No. And
Like, it was toxic.
It represented, there's a few fandoms that are guilty of doing these things, right? The ask panels. And I know, like, you're younger when you do it. We were all younger when they were going on. But I can't tell you the amount of disappointment that entered my body when I'd wait in line to get into a panel and then realize it was an ask panel that was named differently. So you don't know it's an ask panel. And for context, an ask panel is a panel that's more like a role play where people dressed as characters from an anime, usually a fandom, like, let's just say Black Butler, Hitalia, those were the big offenders for it. But it could be any like fandom that has like a big following. They'll dress as characters and pretend to be the characters, and then you ask them questions and they answer them in character. Only the questions that will get asked are almost 100% not like, it'd be a different story if it's like a dedicated, like, serious role play where they're like really dedicated to being the character. It's more like, I'm like, what the hell is this?
Those arms are coming out.
Yeah. I'm like, what is it, a mannequin in there? It's more like, which character are you having sex with? Is it true that you're banging this person? And then be like, yeah, man, that's what I'm doing because I only go and ship with this person. It's just super weird. It's super weird. They're always awkward. And I remember the worst one was at ShudoCon. Everyone was hyped for it. It was the biggest panel there. They moved ball at Freddy's panel, and people thought, because of the name, dropping news about like Five Nights at Freddy's 2. because 2 was coming out at the time it was announced, and that was when theories were really taking off around the games and what they meant. So they thought it was like a theory panel, maybe like a news panel about another game. And the line was around the gate, and it was an ask panel where they were just acting like the animatronics and answering questions. And it was bad. On top of that, it was really, really bad. They started arguing with each other during the panel, and someone else interjected. They're like, aren't you guys just like robots? So like, on top of that, you're robots with kid spirits inside of you. So like, all this talk about banging each other is really awkward.
Yeah! If you really think about it,
Yeah.
It's a little like I'm in the gray area of something really dark.
Exactly. It's like they pointed that out, and that person got booed. Well, not booed. They got like ridiculed out of there. Like they did not care. You know what I mean? We do not care. It's like that's
actually a good point. It would have been like that one meme, like, "Oh, why are you booing me?
I'm right." They're fan of we do not care. It's like, why are you booing me? I'm right. That's how it was, because that was so weird. I remember that so clearly. It's like, what the hell? Yo, that's a good point. Y'all all talking about this. Every single question is about which robot is banging Chica. And that's funny at first, but then you think about it, it's like, you know, that wouldn't be, if y'all are supposed to be in character, then shouldn't you like not be talking at all then?
Right.
They don't talk. The only one where an ask panel will work is probably like security breach, which is the one I hate the most, because they completely misunderstood what made the animatronics creepy. So they just throughout the entire game just don't shut up. They talk too much in that game.
Here's a question for you. What do you think Scott Cawthon thinks of all the sexualization of his FNAF characters?
Probably.
Because you know his background, right?
He's super Christian.
Right. So what do you think he feels about?
I'd like to think he willingly ignores it, but I think he plays into it a little bit, because if you look at like some of the things like the weird fake anime and how he designed Chica in that, and you look at like how he's taken the character design minus security breach, because he clearly didn't have creative control over that one. That was a different studio. But the other games leading up to it, he started making more like curvy animatronics. Like he was playing into that because those people pay more money. I think he was deliberately baiting that shit a little bit.
Okay, I could understand that.
I don't think he agreed with it from a financial standpoint.
He knew what he was doing from a financial standpoint.
Either he knew, or he had some other like, oh damn, maybe like turning the air off was a bad idea, because now I'm getting like runny nose. Maybe it was a case of, wow, like there's a suit or someone who's analyzing it. Because if you look at how the characters changed throughout the games, they were more and more explicitly designed to advertise toys. So they wanted to make them appeal to who's gonna buy toys? Kids. So you take the Gen 1 animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, right?
Yeah. They really had a sexuality.
There's no real sexuality to them.
You didn't really know if Chica was even a girl.
That was highly debated. Chica's gender was debated.
Right.
And on top of that, they aren't like that wild in their designs. They're pretty much basic. It's a bear, bunny, a chicken, etc. People debated over if Chica was a chicken even. They thought Chica was a duck. Some people did. But regardless, it was really hotly debated. They were really basic in design. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, they play with the designs a little more with the toy animatronics, make them look a little more shiny. I think that their designs were pretty lame in comparison. But the older Wither ones looked pretty cool. They looked way more creepy, a little more old. They had more fun with them. But still, from a marketing standpoint, to sell them to kids, it's a bit of a reach. Then you get to Five Nights at Freddy's, skip 3, and Springtrap, because it still follows the same formula. We'll put those in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 through 3. Even 4, I don't think 4 had a lot of merch, because that wasn't at the point where they were doing a lot of merchandising. They were trying to, and there was stuff figuring up, but it was mostly always centered around 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Then you fast forward and you get to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. All of a sudden, all these characters are designed with Funko and other toys in mind. So now they have like this like fun time, like neon aesthetic. They're playing with the designs a little bit. Not so bad. They have a little more personality. They talk a little bit. Fun time Freddy doesn't know how to shut his mouth. Melora talks. Like, you got Baby, a character that's talking to you through the whole game. They're trying something different. Nothing wrong with that. Then you get to Security Breach. The way all those characters were designed was purely merchandise first. The glam rock animatronics are designed to be as colorful and in your face as possible to put them as toys. And they went hard on the toys. They had statues, Funko, all that stuff. And then they also want them to appeal to kids more. So they give them personalities. So they don't talk, they don't shut up, they talk a whole lot more. They have catchphrases. It's really annoying. The game Security Breach is not scary to me. Like, it has scary parts, but the scary parts are the parts where the main animatronics are chasing you aren't a factor, because they are not scary. They jump scare you, and that could be scary, the startling of it, but you know they're coming because they talk, and they never stop talking. The scariest parts of that game are the enemies that don't say anything. Or when they're damaged to the point where they can no longer talk. Like when Chica gets busted up and she's just saying a bunch of like random radio static, that's where it's like, okay, this is cool again. But I never understood and liked the direction that Five Nights at Freddy's went. Even after I got like out of the main core fandom, I got really fed up with the kidification of it, because it's so obvious they're just playing to that Poppy's playtime stuff, the merchandising. Yeah. They want to appeal to kids more. And
they want to get that money.
Yep. But they're putting the gameplay on the back burner, and the game just sucked because of it.
I mean, look at the movie, man. Like, that movie's kind of
boring. That movie was so boring.
It was sort of a cash grab.
It definitely. And I kind of almost don't even want to watch the sequel. Like, if the sequel is anything like the first one in its pacing, if they didn't learn or listen to criticism, because a lot of people will criticize it, but a lot of fans push back and being real toxic. Like, you don't understand. There's all this hidden lore. I don't care. At the end of the day, if you're pitching the general public, I get that for the fans, people who are dire fans, yeah, they like the movie. And there's nothing wrong with liking the movie. But you can't get mad at someone if they say it's fundamentally a bad movie, because it's not a good movie. If it can't be enjoyed without having to go through all these 20 theory videos, and on top of that, there's blatant plot holes in it. Like, they try to argue about the aunt getting killed in the house and saying that it's left up in the air if she's really dead. That didn't translate at all. If that's true, that didn't translate at all, because there was no hint or a reason. They said that in a behind the scenes thing, they're talking about that on the set. It's like, okay, but they didn't mention that in the movie. So like, that's not common knowledge. If that's supposed to be the case, that her death is left ambiguous, I didn't get it. Because as far as I know, and everyone else watching that movie, it really seemed like they just forgot there's a whole ass dead body in the dude's living room. And he just got away with it. Like, if she was he would be the prime. I think you pointed this out. Technically, in her disappearance, the main character of that movie will become a prime suspect in the disappearance, because
absolutely,
there's motive, and that was the last place she was known to go to.
Yep.
You can't just make that disappear. That's a plot hole that they just completely forgot just because. Like, I like Blumhouse. I think Blumhouse does good stuff, but I think that writing was bad.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hate the FNAF movie. I didn't think it was great by any means, but I agree with what you're saying. See, now I'm kind of weird. I do like stuff that makes me have to go on YouTube and watch like an hour-long explanation video to really get into the weeds, just because I really like to dive deep into the lore and explore it further than what I was offered.
Yeah.
So a great example of this is Evangelion. Like, Evangelion, when you watch that, it's confusing as hell.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to go and watch like explanation videos and lore videos to really grasp what's going on. And I kind of find that fun, because it means like you kind of take responsibility for your own journey and your own understanding of that that storytelling.
All right, the counterpoint.
But with FNAF, like, it's not like Evangelion. Whereas like Evangelion isn't trying to do plot holes. It's just giving you like Easter eggs into something much deeper. but you get the main story out of the way. Whereas like FNAF, it kind of like, yeah, you get the main story, but there's so many plot holes that it doesn't feel fun anymore.
Yeah, it falls apart. Like everyone said, like the cop is actually a robot in the movie, and that's going to be the big reveal in the second one, and that's what makes it so really smart and it's big brain. And if you pay attention, you notice that. Well, it's hard to stay engaged when there's arguments that she might actually be.
Oh my god.
Because like they're saying that it's supposed to be canon security breach and all that, and so it's if it goes that route, that's really dumb too. But
that's gonna be such a reach.
It's so stupid because if you expect someone to be engaged enough to notice that or find that when the whole movie, the protagonist sleeping through the whole dang movie, it's boring, it's slow paced, you don't feel any urgency in what's going on. It doesn't feel believable that this guy would go to a pizzeria and then realize that the animatronics are possessed and then let his sister play with them and be okay with it. Even though he's like standoffish, the fact that he still did it, I feel like it's played too, he's too okay with it. There's so much stuff that like just breaks my suspension of disbelief a little bit too much for me to buy into it. And then on top of that, for it to be so slowly paced and boring, on top of that, it makes me not want to pay attention. And I usually am good at paying attention to stuff.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest complaint with the FNAF movie, is the tone is so off from what it needed to be. I guess that's my main complaint, because yeah, there was some decent stuff in it, like it, and I do like listening to some lore, like about how like it might relate to the games, like in the future and stuff, of what they could do with future movies, and that stuff does kind of excite me as like a somewhat casual fan of the FNAF franchise. But what I didn't like about the movie is totally it doesn't match the game, like the first game especially, which is what it's supposed to be about. The tone is way off. Like the fact that this guy is just sleeping through his shifts, and then like he wakes up and like his little sister's hanging out with the animatronics, they're having a good time, they're all having fun. It's like, no, that's not what this is supposed to be about. This should be about a guy that is being terrified to death of these animatronics coming after him, and he has to fend them off. Like that's what it should be about from night one.
That's how it should have been played
like,
too.
It needs to be them against him right from the get-go, and like all this other shit could really just be in
on the back burner. You can still have lore things,
you can have it, but make the core of the movie the night guard versus the animatronics.
I absolutely agree.
And that's what the tone should be. It shouldn't be like this kind of like, oh hey, we're gonna go have fun with the animatronics, we're gonna have this whole like little party scene and all this other shit. That
scene was so dumb. That scene was so hard to get through. It was like, all right, this is a comedy. Like I just can't. It goes back to that this stench of marketing, and them wanting to like, hey, see kids, these animatronics are cool. Buy the toys. It
goes back to that. You know what I'd love to do? We should do a FNAF movie that matches the tone of the first game. I think that would be a lot of fun.
I'd dust off the cosplay for that.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. That's how it needs to be. Because, like, I feel like elements of security breach being forced into that movie also ruined it. Because then you have to include the Afton's daughter.
Right.
All that and all that weird. So it's
like all that getting shoved in. It did kind of convolute the movie because they were trying to like shove so much into it. Like here's the thing, like you don't even have to like imagine if they didn't even reveal that there was like kids possessing the animatronics. Just you don't find that out until the end. Imagine how like cool that would be, where it's just like you don't know, like it's like the game, you don't know anything.
Yes.
Like, right from the movie, like the protagonist doesn't know anything at all. All he knows is there's rogue animatronics trying to kill him. No one believes him.
And that's the saddest part, because that is kind of taken from people who don't know about it. If they watch the movie and they like heard of the series but don't know about it, then that whole like feeling of discovering it after the fact is gone, because the movie just blatantly just tells you that, oh yeah, they're possessed, they're dead kids, and they want to play with the other kid. And they're malevolent. They're not really violent.
Like what was cool about the first game is there's so much lore that you kind of have to discover on your own.
Yeah.
And there isn't really a whole lot that's revealed until like the end. And I mean, going through everything, like, I think it would be really cool if you don't see who William Afton is and you only know him from the phone calls.
Yeah. Well, I'd be like, there's so many ways they could have played it differently, and I would be curious to know like what scripts how many scripts went through the rewrites, what was original. Cause I bet you the original script, because the script was out long before Security Breach came out, and I know there's a lot of elements of Security Breach in that movie, and I think that's heavily what the rewrites is. I bet you the original script was probably just more straight to the point.
Man, I think it would make me go through a toll just to get to Atlanta.
Oh man.
We've been doing so good not having tolls.
We're on hour 5. This has been a 5-hour live stream. This is officially the longest live stream I've ever done from my cell phone.
We'll
Period.
be there in like 24 minutes, it says. 24 minutes, and then we have to face a toll.
The toll.
So,
Watch me get to the toll, and it's hi, it's me, the director of the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
but yeah, man, I think, you know what? Maybe that could be our project. We do a Five Nights at Freddy's that is simple and it's true to the tone of what the first game was. And we're not trying to pack in everything into one movie to build out this universe. We just want to make one good film that's faithful to what the original source material was.
That'd be pretty good, yeah. I'd be down with something like that.
We don't have to show all these like scenes of like, oh, the protagonist's brother was killed by William Afton, and you know he's friends with all these other ghost kids, and that's why the ghost kids like him or whatever. But they don't really they're like, take all that shit out, and let's just have a movie. You don't even know that much about the protagonist. All you know is it's him versus rogue animatronics, and those rogue animatronics are trying to kill him.
That's all you need to know. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. The movie we could have had. That's why it was really funny. We've been doing these movie nights in the Discord where we'll watch different films, and we were watching I called it Five Nights at Freddy's themed films. So movies that were like had that vibe to it. So we watched we watched the Banana Splits horror movie. We watched Willy's Wonderland. We watched Benny Loves You. Then we watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I might mix up the order there. We watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie and then Benny's. But we collectively agreed that Willy's Wonderland was a better Five Nights at Freddy's than the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, even though they're fundamentally different in terms of like how they approach and what they are. One's more like a horror comedy. There's like anti-horror where the monsters are the victims, more or less. Yet that entry, the way they handled the characters, the plot progression was way more entertaining and true to its source, that it made it a more fun movie to watch than the actual Five Nights at Freddy's movie. So I would even say the Banana Splits horror movie is a better Five Nights at Freddy's than Five Nights at Freddy's. And there's some people who might want to crucify me for saying that, but I'll die on that hill too. It had way more creative kills in it. It felt like a horror movie. And that had some dumb moments in it too.
Yeah.
Like the dude running from the car, and he's running on a straight line when there's like elevated land where this little car cannot reach him. He could easily jump up there, but chooses not to. It gets run over. It's like, you deserve it. You deserve to die at that point. Like, you had like common sense. Movies have to get rid of phones. Just like certain things that horror movies have to kind of get rid of to set the tone, because phones ruin horror movies. But common sense also does, and I get that. But you got to do it within reason.
Absolutely. And it's kind of like, I don't know, not like a lazy form of writing, because it can be interesting, but make it a time period piece then.
Yeah.
If you want to get rid of phones, like have it set in like the 80s or the 90s or whatever, back before cell phones were really commonplace.
The Biden in 87, they could do some stuff. I bring up the whole phone thing because I mean, like, in Five Nights at Freddy's, there's so many moments where like they make decisions and it doesn't make sense, even though I know they're doing it to advance the plot. Like, nobody in their right mind would be like, yeah, you can play with these possessed animatronics.
Right.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm not questioning.
And she's just showing up on the job site. Like a cop could just show up on the job site. Like when I was working as a security guard, that shit, like they would have been so mad at me if I let anyone on the site just say hello.
It just doesn't feel like it's a believable thing. It doesn't feel like he's working a job. It just doesn't feel like it's committed to anything. And I know it's one of those cases where people are going to be like, it'll make a whole lot more sense when the second movie's complete. Watch, you're going to go back and think this is all genius when you see what they're building. It's like, no. If it's like the books, I'm going to say no, because it's just going to become a sci-fi. That's all it is.
I think they are really trying to go for the books, though.
That's why I'm just not interested. I read the books, man, and there were some good stories in it, but the fact that it became a sci-fi rather than like a straight horror for me is what ruined it. It's like I don't care about the sci-fi stuff. I'm not really in it for that. I like the supernatural element of it better than you explaining that there's this force called Remnant that bonds souls to metal and all this crazy stuff, and they're indistinguishable from humans, and you lost me with that. Just let them be possessed animatronics. Keep it simple. You can still tell stories with that. The craziest one that I read was one with a shark. Like even that one is it was interesting, but it's also so stupid the choices the characters are making. That by the time it ends, you're like, yeah, well, you kind of deserve it at this point. You really did it to yourself, buddy. Rest in peace. I feel no remorse for you. I know that from a writing perspective, we're supposed to feel sorry for you, but I really don't. And if I don't care about the characters, then I'm not really that invested anymore. You've kind of failed as a writer to convey what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Hello to the 7 people chilling on this road trip while we rant about Five Nights at Freddy's. We're 5 hours in.
We have 7 people now?
7 people are just vibing in the chat. Dang. 7 people, 15 likes. You guys are awesome. I hope you're enjoying cool. This casual ASMR. I'm calling it ASMR because I'm losing my voice. And slowly running out of things to talk about. I'm talking about things that just piss me off. I keep going back to that movie because I wanted it to be good. I wanted it to be like my saving faith for that series.
But I feel like Marvel has kind of ruined
8 people. Marvel, you say?
Well, because they built out a uber successful financial success with the MCU, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everything has to be a cinematic universe.
Yeah.
So there's no good standalone movies that are franchise anymore. Like FNAF is a franchise, so they don't try to just put one. I want to
stop you on the thought for just 1 second because it's actually really funny.
Sure. The
likes went up to 17, and the moment you said that for Marvel, it dropped back to 16.
Oh, dang.
No, but continue. I don't really care. I just thought that was hilarious. I feel like I like to imagine because it was 8 viewers and 17 likes. And then it dropped to 7 viewers and 16 likes. I like to imagine someone walked in like, hey, what's this shit about? Marvel ruined movies. Oh, hell no, they went.
Maybe. That's okay.
No, I'm curious to your take on that. Because I'm not the biggest Marvel fan, so I don't care.
Well, and I mean, whether you like Marvel or not, I mean, what has happened is everyone's trying to copy that success.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you have, like, a franchise IP, like FNAF,
yeah,
you don't want to just push out a movie and see if, like, one does good. You have to make that movie have all these branches that could turn into a whole cinematic universe of different movies, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what Marvel did is they just put out Iron Man back in the day. Back when, you know, Disney hadn't even bought them out yet.
Yep.
They had sold off a lot of their character rights to other companies like Spider-Man to Sony, you know, a whole bunch of, like, to Paramount, all these different ones. and the X-Men to Fox, but they knew they had to get Iron Man right. They were just going to put all their eggs into one basket and get Iron Man right.
Yeah.
And that first Iron Man movie was awesome. Because, like, when that came out, like, it felt different. It felt like, oh, okay, we haven't really seen a movie like this before. Like, yeah, we've seen, like, superhero movies, but this is something
different.
This is different. This is, like, a good movie.
Yeah, I remember Iron Man 1 was great.
And then, you know, they did build up their cinematic universe, and they they had hits and misses, but lately it's been misses just because they're so successful that they can kind of rest on their laurels.
Yeah.
Now, other ones are trying to copy, like DC tried to copy and build their cinematic universe, failed. And now FNAF's trying to do it. I remember the Universal Studios, like, they tried to make their MonsterVerse and that failed.
Oh, yeah.
Like The Mummy. Like, there's all these cinematic universes that are trying to be built right now. And they feel more like a studio product than an artistic vision of passion for what they're creating. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel that.
And I feel like that's what plagued FNAF, is it was a studio product to A, merchandise toys out to kids, and B, build more movies and hook you into those other movies, rather than creating a standalone artistic vision of what they're trying to do. I could be completely wrong in that, but that's just how I feel.
No, I think that Disney effect of that like type of storytelling does plague movies, and people kind of copy it and it just ruins them. Like, didn't that also ruin the what was it, the Justice League movie?
Yeah. Well, that's what Batman versus Superman kind of became, right? Like, it wasn't like a nice, unique, artistic vision anymore. It was like, we're just gonna build you up to the Justice League movie.
Yeah.
Like, that's all that movie kind of was just trying to get you ready for the Justice League.
I don't like that model that a movie's making you have to, like, the Disney Plus gatekeep. The movies, that's why I can't get into most Marvel movies, because it's like you have to watch this show on Disney Plus first to understand the movie. Like, I refuse. If I had to watch a whole other show via a paywalled app to enjoy this movie that I paid the ticket for, I'm not doing it. I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
Peace. It's not that interesting to me then. It's not worth it, because you're just running me. You're running the loop. You're making me pay a fee for this to do this. Nope. Won't do it.
Right. So that's how I feel like a lot of modern movies that are franchise IP. And I guess I should have known that was coming with FNAF.
Is that Atlanta? Is that Atlanta?
This is Atlanta.
Oh my God. You guys. We dropped that down to 4 people. I don't know if it's because I want you to know, if you were cracked out enough to watch the live stream to this point, basically reached our destination. I see Atlanta in the distance. Downtown Atlanta is in the air. By the power of a portable battery bank, we've made this ridiculously long live stream possible off a phone that is infamous for having shitty battery life. So let's take that as an achievement in and of itself.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah.
Look at that. That's Atlanta. We made it. We did it. We streamed our whole road trip down the highway.
Yeah, just got 10 more minutes to go, actually.
We had an interesting stop at a gas station. We passed the theme park on the way here. That was pretty cool looking.
Yeah. Do you think my tank pushed people away? They're like, screw this guy. FNAF was amazing. Screw him.
I don't know. I doubt it though. I think it jumps up and down. Some people, my signal's not the best, and if you have not great internet and you're watching a live stream where the signal's weak, you might get pushed out or buffering a lot and then just leave. So it could be from like buffer and people jumping from that.
Okay. I see so much advertisement for Randstad.
What is it?
It was like a recruiting firm, I thought, but maybe not.
HD Supply. We have high def goods.
I found, what's crazy? I found a job that I pretty much meet all the requirements for, paid like $160K a year.
Whoa.
Unlimited PO. And it was a startup making hypersonic aircraft. That sounds like a cool job. It's
yeah.
Atlanta. I'm not at a point in my life where I'm ready to take something like that on. It was like lead manufacturing engineer.
Oh, that's
like,
good. That's a good gig.
I was like, I want that. That is such a cool gig.
I design aircrafts.
Hypersonic aircraft.
Just as long as it ain't.
Oh,
you see,
I'm sure they wouldn't put Boeing out of business.
No. Oh yeah, probably yeah. They do want to put Boeing out of business. Would you take a job if you saw Boeing on the name? Like, yeah, we're hiring.
No, and like a lot of people that are in my major, because I'm still following like the socials of my alma mater on Instagram.
Yeah.
They're like, so got an internship with Boeing. I'm like, why are you celebrating that?
Yeah.
It's not where I would want an internship.
Yeah, you're going to Boeing is like sending Agent 47 to like off people who are blowing whistles for them. That's not worth it. Or excuse me, they're all accidents. But
with guys that said, if I'm dead and it looks like a suicide, I want you to know it's not a suicide.
Oh God.
Like they put that disclaimer just in case. Of this
series of coincidences. Coincidence.
It's crazy to me that we're all just like chill about it. Like it's so obvious.
It's because we're desensitized to it. That's the thing I was talking about. That was really weird. Is like, at this point,
like there should be riots at Boeing headquarters.
That's crazy. A crooked airline company of all people is like, nah, get rid of them. What? I gotta be careful though. I feel like there's certain topics on YouTube that you can't talk about.
My bad.
You're good. It's one of those things. I think I'm probably fine, but it's just so funny, like that. Like, for example, we called talking about that the robots, and it's creepy with all kids thing. There's a reason most YouTubers say the word PDF file when they're accusing somebody, because if you say the actual word in a video too many times, it just triggers something in the system and it just blacklists it. It buries it. It's so crazy. You can see.
That's why you gotta say grape, you gotta say cornstarch, you gotta say, all this other
all shit. Those things.
Essay.
I always watching news videos. People joke about just weird things. There was a video clip where they were looking at the tweet that Elon Musk made, where he was responding to someone saying that Twitch is just a cornstar site now. And it's like they're looking in the comments. It's like, bro, you literally, and this is true, you can't post a single a tweet that gets even a little bit of fraction. There's a 50% chance, maybe higher, that you open that tweet comments, you're just gonna see like somebody's butt cheeks or something, a bot, just like a porn bot saying this is in bio. You can't escape it. Like, it's true that Twitter is not a site that you can just use safely if you're like at work or something, or if you're in line at a store. If you look at Twitter, you look at the comments to anything, you're playing Russian roulette. It's actually really ridiculous, the bot problem on that website. And he's like complaining about Twitch. It's like, yo, man, Twitter's kind of worse. See, I said that, we dropped back down to 4. I scared 5 people away. One person away, excuse me. I scared 1 person away. I can math.
I feel like a good discussion though about FNAF.
Yeah, that's a video. I made a Five Nights at Freddy's video talking about the game. I unlisted it because the video was just flopping so hard and I couldn't figure out why. Like, it wasn't a normal performance. Like, okay, maybe I'll do a video, it'll get 100 views in but this was getting 8 views. Like, ain't no way a Five Nights at Freddy's video should be performing this bad. What am I doing that's wrong? It has to be something with the title or the thumbnail. Putting it up for the video to be bad. So I know it's not the video, but I was explaining that after playing through Security Breach, my initial thoughts are that Five Nights at Freddy's is not scary anymore. And then I was explaining what point did the games become not scary, and talking about why I felt that way and how it the philosophy behind the game. how the games like were more marketing first, gameplay second, and how like I felt like Security Breach could have been an amazing thing, a really good horror game, and it got ruined because of one, it probably needed more time in the oven. Two, you have like all these other people who are investing in it, so because of like other investors, toys, merchandising, the way these characters designed, the plot and everything is just too.
In half a mile,
it's the worst one. This is crazy. Wells Fargo.
They're everywhere.
Look at all these buildings.
I will say that driving through Atlanta at night is actually kind of cool.
This is super cool. You guys arrived at the right time because now we're here. We are here.
Yeah, this is probably like one of the bigger cities that you and I can access through a driving trip.
Continue on I-75 south for 1 mile.
Google.
Is it 280? 249.
249.
Guess I misheard.
It's because of Google.
This is kind of cool though.
I have one of your phone. All the TV stations, see all the studios, all your NCR. Got Fallout Faction. There's a Fallout Faction.
249D for US is 270.
Took this road trip with us. That was wild. We were going at a 4-person view count consecutively, and these 4 of y'all were vibing with us this whole trip. Jumping up from 5 to 6, 7, 5. It don't matter. 15 likes. That's what's happening. That's what's up. Love to see it. For all you watchers, after this video is long gone, because I'll leave it up. I hope you enjoyed the journey.
There might be a chance if we get there early enough, we can just go there and find parking too. We can try.
At the light, turn left onto US 278 East,
That's true.
US 78 East, then turn right onto Spring Street Northwest.
Uber, we might not even have to walk. We can just drive if we get up early enough. I hear it's really hard to get parking there, but we can research it a little bit tonight before we go to bed.
I'll look into that. This is cool. Yeah, I kind of wish I brought my GH5 now. Although it sucks in low light, I think the city's lit up enough that person has no fear in his soul. He did not give the faintest of fricks.
Nope.
Not even like a little bit. There's like a club going on. They got lights going on there. It's Tim Hortons attached to it. What's popping at Tim Hortons? What the hell?
Destination will be on the left.
Dang, they getting crunk at Tim Hortons. Dude's bumping in his Bronco.
Your destination is on the left.
Is it Staybridge?
I think so.
Staybridge Suites?
I actually can't remember which one I checked out. But we'll pull in here and try to find out.
Awesome. Like, get out of here!
I'm just glad I made it here without getting too tired.
This hotel hasn't been in operation since 1886. Are you new night security guards here to watch? Be careful. Animatronics get a little quirky at night, but you'll be all right, new blood. Have a good day. I hope you survive another night in this business. Why I say survive?
It says Crown Plaza, Atlanta.
Oh. This is Staybridge.
Yeah, I wonder where Crown Plaza is.
It also looks mildly abandoned. Well, somehow active. Interesting.
This was the address it gave, though.
No hotel guest parking. Marine wind ship over there.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay, maybe we should just drive around the block.
All right.
See what happens.
Maybe the GPS is approximating the wrong
Your
way.
destination is on the left.
Yeah, it could
EA character if I ever seen one.
Yeah, no public parking. I don't know, man. That group of people.
Well, they're probably homeless. They got the backpacks and stuff.
I thought they were like cracked out.
Two things can be true at once.
This is one way. Shit.
Oh. Crown Plaza, you said?
Yeah, Crown Plaza.
It says it on that.
Oh, so maybe we were in the right place?
That's weird that it has two different names.
Well,
They got the
yeah, it's the
underlights
state
on their
bridge.
car and stuff.
Okay, so we gotta go like that way around.
All right.
Damn, man. I don't know.
I ain't never been in a city like this before.
Yeah, this is different. This is out of my wheelhouse.
You and me both, brother.
This dang on phone isn't updating.
C-Buzz. World. That's
Hopefully
something.
it's not a one-way. Good.
If it's a one-way, just make it work. Just drive through it anyway. I'm joking. Do it. Let your intrusive thoughts win.
A lot of people out and about tonight.
That is true. They out here. What's the day? Friday? It's Friday night.
Yeah, it's
They all are partying at Tim Hortons and stuff.
It's a Memorial Day weekend. I get it.
I still can't get over that club at Timmy Horty's. Wow, that's cool. Institute. All the discarded bird scooters. Those things, oh man, they kind of ruin cities a little bit. There's like urban litter.
Okay, so that's it?
It says yes, it's Crown Plaza.
Okay, I wonder if we can sneak a right and just turn there.
I won't tell if you don't.
I'm gonna cheat a little. Alright, now we gotta figure out how I'm gonna...
This is like check-in.
Yeah. Alright. Can I park here, I wonder? I don't know. Do you see like a way I can
There's
go
like
around?
there's a little thing go around there because that car's over there, so it's gotta be.
Okay, we'll try that. Whoa. There's another car coming. I'm just gonna see what he did.
Here we keep passing the same group of people. Yeah, if you go in this little driveway right here.
Okay. Yeah, at the very least I could check in and we could just ask about like where we're supposed to park.
Sounds good. Oh, that's a whole family back there. They're all like linked hands, like they get blown away by the wind.
Yeah. So they're saying this is like valet. I didn't
Oh.
like pay for valet.
Yeah, you
Right.
got. Oh. Oh, you just gonna make them park it? So yeah, you got it. You got it, Chief.
Oh, should we just find parking?
Yeah, let's just look. Cause you don't want to pay for a valet.
Yeah.
If you drive up in
Hey.
front of that, you can walk out and just go in and check in. Watch out for this family.
Oh, yep. Oh, okay. He's saying to go.
You know, it says no parking violations will be.
I guess we should just find the nearest parking garage. I don't know.
I would
Maybe
just
this?
parked in the driveway. Well, this is all no parking, but they're not. They don't seem to care. Oh, this garage? Yeah, this is definitely the parking garage. Yep. Even though it's is this a parking garage?
I don't know.
This is what we drove up to before. I feel
Okay.
like.
Uh,
Sounds good to me.
yeah.
I like how All right, I'll sit here. Lost signal for a little bit while we were sitting there, but yeah, we are here. Oh God. So now we made it to Atlanta. I think maybe this is where the stream ends. Like I thought it'd be cool to like do like a hotel room reveal. Like, yo, we made it. But I want to save some of my battery just a little bit, you know. So I want to thank y'all for making it this far into the video. VOD watchers, look forward to another stream tomorrow. Stay cool. Or maybe I might even do another one tonight. It's a joke. But I'm tired and I'm really losing my voice. And we ran this for 5 hours. 5 hour stream. What? What? So have a good night. Stay safe. And I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.